IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It's Tuesday. I'm joined by my guy, Sean Davis. We're going to talk a little Notre Dame and then Notre Dame Wake Forest, Sean, because this is an interesting game this weekend. And from
Mhm.
the standpoint of, there's a lot of interesting storylines. Notre Dame trying to bounce back from a loss to Clemson. They've got to get some positive momentum back. We'll talk about that. You've got the Sam Hartman versus Wake Forest storyline, which is obviously very interesting. Obviously, Sam Hartman spent 5 years at Wake Forest, left as their all-time leader in just about everything related to what the quarterback position outside of what rushing, right? Rushing yards. And then of course there's the bigger picture aspects of Notre Dame needing to finish the year strong.
Yeah.
The reality is this is the type of team that Notre Dame has smacked in this season. And I know that like everybody wants to focus on the losses, and rightfully so, because at Notre Dame you're judged on how you play in the big games, right? And in the big games this year, Notre Dame has not played well. And by big games, I mean, you know, big time opponent and big time moment, right? And right now, Notre
Right.
Dame is to me 2-3 in what I would call big games, right?
Mhm.
You know, you lost to Ohio State, you lost to Louisville, you lost to Clemson, you beat Duke, and you beat USC. And that's obviously not good enough. And you come to Notre Dame to win those games. However, we often forget that in these type of games, Notre Dame has really smacked people. I mean, there's been a lot of beat downs that Notre Dame has handed out on people this year. And that's why this game is going to be very interesting for me, Sean, because this is a game Notre Dame should win and win comfortably.
Mhm.
But where's the team's head at? And I think that's something we're going to learn a lot about this team. You know, they went through the bye week. Did they wallow in self pity, or are they going to come out with a little bit of P and V, be a little fired up, and you know, kind of end their home careers on a high note? That's something we're going to find out, and all those storylines make this a more interesting game than it otherwise should be against a team that's 4-6, if we're being honest. So we're not
Yeah.
hyping this up like it's a big game because Wake Forest is a big win. It's more about it's a big game because it's going to tell us a lot about this football team and what its mindset is and the ability of this coaching staff to get them to rally back from what was an incredibly disappointing loss to Clemson.
And it was disappointing, not so much just because of what happened on the field, but but more so, even in the disappointing losses last year, those are the ones that kind of blindsided you, right? Like Marshall blindsided you, Stanford blindsided you. But for the most part, you come over off of those losses and you see the preparation going into North Carolina. You see the preparation going into a Syracuse game, which at that point was viewed as a difficult game on the road because Syracuse had a pretty good record at that point. Then the preparation before Clemson, and you watch and you're like, okay, Marcus Freeman really does a good job of getting his players ready for big games. And they
Right.
played well on the road in those big games, right? North Carolina, Syracuse, road games.
Right.
Notre Dame
And
came out,
NC State
started
early
fast.
this year too, right?
Absolutely. So now it was kind of a departure. And you start to worry, like, okay, Louisville, Duke, it's like, what's going on with Notre Dame on the road? So now, like you said, it points to something else we want to see to start the season, right? We want to see Notre Dame treat the teams that were inferior to them as they should have been treated. And that's what Notre Dame did for the most part early on in the schedule. You still want to see that. Like, you don't want Notre Dame to let loose of that because as Notre Dame builds this program and as Marcus Freeman gets hopefully gets a chance to get 3 or 4 recruiting classes under his belt, Notre Dame can have that foundation and then take the necessary steps to not be 2-3 in the big games on their schedule. So last year it was the blindside losses. This year it's the big games and preparation on the road. Eventually next year, we hope the program, even though next year might be a young and less experienced team, you hope the program takes a step forward and cleans up some of the things they've had to deal with the first 2 seasons for Marcus Freeman. And it
And that's
start
what
a
was
game like that
and
Saturday
that's what
start.
was so troubling about the Clemson game, Sean, if we can just digress for a second, was because Notre Dame did start off well on the road again under Marcus Freeman. You know,
Mhm.
even though Ohio State lost, they battled their butts off. You know, they played their butts off. They lost to a better team. The USC game was the anomaly. You know, they did play well at North Carolina. They did play well at Syracuse. You know, they played really well for a half against Navy. And then you come out this year, you go on the road, you beat what has turned out to be a pretty good NC State team. It's a 7-3 football team right now.
Mm-hmm.
And but they haven't played very well on the road since then. Struggled at Duke, struggled at Louisville, and struggled at Clemson. And in every instance, it was just a team that was not fired up and sharp like they were against North Carolina, like they were against Syracuse. And that's concerning, because you have to ask yourself, like, okay, what is there? And does that negativity, or not negativity, does that performance, the mentality behind it, start to bleed into some of the home games, which up to this point, it really hasn't.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's so frustrating, is because this team looks so much different. Like, there's somebody in the chat, one of my guys, a guy I love the guy, but he's like, the offense is regressing. I'm like, the offense is not regressing. A week before the Clemson game, that offense went down the field against Pitt, first team and second team, right?
Yes.
And stopped Notre Dame. Notre Dame stopped themselves with bad plays. And the week before, they did everything they needed to do, both sides of the ball, to blow out USC. And the thing is, it's not regressing. It's this Jekyll and Hyde. And that's the thing that, and he just said, inconsistent may be a better term. That's the thing. That right there. That's key, Brandon, is that's where I'm with you. Is like last year in November, Sean, we had a level of consistency from Notre Dame, from an emotional standpoint, from a preparation standpoint, right? Outside of a bad second half against a triple option team without JD Bertrand, Notre Dame down the stretch was just good week after week after week, home or away. That's what's so troubling about this, what we've seen in year two, is we are seeing so much of this from this football team down the stretch. And can they stop that in these final two games, right? That's what we need to see, because here's the reality, Sean. There's no way. I'm speak for myself. You can speak for yours and respond whether you agree or disagree. To me, there's no way that Notre Dame can end this season with what I would call a successful season. When you look at, as far when I term successes, did you meet the standard? Did you live up to expectations? Did you at the very least meet what I felt was the floor of what this football team could be? For me, the floor was 10-2. That was the floor of what reasonable expectation should be for a team that was going to maximize what you were going to get from a very experienced football team. We talked about, you've got a veteran quarterback that was highly productive. You can't say, hey, quarterback, struggle to quarterback, right? Having said that, just because it isn't going to end on what I would call a success doesn't mean you can't end with momentum. And that's what Notre Dame is right now. And a perfect example is 2014. That team was a dumpster fire heading out down to the end of that season. Lost 4 in a row to end the season, lost to Northwestern at home, who was terrible that year, lost to a freshman quarterback in Reggie Bonifant, who eventually got converted to wide receiver at Louisville. You lost to USC. You lost Arizona State in the game you had every chance to win, despite being down 34-3 and at one point, and it just was a dumpster fire. But I've contended that team had more momentum going into the offseason heading into 2015 than they had in 2016, when they were a 10-3 team, only lost to 3 top 5 opponents, but they lost their last 2 games, right? So that's what I'm at, Sean, is there's nothing that they can do that's going to make me say, hey, great season. Totally thrilled. Couldn't have gone any better. Totally happy. They moved the needle. Gap closing season. That's not possible anymore. I don't care who they play in the postseason. But it doesn't mean that you can't build towards the positive energy that you need to go into the offseason feeling like, okay, now we've built on it. Yes, we didn't. Now let's learn from what we didn't do right. We've got some momentum. Now this thing another step. That's, to me, what's at stake this weekend, Sean, in my opinion.
You're right. They have an opportunity to jumpstart next season right now, right? And take advantage of these 2 games, being something that programs that develop love bowl preparation. It's not just about the game, but the opportunity to get extra time to develop your young players and give them more reps is invaluable. Heck, Alabama brings in their early enrollees and gets them involved in bowl practice. They don't play, but that's an experience, for the early enrollees. So I want to take that, because you pointed out the end of that 14 season. Malik tells me all the time, Brian, as bad as it might have looked to everybody on the outside, on the inside of the locker room, and he credits a speech that Cam McDaniel gave the team during bowl preparation for kind of like locking them in and how locked in they were once they went into the off season. He said from that point through the entire summer into the fall, no one had to tell us to do extra. And that's something that I think can be established. But I want to bring this up as well, because they're talking about going to the portal, and part of going to that next level and being locked in might include, or more than likely, is going to include a fourth quarterback. Regardless of what type of quarterback he's going to be, there's probably going to be a fourth quarterback on the roster. And what's interesting to me is we look back and we might be able to talk about the deficiencies of Drew Pine, but Drew Pine was, this is the only way I can say it, because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to get a point across. And if you can find a better way to say it, please jump in. Drew Pine was one of us. And when you have a leader, no matter, dude, it doesn't matter what we thought about Drew Pine. What did those guys in the huddle think about Drew Pine? Right? Michael Mayer went to bat for Drew Pine multiple times. So Drew Pine had something that was part of helping to be Notre Dame, having Notre Dame locked in on the road. And although you bring in a quarterback like Sam Hartman, he is not Notre Dame from the ground up. So you kind of ask yourself, okay, when things do get difficult, what well is he pulling from?
Mm-hmm.
Like Drew Pine had a well that he could pull from that was, I went through the mud, the blood, the sweat,
Mm-hmm.
the tears with these guys. And it just makes you question, like, okay, going into the offseason and building on Wake Forest, Stanford, and moving forward. And all of us want to see the young players play, get an opportunity. Let's see them develop. People are talking about, man, should we not play Sam Hartman? Should we play Steve Angeli? And all of these things should have been on the table, should have been a discussion, should have been a conversation. But ultimately, moving forward, like, it's going to have to come from, as much as we want to talk about coaching, these players are going to have to say, yo, we didn't get it done in the big games, but we're going to finish this thing out. Like Marcus Freeman said, we're playing for these 31 seniors. But that goes beyond that. It goes beyond Wake Forest and playing for these seniors. We're playing for Notre Dame. We're Notre Dame, man. We're Notre Dame. And regardless of all the disappointment this year, what we're not about to do is we're not about to allow this thing to go off the rails.
That's the key.
And
That's
that,
the key.
as much as we want to talk about Marcus Freeman, a lot of times in programs, that type of stuff comes from the leadership and the guys in that locker room to be able to say, we will not allow this to happen on our watch.
It's got to come from both, in my opinion. And here's the issue that I think has happened in Notre Dame. The reason that the players in the past regime were that way is because they had to be. Because there wasn't that figure that they looked at as he's going to lead us type of guy. I think two things hurt Notre Dame this year, and that is that I believe one of the faults of this program, and this is especially on offense, is they looked to certain guys to kind of fix it, whether it be the head football coach, whether it be Sam Hartman. I understand where you're coming from with the whole, Drew Pine was a leader and the players rallied around him and all that, but I saw them do the same thing in the bowl game with Tyler Buckner. I think the difference is this. That team didn't have a quarterback that they could count on to make plays. And I think everybody knew they had to step up. I think there was a mentality with that football team, a toughness and an edge with that offensive team last year, that even though they lacked talent, when a play needed to be made late in the year, Braden Lindsey made it. You think of, Michael Mayer made it. The Lodrick or Logan, one of those two, and in some instances, like Syracuse and Clemson, both stepped up and made plays. You think of Braden Lindsey went out with a big game again in the bowl game, but he also had that great behind the back catch against Navy.
Against
Michael
Navy,
Mayer,
yeah.
Jaden Thomas made some big plays down the stretch, and he was very
Mhm.
good for Notre Dame. And
Yeah.
I think what happened is you had a bunch of players, and they're like, hey, we don't have that guy at quarterback. We have a tough, hard-nosed kid. We've got to step up and say, hey, we are going to lead. And I think this year there just was far too much of just relying on Sam to do things. And when Sam he was unable to do that, he couldn't put the team on his shoulders the way that they had hoped maybe that he could. And so it just seems to be on this team, and it gets to a little bit of what we talked about last week, Sean. There just seems to be a little bit of a waiting on someone else to step up and do something on this team, especially on offense, but even to a degree on defense. Against Clemson, there were plenty of times somebody needed to step up and make a stop before it got to 31-23. Now, they made stops after Clemson got to 31, but they didn't make enough stops in some of those situations where, you can say, the special teams gives Clemson the ball at the 41-yard line. Okay, that sucks, but don't give up a 41-yard touchdown on the very next play. Make a stop, hold them to a field goal. And there just has been lacking sort of that, and I hate to use expression because I don't know any other way to say it, and we all know what I mean. There's just no killer instinct with this football team, in my opinion, on a consistent level. Sometimes there is. When they smell blood in the water against USC, they went for the kill.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides of the ball. When we didn't see that against Louisville when Cam Hart forces that fumble in the third quarter. We didn't see the offense have that same focus. Now you talk about blame on the coaches all you want. They called a play that got Chris Tyree wide open for a touchdown. Quarterback threw a bad ball. Receiver dropped the ball. That still should have been caught, even though it wasn't a good ball.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's my frustration. Is there's plenty of things, Sean. You and I have had plenty of private conversations. Some of the frustrations I've had with the game plan, play calling, and certain things like that. But the fact of the matter is, the play calling has been good enough to win almost every game. But part of the job of and this is what people think that's a defense of the offensive coach. Quite the opposite. My problem is more of the preparation that goes into getting them to Saturday does not yield a fiery, consistently tough physical football team. Remember when I called you during the Washington-Utah game this week? And I'm like, I'm watching this game, and I'm like, these teams are just more physical than Notre Dame. It's not that the Notre Dame kids are soft or they don't try hard, but there's just not that I want to punch you in the face football from this team. And despite the fact you've got 3 starters coming back from last year's offensive line, we don't see that. But then you can point to games where we did see that killer instinct. We saw that when they had a chance to put NC State away, man, they went for the kill. And we saw it against USC. We saw it against Pitt. And then it just disappears at times. And to me, that's what I want to see not be gone. I want to see that be present in the next 3 games, including the bowl game, because that to me is that type of thing is more important. And there's far too many people focusing on things that are not foundational issues. Play calling is not a foundational issue. I've said this a million times. If you have great coaches Monday to Friday, play calling can just be okay on Saturday. And if you got good players, you're going to go out and dominate. Guys, I'm watching Georgia. They do some stuff here pass game wise. It's nice, but they're not an incredibly creative offense, in my opinion. They're just incredibly well coached. And so guys know how to run routes. They know how to block. They know how to hit the hole. They know how to show. They do all these things correctly. They throw the ball with good timing. They're a very well-coached football team that plays with fire every week. Now, they're not always sharp, right? Play calling is not always good. Georgia's fallen behind in like each of their last 5 games. Doesn't phase them. Just come out and roll you. And that's what we're lacking is, like, to me, that's the bigger coaching issue from this football team is that this team just does not have the same. This team is just lacking some of the fight that we've seen from past teams. And that's probably a bigger concern of mine. And that more than anything is what I want to see, Sean. And I have it. We talked about this. I want to see this team come out on Saturday and play with fire, because this is pride time. This is no longer, look, New Year's 6 is not really an option anymore, unless there's just insane chaos the next couple of weeks. I just don't see how it happens, right? That's not an option anymore. Playoff has been gone since October. I want to see this team finally say, hey, we're playing for something else. We're playing for legacy. We're playing for what we're going to leave what veterans, what is the mark you're going to leave at Notre Dame? That's what you're playing for. Young guys, what memory do you want to leave in the coaches' minds as you go into the offseason? Hey, coach, When you're thinking about what your depth chart's going to look like when we get to spring ball, I just want you to remember what I did in practice Monday to Friday the last 2 weeks and what I did on Saturday, whether it's running down on kickoff or being on the offense or defense. I want to
Yeah.
see this team come out and play with fire, because if this team does not come out and play with fire on Saturday, it's going to very much make me question, what did this staff do to build this team in a way where the fire we saw so much early in fall camp, in early games, where this team came out with energy, what killed it? What killed it? Why did it go away? But if it comes back and we see them finish this way the next 2 games in the bowl game, then it says, hey, look, there are some issues that need to be addressed and fixed, but they're
Yeah.
all fixable. They're not things to panic over. You fix them and you move on. You keep it bringing in new players and better players, and continue to change the culture and just be more consistent, because how you finish is going to go a long way towards how we feel about this football team. And I'm not talking about winning, because the fact of the matter, Sean, winning should not even be a question the next 2 weeks. Stanford and Stanford and Wake Forest stink. They do. I'm not going to try to tell you anything different. We're going to talk about Wake, and they got a nice player here and a nice player there. They've lost 6 to 7 football games, guys. They're not good. It's not about winning. If they go out and win 24 to 17, hey, they got the W. Nope. Process over results, baby. And so that's what I want to see, Sean, first and foremost from this football team, is I want to see a group of players that come out with fire, because I want to see this team develop that same us against the world mentality that we saw from past Notre Dame teams that they just don't have. And then Marcus Freeman can kind of figure out some of the other stuff in the offseason. And I hope that he's, realizes that this isn't good enough and doesn't make excuses for why they lost, which I'll be honest, I'm a little bit more concerned with from some of his more recent press conferences, hearing more of that than we did last year. But that could also just be, saying the right thing publicly, but behind the scenes, he's pissed and handling business. We don't know. We'll have to see what changes he makes, but I'm hopeful that that's the case. I'm hopeful that he's playing, the good, positive guy in public and all that, and trying to, he hears the noise. And so I'm trying to take some of the pressure off of this guy or that guy and saying these things, but behind the scenes, it's like, hey, we got to get this done. But step one, Wake Forest, come out on Saturday and play with fire. I can deal with mistakes if you play hard. I can deal with missing a block if when you're the next play you come out and you're fighting and battling and mauling people. I can deal with a guy running a wrong route if he does it 100 miles an hour and comes back the next time and fixes it and makes the play. I can deal with Sam Hartman missing a read if the next play he comes back and he gets over it and makes that play. Same thing on defense. I can deal with the guy missing a tackle if on the next play he lays somebody out. Right? Those are all things I want to see. That comes from fire. And more than anything else, that's gonna be something I'm looking for on Saturday. It's gonna tell me a lot about who this team is. Are they just gonna go through the motions and kind of get back to that business-like approach that we saw under Brian Kelly that we all wanted gone? Or are they going to get back to being the team that plays with the fire and energy of their young coaching staff, right? That seems to have lost its way a little bit. And I want to see what this team is going to be.
I'm very interested because Marcus was the most frustrated I've ever seen him at a post-game press conference after Clemson. It was like wearing on him. And I do agree that Marcus is trying to keep the good face publicly and kind of keep things connected. Because that post game of Clemson, if you watch him, you could tell it was certain things that he was thinking, but he was still very measured.
Yeah.
But you could feel like the disappointment and the anger about certain things. Like when he was talking about throwing that pick six, you could tell, like, yo, he said the most, like, we can't do that. And he knows that. So it's like, man, this is the first time I've seen him like kind of show that. He's been very complimentary most of the year, even with some of the earlier mistakes. It's almost like he's at his wit's end. Like, look, man, this is not what I expected.
Because that was a basic play, basic read, day one install type of stuff. And you can say, oh, play calling. Oh, okay, there were 2 guys open on that play. You threw the one guy you shouldn't have thrown to.
You shouldn't have thrown to. And it is, the frustration is starting to set in. And now he gets a moment to reset, right? And as he resets and as he talked about the things that they conversed and discussed over the bye week, what they focused on, He broke it down from the conversation about the transfer quarterback, the offense, defense, even went to the special teams. And in that, initially I said, man, I wish I would have heard, coming off the bye week, man, this young guy popped in practice. That young guy popped in practice. Because at this point, the fan base, that's really what they're holding on to, right? The future, right? But as a head coach, he still has to coach this team, these young men, and the rest of this season. And so balancing that, in balancing that, I think we're seeing Marcus Freeman, kind of comport himself the way he did yesterday. But at the same time, moving forward, and I gave this example, Brian. Look, I went to a high school that is now nationally known for basketball as far as high school recruits and producing NBA players. At the time I played there, we were laying the groundwork under our legendary coach, Herb Ray, who's no longer with us. And it was funny because in Chicago, there's a relegation system, meaning if you are the bottom two teams in the conference, you drop to the lower division, and the top two teams in the lower division come up to that division. So what it does is, like, everybody plays hard all year because no one wants to be the bottom two teams. So you'll literally go down to like the last conference game, and it is a battle because you have these teams battling not to be one of those bottom two teams because everybody wants to be in the red division in basketball in Chicago. And, now we build up, and now the expectations at my high school are totally different. They don't expect to lose to anyone. They have a Alabama, Georgia mentality, right? They play modern day from California. They'll go play teams in New York. Dude, they should beat everyone. When we played, we knew we weren't at that level. So, Brian, we expected not to be Simeon. Dude, that's Alabama, Georgia, and Chicago basketball. We expected not to be Whitney Young. That's Alabama, Georgia, and Chicago basketball. But I tell you who we're not going to lose to. Now, that's the attitude we had because we knew we were building something and we knew we weren't there. But we had the attitude, hey, we're going to make them play. And more than likely, we're going to come up short. More than likely, we're going to come up short to Juwan Howard and CBS. But I bet you what, when we go down the street to Julian, we're going to kill them. They have no chance. And for me, that's the attitude I want to see in this program. It's not that I don't respect Mike Elko and Duke. It's not that I don't respect Jeff Brom and Louisville. I know both of those guys are great coaches. We knew Jeff Brom was a great coach when he used to bring Purdue teams into Notre Dame, or we went to Purdue and faced them. That's not the question. At some point in that locker room, as players, you got to say, God, we're Notre Dame, man. We're Notre Dame. This is the standard. And hey, Ohio State, okay, Ohio State's on the schedule. That's going to be a toughie. We got to see USC and the defending Heisman champion, Heisman Trophy winner. That might be a toughie as well. But I guess what's not going to happen on our watch? Duke's not going to happen on our watch. Louisville is not going to happen. As you said, Brian, we can sit up here and talk all of this stuff that's ancillary and on the outside that's not foundational. What's foundational is that locker room, man, which goes back to when I talked to Chris O'Leary 2 years ago. And all the coaches in the room, I asked Chris O'Leary, I said, man, you guys, you're coming in, how are you guys focusing on continuing the tradition of success that the Notre Dame program has had? And he said, honestly, it's kids in that locker room that have been to 2 college football playoffs. And to be honest, we're kind of following them. Like, they're the ones that are setting the tone. And you have to have a balance in that.
Yeah.
As
especially now because there's not a lot of guys on the roster left that have done that.
Exactly. As that leadership changes, and the leadership dynamic changes every year, Brian. It's almost like you might not know what you're going to get year to year until you really get things lined up and in order. Right. Like once Marcus Freeman gets 3 class, I told Ryan this. I said, look, I have a feeling the 25 class might be the best class Marcus Freeman brings in. And
Potentially.
I said, I'm getting that vibe. And I said, the Ohio State game, if it had gone a different way, would have been, man, huge for the narrative for Notre Dame and also for recruiting. You didn't get it, so you missed the opportunity. But there are still some things you can do moving forward, which is finishing strong.
That's the key, right?
Finishing strong this year. I think, too, predictions now have them possibly playing
LSU
or Tennessee January 1st. Either way, you're playing an SEC team. So, okay, now you're playing an SEC team, you get that victory. All of these things are building blocks, man.
Right.
Everything can't be perfect, but you have to take advantage of the opportunities that you do have.
That's here now, because sometimes, Sean, the culture can become so toxic. And this is a general comment, you know, with a team, you're like, hey, wait till this one class shows up. But if you don't build it the right way, that class is walking into the bad environment. And that's what Notre Dame has to avoid. That's why these next two games are so important. That's why this weight game is so important, because look, there's going to be some big time players in the stands on Saturday. Deuce Knight's going to be in the stands on Saturday. Ivan Taylor's going to be in the stands on Saturday, among many other players. And so what taste are you going to leave in their mouth? Like, wow, Notre Dame just went out against a 4-6 football team that's gotten smacked by every good team they've played. And man, they won, but it's just like, man, like, you know, just not feeling great about it right now. Or do you say, hey, look, we had a crap week last week. We're coming out. We're ticked off. I just want to see this team play pissed off. That's really what it comes down to me. It's like, that's a pride thing. You know, Sean, you can talk about like your basketball stuff, but what happens when you did lose to one of those teams that you were supposed to beat? Do you hang your head and get all in your feelings, or do you come out pissed off and be like, and that's the difference. Like, that's what I'm not seeing from this team. Like, who is the Drew Tranquil figure that after the Georgia game says, I feel really bad for the teams we're about to play because we're going to take it out on them? Does this Notre Dame team have that kind of fire? Because to me, if I'm Marcus Freeman, okay, and you talk about the players need to do this and the players need to do that, there's a lot to that, because here's the thing. I can't instill pride in you. You either have that or you don't. I can't instill fire in you. I can beat it out of you, but I can't put it in there where it doesn't exist. Where's your pride of your craft? Where's your pride of just being a man? And just, you got humbled 2 weeks ago, and you've had to sit in that for 2 weeks. I shouldn't have to do something and say something to make you pissed off and come out in that next game fired up and ready to go smack somebody, right? Because if I'm Marcus Freeman, I'm sitting back evaluating all this, right? Part of this is him culture shaping, but part of the culture shaping is, like Sean, any good garden, any good tree, like healthy, anything like that you're trying to grow, there's always pruning that needs to take place.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is part of the tree that has to get cut off and thrown away, or otherwise it's going to infect and kill the entire tree, right? And that's kind of part of hey, he was asked yesterday, who are all the guys you want him to bring back? Like, he's just going to list all 26, you know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. Like, some of the questions I was like, what do you expect him to say? Like, this is why I just can't listen to those things anymore. It's like, what do you want him to say, guys? What do you want him to say? Like, nah, we don't want this guy back. We don't want him back, but we do want him back. Nah, not so much him. Because then the same person who asked that question, if Marcus only lists like 5 guys, I'm like, well, he didn't talk about this guy, this guy, and this guy, so clearly he doesn't want that guy back. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But here's the thing. It's okay. You didn't respond to that loss. You just kind of went through the motions the next week. Note to self. I don't want, that's not the kind of mentality I need. I'm hoping that Coach Freeman's doing that from a coaching standpoint and from a player standpoint. I'm seeing what coaches are pissed off.
Yeah.
I want to see what coaches go on in the next week with a little bit of P and V, because they're humiliated by what they put on the field, and not just yell at guys. That's not fixing it, but are going out there saying, we're going to do something different to try to fix this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I want to hear them be a little ticked off, those type of things. And so same thing with the players. I want to see, like, okay, I was on the fence about bringing this guy back, but these last 2 games, man, this kid who's a rotation player and a special teams guy literally ran down on the first 3 kickoffs and laid people out. That's a guy that I want to go to battle with. He may
Exactly.
not be you know what I mean? I want to see a linebacker that comes out there, or D lineman that comes out there pissed off because how poorly he played against Clemson and say, I'm taking it out on you. You know, I want to see Riley Mills and Howard Cross, who didn't play great against Clemson, come out against this underwhelming Wake Forest O-line and say, I'm pissed off. I want to take this out on you. And when we see those things, we're going to look and say, okay, now that's a guy that I can build around. And if I don't see that from a veteran player, I don't want him. You know, it's like the old Mike Singletary one. Can't do it. Don't want him. Can't win with him. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want to see. You know, because that's part of this pruning process. Is like Mike Norvell had to go through that his first couple years of Florida State. There's some really talented players, and Mike Norvell said, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the heck out of here. Right. Yeah. And that's part of what Coach Freeman needs to do. Now the kids that he needs to look at are not guys that are bad kids or getting in trouble. It's more about they just don't have that fire. I'd rather go to battle with a freshman or sophomore that just is just a man. There's nothing that matters to me than just beating this guy across from me than some veteran who has more experience but doesn't have that same fire. Like that. That's why I focus so much on this in the first part of the show. I want to switch over to the offense and the defense real quick too, Sean, because there are some specifics I want to see. But that's got to underlie all of it. That fire, that physicality, that want to, that pride. I want to see, like, and I don't mean pride in like the biblical sense of it. I mean just the man, I can't believe this happened to us. Like we didn't do what we were supposed to do. We didn't leave the mark that we could have left on this program. It's gone. But I'm mad about it, and I want to go out there and do something about it. Because I can't meet that standard, but I want to go out there and just we're going to blow the next three teams. I don't bring LSU on, bring Tennessee on, bring whoever on, because you are going to catch something when you get us in the bowl game. That's what I want to see. That's got to be so that's got to permeate through everything. The next two things we're going to talk about. When we look at the offense, Sean, the first thing I want to see is look. I don't care if you're young and you're missing starters and all these other type of things. There's one thing that shouldn't matter when it comes to that. And maybe you don't know as much of the offense. Maybe you're not fundamentally sound, but you know what you should still see? I want to see you play hard. I want to see you play physical. I want to see you, whatever it is you're being asked to do it as hard as you can. That's been missing from the offense. And even in some of the games where they were playing well, there was some of that going on. I want to see this team come out, you know, whether it's Ashton Craig starting at center or Billy Strauss starting at guard, or
aren't you excited about that though?
Don't care. I am, but I want to see him. I want to see those guys step in and say, "Hey, we may not always do it right, but we're going to do it hard."
Yeah,
and that's got to be the mentality Jared Parker gets out of this football team. That's more than anything else, more than the other two things, and play call. I want to see this offensive staff show me they have the ability to get this group to come out and say, "Hey guys, we're young, we're banged up, we're this, we're that." None of that freaking matters. None of that has anything to do with whether or not we come out and play hard, physical, smack you in the mouth, Notre Dame football. Hey, I'm a freshman receiver. I don't really know what route to run right here, but I'm coming off the line on this run play, and I'm going to punch you in the face, figuratively speaking, from a football standpoint. Like, hey, Billy Strauss, I don't expect you to be perfect every time. I don't expect you to grade out at 95%. You're a redshirt freshman who didn't play at all last year. But you know what? You know what you can control? How hard you play the game, how physical and nasty and mean you play the game. That's what Ashton Craig can control. And if they do that, I can live with technical mistakes. I can live with assignment mistakes. Now you got to correct them and get better, but that's what we haven't been seeing. We haven't been seeing enough of that. And that more than anything is something that this offense needs to get back, because that's what they can leave, kind of going to the offseason with, is that kind of mentality is we are going to go out, guys. Yes, we're going to make mistakes. Yes, we're going to do this. But you know what I will not tolerate for another snap? You don't come off and physically whip the guy across from you. No excuses. Hey, Billy, you're a redshirt freshman play, but you're still better than that dude across from you from Wake Forest. Go kick his butt. And if you make a mistake, focus in and go kick his butt the next rep. That's what I want to see. And that's what we've lost. And we haven't really seen that really since the Ohio State loss. That more than anything from this offensive line, they lost that. And they need to get that back. They need to get back that we're Notre Dame. We have a standard to live up to that's been set by all the legends in front of us. and we're not living up to it. Not execution wise, but mentality wise. And we're going to go out and say, look, we're going to make mistakes, but I promise you one thing: we will never ever again not be the most physical team on the football field, because they weren't the most physical team on the football field against Clemson. They weren't the most physical team on the football field against Louisville. They weren't the most physical football team on the field against Duke. They weren't the most physical football team on the field against Ohio State even. Now, they held their own, but at the end of the day, when it mattered most, they got beat on 4th and 1s, 4th and 2s, 3rd and 2s, last drive of the game, trying to run the ball and throw screen. Like, they didn't do what they needed to do. And that can't be tolerated anymore. And that's what Joe Rudolph needs to get out of this group, Sean, because it's him, it's Chancey Stuckey's receivers, it's the running backs who have been so good all year that were terrible in pass pro against Clemson.
No, that's been since Navy. We can talk about every game. Some running back has missed or whiffed on a blitz.
Yeah, we've seen it at times, but it was constant against Clemson. We've seen it.
And it's almost like, all right, look, and to watch Aldrich Estime be one of the guys that had it happen to him against Clemson, it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, no, you should be leading the way, because this is a problem against Navy. It cost Sam Hartman a couple of big plays against Navy because he's getting hit as he's throwing the ball. Jeremiah Love, as a freshman in his first game, I'm like, okay, I expect that. I expect him to get better, though. I expect all the running backs to get better. But to watch Aldrich Estime and Javon Payne, just whiff on blocks like that.
And those are supposed to be your tough guys, your physical guys.
Yes.
Right. That's the thing, Sean. Like, last year, Notre Dame physically whipped Clemson.
Yes.
This year, Clemson physically whipped Notre Dame. That's just the way that it went.
That was their only chance, Brian.
Right. And to me, that's what I'm saying here, Sean. That's where I'm coming at is when you're Notre Dame and you get out athleted or you get outplayed because you're inexperienced, you can somewhat live with all that stuff.
Yeah.
You can somewhat live like with, look, they're just not as good there as they are because there's no Jaden Thomas, because there's no guys. We can't act like not having Jaden Thomas and Deion Colsey is a non-factor on this football team. Right. We can't act like that's not. And now we also shouldn't act like the offense should understandably be this bad against good teams without them. No, there's a happy medium there. Right. And there's still issues you can do, but it's like when you get out physical, there's no coaching like blame there. That's got to be at the first and foremost a player thing. I don't need Joe Rudolph to tell me, if I'm someone who has pride, that, hey, I shouldn't have got my butt kicked in that game. I don't need him to tell me that. Now he can tell me, hey, why? Hey man, look, you didn't take a proper lead step and all that kind of stuff. That's fine, and that's what a coach should do. But where's my pride to say I shouldn't have to have Marcus Freeman ride me or a team leader ride me because I didn't come out and play hard enough or physical enough, or whether it's a running back, an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a linebacker, or whoever it may be. And so, yeah, I keep going back to that because that's the biggest thing for me offensively. The other thing to me is I want to see an offensive staff that's aggressive from here on out. I don't want any freaking excuses anymore for an offense that's not aggressive. I don't want to hear crap about, we just got to win more of the 50-50 ball. What 50-50 balls? What 50-50 balls did you throw against Clemson?
You're not throwing them.
I didn't see any of those. I mean, what 50-50 balls are we talking about? What 50-50 balls did we see against Pitt? I saw one 50-50 ball against Pitt, and it got caught by Chris Tyree. And it was actually 2-on-1, so it was actually like a 33-67 ball since there were two Pitt guys there. You know what I mean? Like, what was the 50-50 ball we saw them not catch against USC? You can't catch it if you're not throwing it. And that, to me, is a lack of aggressiveness. That's the philosophy thing we talk about. And when every time I listen to Marcus Freeman talk, Sean, and I'm a huge Marcus Freeman guy. I want him to win. I think he has traits that can lead to him being successful. But until he looks in the mirror and says, I've got to treat the offense like I treat the defense. I expect greatness from the defense.
Yeah.
I expect the offense to complement the greatness of the defense. That's his philosophy. Now, he wouldn't say that, but that's essentially what we're getting from him.
You want him to be all in on what he's saying.
Yes.
See, for me, What upset me about what he said the most, and I listened to this. I said, let me listen to this again because I don't want to jump out the window, and misinterpret. But when he started talking about taking shots down the field, it was almost like he viewed missing on a shot down the field as a double negative. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm like, dude, shots are shots. It's one play.
Right.
It's the same as if you ran the ball and got a negative,
Which
2
happened a
yard
lot
loss.
on first down
Yes,
to them. They didn't
yes,
stop running.
it's
Right.
one play.
Right.
If this shot didn't work, then you know what? Come back and take another shot, or let's set ourselves up to get it to 3rd and 4. But like, stop viewing taking a shot and it not working as, oh well, we tried. So
It's almost like he views it as a turnover.
Yes.
He views like throwing the ball down the field and it not being caught as a turnover. Like, here's the deal. If I throw 3 deep balls and I only catch one of them for 40 yards, I promise you that my yards per play on those 3 plays are going to be better than the 3 best plays you had on any run you had the entire game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the frustration with it, is like, but you don't view that. If you bring a blitz home, you don't tell Al Golden when the blitz doesn't hit home, hey man, don't do that again. Don't bring that blitz again. Or if you play man coverage, which is an aggressive coverage, and you get beat on a play for 25 yards, you don't say, hey, man, let's go to zone the rest of the game. No, you don't. You correct the mistake and you move on. And that's the mentality that I'm talking about, Sean. When you look at this offense, it's like if the offense does something that doesn't work, it's like, don't do it anymore. Throw that out. Don't take that risk. The risk is too great. And when I watched Georgia, the thing that changed about Kirby Smart, the reason Kirby Smart went from being a guy that coached a good football team that could never truly win the big games, right? Early in his career, couldn't beat Bama. The only SEC title he won his first 4 years was when they beat Auburn in a rematch of a game they lost 40-17 earlier in the year against Auburn, right? Lost to Bama in the SEC title game the next year. Team that got upset, got smacked by LSU in 2018. Not 2019 LSU, 2018 LSU. Beat him 36-16. Before they got really good. And then, of course, they played him again the next year, got blown out by him again the next year, lost to South Carolina at home, one of those teams, the year they were 4-8. They just couldn't win those big games. The team that went from that to the team that beat Alabama for the title and has just steamrolled everybody since then is he understands, because Kirby was very similar to Marcus Freeman. Don't screw up on all. We're going to run the ball, control the clock, shorten the game. The offense is meant to protect the defense.
That's how they lost the 18 national championship.
Bingo. Bingo. When he realized we've got to be great on both sides of the ball, that's what changed with Kirby Smart. And we'll take some chances. We'll take some shots, right? We're not going to throw the ball down the field 1,000,000 times a game. That's not what anyone here is asking for. No. We're not. But you can't be the team that is just so afraid to make a mistake on offense that you paralyze yourself. And that's basically what we're seeing. And you can blame Jared Parker all you want. And again, this is not a defense of Jared Parker. This is simply to point out that, guys, this is a problem that also existed last year. Yeah. This is a problem that's existed for quite some time. And until you figure that out, the rest of it's really not going to matter a whole lot. It really isn't. And that's where I come down to, Sean, and I just go back to the fact that you can't be one way against certain teams and one way against other teams, because you're just I mean, you can talk about young receivers all you want. Bull. Okay, you got too many weapons to just go in the tank and be like, well, we're too young here. Coach them up. Coach the kids up, right? Use your tight ends more. Use your running backs more. And it's just the overall lack of aggressiveness. And again, people want to blame Jared Parker, and Jared Parker deserves plenty of blame, just as Gino Guidugli does, and Chancey Stuckey does, and Joe Rudolph does, and everybody that's associated with offense does. But the fact of the matter is until the head guy in charge demands this and allows this level of aggressiveness of we're going to be an elite scoring offense and be an elite scoring defense, because what teams like Georgia and Clemson, when they were great, showed is if you have an explosive offense, it makes your defense better, not worse, right? Because, and again, I'm not talking like, running 1,000,000 plays and going super fast and doing what Lincoln Riley does, where your defense is always on the field. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is yes, we're going to take our shots. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be creative, because sometimes creativity is meant to get you a 12-yard gain or a 15-yard gain, not an 81. That's not what we're talking about here, because that will then set up the big play opportunity.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what is missing. And until Coach Freeman realizes that yes, you can be that way, and you need to allow them to be that way, which means you're going to turn the ball over sometimes.
Yeah.
You're going to have an incomplete pass sometimes. It's the lowest success rate play in football, but you do it because the reward is worth it. And that's the frustrating thing is he focuses on efficiency on offense, which is important. But what I have always said, and what I will take to my grave, is that elite offenses are efficient and explosive. They're both. They're not just one. And if Notre Dame should be better. Now, should they be an elite offense this year? No. The injuries, and there's been too many things that have happened that have kept them from being that, But at the end of the day, the mindset's still there. And that until that goes away, it doesn't matter who the OC is or whatever else you need to make. And I'm hoping that Coach Freeman kind of takes the handcuffs off a little bit these last two games and say, hey, let's let it rip, man. Because look, Wake Forest offense sucks. It is awful. You can, hey, let's take some chances this week, right? We're playing a bad defense. I've got a lot of faith in or playing a bad offense. I've got a lot of faith in our defense that if you put them in a bad spot, they're going to be okay, right? So let's take some chances. Let's see if we can get this thing going. Let's see what you got with these kids. See what you got with Jaden Greathouse. See what you got with Rico Flores. See what you got with Tobias Merriweather. Because if I said this the other day, if Tobias doesn't step up these last two games, I'm giving him chances to go make plays. I'm designing plays that are for him. Sam, throw
him the ball. Yes.
There's no read. We get single high, throw freaking 5 the ball. It's as simple as that, right? I want to see what 2 can do on certain routes. And if Tobias doesn't step up and make those plays, now I know. Right? But I'm not going to just throw him once. He doesn't make the catch. It's like, screw it. Take a scholarship away. I'm talking about take shots, go to him multiple. And if he doesn't step up and play, now you know.
Yeah.
Now you know. And so those are things that I want to see. Let me see what Cooper Flanagan's got. Since I don't have Mitchell Evans, let me see what Cooper Flanagan's got. Let me see what Eli Raridon's got. Let me see if Jeremiah Love can do some things out of the backfield or, a little differently. Let me see what some of these guys have. And guess what, Sean? If it doesn't work, then and you go into the portal and you go into the recruiting class saying, hey, we gave you your shot. You didn't step up. You didn't play with fire. You didn't make those catches. You didn't compete for the football. So when Cam Williams gets here, that's my guy.
See,
because I gave you your chance.
You're touching on something, and it goes much deeper, right? Because not only did we watch Kirby have to make the transition, his mentor had to make that transition as he dominated with ground and pound, no mistakes, take care of the football, great aggressive defense. He dominated. And then all of a sudden, the Johnny Manziel game happens. And then all of a sudden, Lane Kiffin gets the Ole Miss, and they come to Ryan Denny and smack Alabama. It's like, okay, now the rest of the country is like, this is the way. And then Clemson
that was Hugh Freeze, by the way.
Yeah, Hugh Freeze. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hugh Freeze with Laquan Treadwell, Chicago.
Sure.
God.
Had two. Didn't he have the who's the other? They had another Illinois kid on that team.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Was it Kandichi?
No, Kandichi was from Mississippi.
Yeah.
Kandichi was
there was another Illinois guy. And they tried to recruit Niles Morgan as well back then.
They did. Anyway, they did.
I didn't mean to disrupt you.
No, Nick Saban had to go through this because college football was changing offensively. Right. And he recognized, I think in the middle of a national championship game, like, I need to go to this young kid that can throw the ball all over the field. I need to go to this Tua kid against Georgia.
But I think he recruited Tua.
Yes, because
he watched Johnny Manziel. Mm-hmm. I think it started. I think the first inkling started in 2010. And I think it was easy to kind of dismiss it because you're like, well, no one's going to recruit the next Cam Newton. There isn't the next Cam Newton. And 2 years later, along comes Johnny Manziel and just gave them fits. And then
he probably thought Cam was one of one. He probably thought
that's what I'm saying. Like there is no other Cam Newton, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the first. That was the first cut.
Mm-hmm.
Then Johnny Manziel gave another cut the next year, and then in 2013 they bounced back and they handled Johnny Manziel the next year, and it's all good. And then 2014 comes along, and Ohio State rips him up with the spread run game. you know, in a mobile quarterback and Ezekiel Elliott spreading the field and running the ball. Hey, you can run the ball out of 11 personnel and 10 personnel. Imagine that, right? That was another cut that nobody talks about, right? And in 2015, they go down to the against Clemson. Like Clemson took us down to the wire. Why? Because they spread the field. They got athletes all over the place, and we'd take 9 minutes to go score, and then they'd score in 3 plays. You know, and it's just like, okay. And then the next year when Deshaun did what he did to him, like, you know, and Saban, because Saban thought the next year that they were just going to answer back the way they had in the past, because they'd always answered, yeah, Ole Miss got him a couple times, but then Bama found a way, and then they started smacking Ole Miss again, right? And Johnny Manziel got him in 2012, but Bama got him in 13, right? And you know, said, hey, you know, you tried that mess last year, but that's not going to work anymore.
Their answer was always, we'll just beat you up more up front.
Right.
If we can just pressure, that's what they did to Manziel in 13. They just pressured him, and Johnny couldn't make the same plays.
Right, because they still scored on Alabama. They actually scored more on Alabama the next year, but it was kind of like some of it was like coming back, and it was more mistakes.
Eddie Jackson had a pick 6, and then I think he had a punt return, and it was like Bama was able to score in more ways, and they played from out in front, as opposed to being behind most of the game.
Right.
You know,
and then 2 years after Hugh Freeze beats Bama at home, they beat him 66-3. You know, then they beat him the next year 62-7. You know, they kind of figured it out, right? But part of the reason they figured it out is because once Deshaun Watson happened the second year, and he said, we had a harder time in year 2 than we did in year 1. This is just the way it's going. Then Nick Saban said, okay, we're going. And I think Jalen Hurts was meant to give them a little bit more. I think Jalen Hurts was an answer to just a mobile quarterback thing, right? And that worked to a degree, but it was like trying to be who you've always been with a more mobile quarterback. And he realized we need a guy that can throw the ball. And at the time, Jalen wasn't it. Jalen eventually became obviously a great passer. He's turned into that. But I think a lot of that had to do with Jalen. Jalen had it in him. He just needed it to be developed. And I don't think Nick Saban was the guy to do that. Lincoln Riley was. And then obviously what's happened in the NFL. But the point being here, Sean, is that Nick Saban finally said, hey, we've got to be able to spread it out and throw the football. Now, what Nick Saban has struggled with in recent years is finding balance between I want to be that team offensively while still being a great defense. They've struggled with that a little bit. This year, they've gotten back to being a lot better on defense, and they're not as good on offense. So to a degree, Nick Saban has kind of struggled with being great at both, but Marcus Freeman should be from a generation that has a better understanding of how to do that. Kirby has found a way to do both. Now, part of it's talent, right? I mean, you got to have talent.
But we have to allow
Marcus
to go through we have to allow Marcus to go through the same transition. Like,
but he has to be willing to see it, though. That's the question.
But I believe Kirby, Nick Saban, and other defensive coaches have the same stubborn season. They have the same stubborn season where they have to realize, you know what? And it might be easier. You know, it probably was real easy for Nick Saban once he saw Tua close out that championship game to say, oh, yeah, go get Devontae Smith, go Jerry Jeudy, Ruggs. Yeah, go get me all of these guys now wide receiver. I don't just give me just one Julio Jones, you know, and I'm good. No. Go get me a whole room of wide receivers now. And I think maybe I'm looking at this from a different standpoint, you know, because I can understand as a coach, you probably feel a little bit more comfortable when you know that you have the playmakers in the building. You know, I'm just thinking, like, would I be more apt to take more shots if I know and trusted in the players that I have in the building? Which takes me to
you know who's perfected that?
Comments. Yeah.
You know who really perfected that, Sean? Dabo. Because Dabo built a defense that was elite, and then he allowed his offense to be more aggressive, knowing that he had that elite defense where, hey, if we make a mistake, now they still didn't turn the ball over a lot because he still valued protecting the football. You can value protecting the football and being aggressive, because being aggressive isn't throwing into triple coverage.
Mm-mm.
Being aggressive is designing plays that are allowing me to get certain ISOs and being willing to take one-on-one shots, which are low percentage completion, but also lower percentage interception plays if you throw the ball right and run the route correctly. And Notre Dame did throw a pick on a play like that against Louisville. But again, that's why are you throwing that to your 6-foot guy? Why aren't you throwing that to your 6'4" guy or one of your tight ends? Or, so, I mean, there's issues with it, but like that's going to happen from time to time. You can't just go in the tank when it happens. And that's the problem that we've seen is when those things happen, it's just, there's just a dramatic overreaction where everybody kept saying all year, man, you can't win. You can't win with this guy throwing all those turnovers. And Dabo was like, watch me, watch me, because I'm going to still win because the reward is worth it. And I have a defense that I know can. Do you know how many times the defense at Clemson bailed Deshaun out that year for dumb turnovers that he made?
Oh, you remember? Let's see, in context, people were saying a lot about that year, about Deshaun, because if I'm not mistaken, there was a game against Pitt that they lost at home.
Late in the year.
Deshaun Watson threw the ball 72 times, Brian.
Right.
In that game, 72. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
You know what that means? Do you know what the yard per carry for Clemson was in the run game up to that point? There's a reason Deshaun had to throw the ball 72 times against Pitt at home.
Right.
So, yes, he threw 3 interceptions and had like 6 touchdowns and threw a key late interception. But, man, when you put the ball in the air 70 times, but that's what you have to do.
Here's the thing, though, Sean. Dabo knew we have to take those chances because Deshaun's great, because the defense can bail him out. And the defense bailed him out a lot. But the reason they were willing to deal with that is because they knew that Deshaun was also going to do things that were spectacular.
Absolutely.
Right. And now, again, it's not apples to apples because Notre Dame doesn't have Deshaun Watson and there's some other factors to it. But the point is, you have these coaches that understood having an elite defense actually gives me more freedom offensively, not the opposite. And that's what I want to see these next 2 games. It's like, look, I have a great defense. They can bail us out if we make a mistake. Heck, I made the decision to go for it on 4th and 12 with 9 minutes left at our own something yard line, and they held them to a field goal. We got a pretty darn good defense. So
you're basically describing Washington this year. Without a great defense. See, they don't have a great defense, but Caleb DeBoer is like, look, if we struggle, our defense is good enough. This is the best defense I've had since my time here. This defense is good enough to this point to where if we really struggle, who was that they struggled against right after the Oregon win at home? Arizona State. All right, we struggled. But guess what? We're going 30-mile-per-hour win last week against Utah. We're winging this thing. We're winging it. That's be aggressive.
Right.
And that is the attitude that I think you have to believe Marcus Freeman. I believe him when he says this is not the offense I envision that we will eventually run. Because I think Marcus Freeman knows.
When did he say that?
This was last year. Okay. Somebody asked him about the offense, and he said, "This is not the offense that I envision that we will eventually be running at Notre Dame." I believe he knows. Look, the moves he's made tells me that he knows and recognizes in the program what needs to be done to take the next step. Now, executing that along with development and leadership and him progressing as a coach and kind of taking the reins off and letting things kind of evolve as they need to evolve, that's a whole nother question.
And that's where I don't know that the offense is a whole lot different than what he wants it to be, is because of the things he does say. The constant focus on ball control and efficiency and then when he does talk about aggressiveness, it's almost like he's got to be prodded into it, and now again, maybe that's because he's protecting his team and he doesn't have a lot of, whatever, but I'm like, yeah, you do though. You do. That's what I'm frustrated. Like, you don't have, but you've got Tobias Merriweather, get him ready. You've got Jeremiah Love, use him differently. You've got Chris Tyree, use him. You've got Jordan Faison who can run, use him. You've got Braylon James, use him. You've got weapons that can run, use them. You're choosing not to use them. You ran, Jeremiah Love runs 2 routes. He runs a slide route and a wheel route. Well, hey guys, they've kind of figured that out now. That we've seen that enough. They kind of know that's coming. We've been watching those same exact routes. How about running an arrow route from time? I think that's the whole thing is like, it's just a mentality, Sean, of what I want to see. And then the final piece offensively is I just want to see some creativity from this football team. And we haven't seen a whole lot. And not when I'm not talking like triple reverses, throwback, I'm not talking about nuance. I'm just talking about little simple things like I'm watching, and it's important against Wake because Wake flies the ball pretty well. Right. Mm-hmm. If you just kind of run a straight play, they kind of flow pretty well to it. They're an aggressive defense, but any kind of trickeration gives them problems. And I'm talking about like, I'm watching the Virginia Tech game and Virginia Tech goes empty with double stack outside and the tight end attached. And the quarterback just takes and pumps a screen, basically barely even pumps the screen, but they show it. Wake flies out and the tight end just runs right down the middle of the field uncovered. That's creativity. That's a simple concept. It's creativity. I watched them run a thing where, they're doing RPOs and banging, because the safeties at Wake are really aggressive come downhill. So running, banging RPO and throwing a post behind it. Like, okay, that's kind of creative. It's not that creative. It's not earth-shattering, but it requires some work and some, I'm watching them do things with like play action and bootlegs where they're getting guys free. I'm watching Florida State do stuff like that where they're running like play action, just running quick bootlegs and out leveraging them. Like, that's not even that creative. We've seen Notre Dame do that in the past. And then they just went away from it, and it's like, we don't see it anymore. And that's the weird thing about it. And there's a question I need to answer on the message board I haven't gotten to yet. But a guy was like, he went back and watched the NC State game. He's like, there was so much interesting stuff they did that game that we just don't see anymore. And that's the thing that concerns me is like, whose decision is that? Whose decision is it to just go so generically like dull? Because like, you say, well, we don't have the players, that's even more reason to not do what you're doing. Because by being this generic, you're basically saying you've got to win one-on-ones. And those are the things you see. What's my
chess piece? What's your chess piece?
My chess piece is Jeremiah Love. That's my chess piece. That's my number one chess piece.
I'm glad you said that because I think what you just pointed out is you mentioned Georgia. And I told you in a private conversation, I said, moving into the playoffs in the SEC championship game, the best thing that happened to Georgia was the injury to Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
I said it was the best thing offensively, right? Because that was the thing that they held on to every game. They got in a tight game against Auburn that shouldn't have been tight. Man, just throw it to 19. 19, just go out there and dominate the fourth quarter. Yep. And he did it. Everybody doesn't have a 19. But he did it. He goes down. All of a sudden, the chess piece has. See, this is the thing. They didn't panic. They said, we need a chess piece. Going into every game, we got to have a chess piece that we mess with the defense. We motioned him, and it became Lad McConkey. He was the chess piece. The way they motioned him, where they put him. Now the defense is like, okay, where is he at? What is he doing? And then they basically 75% of the time run crossing routes. That's all they run. They don't run a lot of different routes. Comebacks, crossing routes, and they allow their quarterback to find the zone based upon how the defense reacts to their chess piece.
But the move guys around.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. And last week, 19 comes back. Okay, now he's the chess piece again. And dude, they used his motion. Give him a jet sweep. Fake the jet sweep. Pull the backside. Counter. Get the run game going. Jet sweep him. And let him be the lead blocker on a quick screen out to the left. It was crazy the way they just used him as the chess piece to be creative pretty much out of the same stuff. It was like the same formations, the same stuff, but we're going to give
Sean,
you different looks.
I got to interrupt you, man, because you're talking about Lad McConkey. Notre Dame doesn't recruit receivers like that. They don't get the 5, oh, wait a minute. He was the number 187 player in the receiver in the country. Whoops, my bad. But Notre Dame doesn't have enough talent at receiver and running back to do those type of things, is what I keep being told. Right?
And Lad McConkey is a chess piece.
Right.
If Brock Bowers is not on the field. So that goes
he knows how to play.
Yes.
That's the thing. They know how to play. And that's what I get so sick and tired of. Oh, you can't do this because Georgia has nothing but 5 stars. Okay, Lad McConkey was a 3-star. No one even had him as a top 100 receiver. Dominic Lovett, who's another guy they have, was the highest ranking he had. It was number 2. His highest ranking was number 241 coming out of high school, right? I mean, the other kid, Ra Thomas, who's the other receiver they have a lot, another guy that wasn't even ranked as a top 100 receiver coming out of high school. Now Brock Bowers has turned into
Rosemy St. Jack is the most important receiver.
Right.
He said, you know why? Because he'll do everything. He'll do the dirty work. He'll run the inside route. Whatever needs to be done. It's like you can talk about Brock Bowers, Lad McConkey. He is our most
Brock Bowers is the number 105 player in the country on the composite rankings coming out of high school. Right? Like that's my whole point but they know how to play. That's the thing. They're not elite players. Carson Beck's not an elite talent. He's not. They know how to play and they use them well. They do. Hey, we don't have elite one-on-one receivers. So we've got to do some things with crosses and meshes and high lows and motions and shifts and things like that to get them open. That's why they're doing it. And then when they do have elite 5-star players, those guys dominate, right? And I mean 5-star players meaning because Brock Bowers is a 5-star player. He may not have been ranked as one, but he is one. That's the whole point, right? But none of those other guys, Lad McConkey's not going to be a first-round NFL draft pick. Like, no way.
No.
And so the whole point is, John,
because he knows
they use those guys around. They understand, hey, who is the defense focusing on? How can we then use that to our advantage? And I don't see that from Notre Dame. I don't see that type of we didn't see it last year either.
No,
we didn't. The last guy that we've seen really do that is probably Chip Long. It's the last guy we've seen be that kind of guy where he would, hey, they're gonna be playing this guy, so let me use that to get Braden Lindsey open. Like he would do things like they're gonna double team Chase Claypool, so let me have Chase run on a backside post route, knowing he's gonna take 2 guys with him, and let me bring Braden Lindsey on the delay over route and just fill that void of the double team. Remember he did that against Boston College in 2019, and it's like it's wide open. Now, was that because Braden Lindsey was an elite talent? No, it's because it was a great creative scheme because he knew that, hey, outside of Chase, I don't have a lot of elite players, and so I've got to do things to use Chase sometimes to and then sometimes he'd put Chase in the slot randomly just because he knew that the way that they were going to cover, he could get Chase in a one-on-one, and he killed Navy with that. And that was a pretty decent Navy defense, but he started putting Chase in the slot that game. Creativity. Moving guys around. And we just don't see that. So I want to see a little bit of creativity because that actually hurts Wake Forest. It's not just doing it just for the sake of doing it. Some weeks you don't need to be super creative, but this is one of those weeks where that type of action, the double action, and then NC State comes out and gets like how long was that reversed? Did you remember how long that was? Let me find that. But they ran a reverse to the Concepcion kid and he goes out and runs for, let me see here.
That's something you mentioned him.
That's
something they figured out, regardless of who the quarterback is. This freshman is our chess piece.
Right.
On offense. He's the way we're going to get big plays and influence the defense. And it's funny. This is the irony of it, Brian. This is the irony. I asked you who the chess piece was.
He went for 65 yards, by the way.
You answered quickly. Oh, it's Jeremiah Love. You know who else knows Jeremiah Love is a chess piece?
The other team.
Time he comes, every time he comes in the backfield, watch how everybody on the defense is like.
Right. And that's the point. That's the point I use. Like Tommy Reese did this in the bowl game last year. Tommy Reese learned early on, whenever Chris Tyree goes in motion, this team overreacts to it. So there's stuff I can do off of it that has nothing to do with actually getting Chris Tyree the football. It's let me send him on a jet motion and run counter backside away from it. Because they're going to be slow reacting to the counter. I'm going to gain leverage, and Buckner's going to get the easiest 20-some yard gain he's ever had in his life. Those are things you do. These teams are going to you got Braden Lindsey some jets, and you got Chris Tyree some things, and so when he goes in motion, bam, hey, fake it, take a shot down the field. If you put Jeremiah Love and but you got to. The thing right now is those things won't work because you don't ever give those guys the football in those situations. Like I'm coming out early. Like it was a 65-yard run to the Kevin Concepcion, true freshman. You're telling me that Kevin Concepcion, a true freshman, is a better, more dynamic football player than Chris Tyree, Jaden Greathouse, Rico Flores, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Jaden Faison, Tobias Merriweather. Those are all the healthy guys that Notre Dame has right now. You're telling me that kid is a more dynamic player than all the kids that Notre Dame has? Bull crap. He's not. But you know what they've done? Is they said, look, I'm going to teach him how to play, and we're going to do a lot of different things to get this kid to football. So he's their leading receiver. He's got 50 catches for 573 yards. So you know what they did against Wake Forest? They gave him 5 freaking handoffs for 86 yards. He had 3 catches for 19 yards. That you'd think it'd be the other way around, right? No, Brian, you're reading that wrong. He had 5 catches for 86 yards and 3 rushes for 19 yards. Nope. 5 rushes for 86 yards, 3 catches for 19. NC State did that. So you're telling me that kid, this is why I get so sick of the excuses. Oh, they're good enough players. They're too banged up. Bull crap. That's excuses. I'm sick of excuses. You've got enough talented players. Kevin Concepcion can do that, but Braylon James can't do anything. Nothing. No snaps. Really? He can't run 3 routes? Well, he's not ready yet. Then you need a new way of coaching them at wide receiver.
Yes.
That's what that's like, okay, hey, Jeremiah Love can't do some of that stuff. You tell me a combination of 3 of them can't give me some of the stuff that Kevin Concepcion can do? Really? That's what I have to believe? I don't believe that. And that's the frustrating thing. But again, I think it goes back to an overall philosophy of we're going to do what we do, and we're just going to line up and not attack and not be aggressive because we don't want to make them. Because, hey, if you run a reverse like that, something bad can happen. Remember that one time we handed the ball off 19 years ago and it got fumbled on a reverse? Can't make sure that can't happen again. Right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Okay, then don't run a reverse. Run a shovel where if he drops it, it's an incomplete pass. Stuff's not going to work sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work sometimes.
Especially
you got to be willing to say we're still going to go because when it does work, it's going to go. And you got to have that mindset. And to me, we can all talk about Jared Parker and all this other kind of stuff, but like I've seen some of this stuff in practice. I've seen it in practice. I've seen them be aggressive in practice. We saw them against I know Jared Parker can be creative because I've seen him do it. I've seen him be creative. Saw him be creative early in the year. I've seen him be creative against teams that aren't good. I know he can do it. Why are they not that way when they play better teams? Why? Whose decision is that? And if that is a decision by the offensive coordinator, that's where the head coach comes in and says, dude, stop being that way. I want you to be the same guy against them that you are against them. And if it's the head coach, then he needs to recognize I got to stop handcuffing them in these bigger games. So either way, the head coach needs to be able to say, hey, guys, the guy that gave me this great RPO package in the first half against Pitt, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Because that would have been great against Clemson's aggressive defense. Because Clemson did some things in that game that Notre Dame wasn't expecting. But my whole thing is, but then that's where you quickly recognize it and you say, hey, guys, you're getting your break. Hey, guys, remember those RPOs we ran against Pitt last week? Okay, well, they're giving us a lot of cover one. Let's go back to that. Right? Yeah. You go over it. They know how to do it. They just freaking ran it last week. And those type of things. I'm like, then adjust on the fly.
And
we just didn't really see that.
Brian, give credit. Because you talk about play calling, and you pointed this out because we were talking, you were at the game. You and I are talking like after plays, right? Because I'm looking on the TV, I might not see something that you see from up top. Dude, Notre Dame comes out, they understand Clemson's light on the edge. They understand their strength in the run defense is up the middle with Jeremiah Trotter and the defensive tackles. So what do they do in the run game? They attack the edges. They come out, they attack the edges early. Estimate's killing them. They go right down the field. And I text you after, I'm like, oh, man, we're killing them with the tight formations, running right at them, like take their heart. Man, why do you call that play right there? Why do you try to throw a screen play to Chris Tyree? And you said, Sean, Clemson was totally confused.
Yeah.
He was like, if you were here, it was wide open. Look, Jared Parker didn't know his quarterback was going to have bad footwork and throw a terrible ball behind Chris Tyree. He didn't know that one of the blockers was going to whiff on the block when they had 3-on-2 on the outside. And your text to me was, dude, if they execute that, it's a touchdown. Like, it was a great play call because it confused the heck out of Clemson, and it was aggressive. Yeah, you can stay with what you're doing, but he got aggressive and took a shot, and they didn't execute it. So now,
and then they went away from it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there was another time they call a tunnel screen backed up deep in their own territory, and if Sam Hartman doesn't throw a 95-mile-an-hour missile a foot above Chris Tyree's head,
or Tyree,
no, Tyree, that might go. That might go. And so you see, but the problem is there's those instances against Clemson were like few and far between.
Right.
You know, but like Clemson game to me was more about the quarterback just has to throw the freaking ball. I mean, you can complain about play calling all you want. And there was some quarterbacks got to throw the ball. You design a play on 1st and 10 where, you know, you've got Rico Flores wide freaking open and he never goes to him, you know, on a 3-and-out series. You've got another series where you've got Tobias Merriweather in a one-on-one outside. He smokes Nate Wiggins off the line and is as open as you're ever going to be against Nate Wiggins if he doesn't fall down. He doesn't throw it. Again, that's the whole thing is, but when your mindset is don't mess up, 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 you can paralyze a quarterback. And that's the whole point. And so you need to have some of that creativity. You need to be aggressive and you need to be physical. That's what I want to see. And defensively, Sean, it's short and sweet. Do you? Right?
Man.
Do you?
Go out with a bang, right? Go out with a bang, right?
Yeah. Be aggressive, attack, do you, and execute well. Yeah. I mean, because the defense had a down game against Clemson, and I use those air quotes because you know people look at they had starting tailback rush for 186 yards. Yeah, okay, he needed 36 carries to do it, and they finished it for 285 yards. Notre Dame held Clemson's offense to their lowest yardage output of the season by about 50 yards. Notre Dame held Clemson to their lowest yards per play average of the season. Now we thought, Clemson's offense isn't very good. It's still not very good.
Yeah.
You know, Notre Dame had some bad plays. Yeah, they gave up the 41-yard gain. That was a bad play, right? But Clemson still had 285 yards of offense and only went for 4.13 yards per play. That's what they did. And Notre Dame still lost. The last time Clemson went for that low of a yardage total was in 2021 in a season opening game against Georgia, the eventual national champions who had one of the best defenses I've ever seen that year.
Yeah.
Right. That's the last time Clemson was held to that low of a yards per play average. So don't tell me the defense is why they lost. Did the defense make mistakes? Yes. The whole point is when the defense doesn't play perfect football or elite football, they have a hard time beating anybody good. Yeah. And that's got to get fixed. So defense, keep doing what you're doing. Right. Don't take steps back. Be aggressive. Keep doing what you're doing. Attack. You know, go after this O-line. This is a terrible offensive line. We'll get into in a second. Go after them and heat them up and do what you do. This is all going to be about for defense, Sean. To me, it's just going to be all I really care about. It's a body language game for me. I want to see who wants to go out there and dominate. That's what I care about. I don't. You know, Al Golden's doing a good job. Are there things that I wish he'd do differently? That's always true. I mean, if I don't have anything, then I'm not doing my job. I really don't. But Al Golden's coached 10 games this year where he gave his team a chance to win with the job they did. Sorry, they just did. You held Louisville to 7 points at the first half and the first drive, the second half. You force a fumble deep in their own territory. What else can you do? Eventually, the dam broke. You know, that wasn't on them. So just keep doing what you're doing. And so now a lot of frustrations are being voiced today, Sean, too. But I'm also excited because I do think if this team can end well, because look, they're rolling in recruiting. They still are. I mean, they're rolling in recruiting right now.
Yeah.
You know, this 24 class is going to be special. And, you know, we'll see how the 25 class comes together. It's still early, but they're on the verge of closing on some really good football players in the 25 class as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, that part's good. They're going to be even more talented next year. They're just going to be a lot younger next year. But I want to see this team go into the offseason with a lot of momentum. And momentum isn't always winning. Because remember, into the 2015 season, part of the lack of momentum wasn't just that they lost the last 2 games, but they hadn't played well in a month. They didn't play well against Wake. They didn't play well against Stanford. Like, BC, so they weren't playing well either. It wasn't just that they were winning. They weren't playing well. If this team can finish playing well, playing aggressively, it's about an attitude adjustment, and it can start now. And I want to see, I would love to see Jared Parker just kind of come out on Saturday and be like, okay, you guys want me to, you want my job, you want all this, you want all that. Okay, F y'all. You know what I mean? And just come out and just let it all hang out, man. What have you got to lose? I mean,
That's, yeah,
what have
that's
you
the
got to
one thing
lose?
I respect the most about Al Golden, or I've come to respect Al Golden about. Al Golden this is the way we're going to do it. And as much as we complained and said, well, man, you over blitz, you do this, you do that, we're going to be an aggressive defense. We're going to play to our strength. We're going to play to our defensive backs, and we're going to come after you. And it's like, you know what? You might get hit and out schemed, right? They hit them, because they didn't set the edges early. They hit them with the Maffa touchdown, the 44-yarder, some other things. But eventually, we're going to get you. And that's aggression. So that kind of goes to offense and what we want to see. The offensive ball too. Yeah, we might get one turnover, negative play, incompletion, but eventually, we're going to get you. We're going to hit you once or twice, and we're going to put 14 points on the board, and you win the game by putting points on the board. That's how you win the game. So I just really believe, Brian, I just think once he gets his guys in the building, he's going to be more comfortable. I just think I'm reading the situation, and I'm like, I just don't, at some point, he became uncomfortable with Sam Hartman. If he's sitting there and he's watching the film as a defensive guy, and he's seeing these open guys week after week, and he's seeing certain decisions being made, and he's like, at what point does he become uncomfortable? So we talk about, man, he has the reins, he's holding the reins a little bit too tight. Like, maybe he came into the season confident that, we got a dude at quarterback. And then, the first 3-4 games against lesser competition, like, okay, yeah, I like what I'm seeing.
Then he gave up on it super quick, though.
That's a possibility.
That'd be my problem. That he gave up on it after the Ohio State game?
Isn't that why the whole spook thing was weird? Like, dude, this is a 5th-year quarterback. He spooked by a pick 6.
Right.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, dude.
No, that there's something else going on beyond that. And that's why I come down to it and say, like, look, clearly there's something that has happened in how this team is playing, whether it's not having faith in the receivers, whether it's, the reads are not being coached to him in a way where he's comfortable. Maybe they're not being repped enough to where he's comfortable. Maybe they're repping a million plays and he's not getting enough work on them to where he's comfortable on, okay, what do I do if they show this look? What if I do if they show that look? And that's the thing is, like, give me a little less, but be really good at what you do with that little bit of less. So that way the quarterback knows, if they give me this coverage, I'm throwing here. If they give me that coverage, I'm going there. If they give me this coverage, I got to check to this. Right. And maybe it's that. I don't know what the answers are. Right. I'm not paid millions of dollars to do so.
I want you to remember the breadcrumbs. There was a lot of people were like, oh man, I don't know if he should have done that. He was asked a question the Monday after the Ohio State game. And he said, concerning both of the 4th downs, specifically the one where Sam scrambled to the right and really didn't put forth effort, Marcus is like, man, he knows he's got to be better in that. He knows he has to go get that. It seems like it's been little things building.
Yeah, but to me, then that's still on you, though, as a head coach, because your job is to say, hey, look.
I'm just explaining how it got to the point that we are now.
Right.
Like,
I'm not taking it as a defense of but it's more of like, but then that's when you got to step up and say, hey man, this is why I brought you in. Like, if I was in the shoes, I'd sat him down and say, look, man, let's just sit down and just sit here for 10 minutes. Right. And we don't need to talk. We're just going to sit here for 10 minutes. Then you dim the lights, pull up the video screen, hit play, and show me all 95 deep balls he threw last year, Wake Forest. I need that guy. I brought you here to be that guy. Here's the thing. I don't think they want him to be that guy. Right. Like, and that's my problem. And say, well, I think he's lost faith in certain guys. Again, that's where the coach has got to step up and say, hey, man, that's not your job. Your job is not to decide not to throw to that guy because you don't trust him. Your job is to throw the ball to that guy. And if he doesn't catch it, that's on him. That's not your job. You're not catching the ball. And so there's all types of things where I think there's merit to what you're saying, but that's part of a coach's job is to say, hey, we've got this kid. And if you don't think he can get out of it, then you put somebody else in there. Right. And that's my thing. Right. Like Jack Kaiser went through a period in 2019, 2021 where he was struggling a little bit mentally. And Tommy Rees got him out of that. And he went and rolled the second half of the year. Right. Your job is, hey, man, look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about how bad you played against Virginia Tech. Don't worry about all this. Don't worry about that. Just need you to go relax and go play ball, man. And Jack cruised down the second half of the year because Jack Cohn went through a little bit of a similar struggle to what Sam Hartman went through about the same time, about week 5, week 6. Cincinnati didn't play well against Wisconsin, gets banged up, doesn't play well against Cincinnati, gets benched against Virginia Tech, right? Similar deal. But then when he came out of that, they said, hey, man, you're still our guy. We believe in you. We need you to get back to being that guy that ripped up Florida State.
Right.
We need you to not worry about making mistakes. We need you to go play ball.
Yeah.
And rip some people up. And so that's part of what coaching is, right? Is to say, hey, look, he isn't doing what we need him to do. So let's figure out what the reason is and get there. So we'll see. But that's going to do it for this portion of the show, Sean. We're going to preview Wake Forest a little bit next. But before we do, folks, do us a favor. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. If you're listening via podcast platform, you can give us a 5-star review. If you are not listening to the Lucky Lefty podcast, which is hosted by Sean Davis, you can get all of those podcasts at CFB Nation. So definitely subscribe to the CFB Nation channel. Sean, I know you uploaded one already this morning. I know you and Malik are going to go again live, I believe, tonight. And you'll have that show up again tomorrow. You can also get our CFB All-America show, guys. They talked about Jimbo Fisher's firing on their show yesterday, also broke down the games from this past weekend, and then they'll have their previews coming up here over the next couple of days as well. So definitely going to want to check that out. So, Sean, I want to talk a little bit about Wake Forest. And this has been a rough year for Dave Clawson, and it's a down year for him. They lost a lot of players in the portal. They lost a D lineman who went to, I think, Oklahoma. They lost Sam Hartman. A.T. Perry went to the NFL. Donovan Green got hurt. And they're having a rough year. They are. But it doesn't really discount from what has been, in my opinion, just a tremendous coaching job. I think Dave Clawson is one of the 20 best coaches in college football. Now, I'll say this. I think he's at the level he needs to be at. I think he is a Wake Forest level guy, and I mean that as a good thing. I think he does really well in these type of environments. He took over a program, Sean, that, let's be honest, was struggling for a while. He's led them to 7 straight bowl games. Now, they're probably going to miss a bowl game this year, but he's led them to 7 straight bowl games, and they've won 5 of them. They're 5-2 in those bowl games, and they're a little down this year, but he's been a very innovative coach. His teams are usually well coached. He's made some great hires over the years, with assistant coaches, some guys that are still there, other guys like Mike Elko, Clark Lee, guys that have moved on to other jobs. And he's just done a great job there. They're having a down year, though. I mean, they just are. And this is going to happen from time to time when you're in a place like Wake Forest. When you lose as much talent as they did in one offseason, you're going to take a step back. But 2 years ago, he has them in the ACC title game. So even though this team isn't very good, Dave Clawson's a guy that I have a great deal of respect for as a football coach. And his team is going to come in Saturday with nothing to lose, and they're just going to play hard. Because even I'm watching the Florida State game earlier, and they're just outclassed. But you know what? They play hard. I'm watching them get outclassed by Virginia Tech just athletically, because this isn't a very athletic team. But they play hard.
Yeah.
And that's just because that's who Dave Clawson, that's what he's going to demand. Hey, guys, we're going to give them everything we got. And if it's not good enough, okay. We're going to give you everything that we've got. And I have a great deal of respect for Dave Clawson and the job that staff has done. I really do.
I agree. And I expect this game should go very similar to the Pitt game. And before the Pitt game, I said, look, Pitt's going to come in and play hard, right? But they really have nothing that can give great resistance to Notre Dame. And this is the same thing with Wake Forest. They're going to play hard. They got a big win against Pitt right before Pitt had to face Notre Dame, and Pitt was coming off the Louisville
It's
win
a
and really
wild
high,
finish.
wild finish.
Such a wild finish.
Their tight end. I like their young tight end, Griffiths. His season has been up and down. The ACC has a lot of young quarterbacks
Yeah.
that are inconsistent, but if you give them time in a couple of years, Griffiths, Calandria, Drones from Virginia Tech, some good young quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And he's one of those
Really
kids
is.
that, for a drive or two that can get hot, make some plays with his legs, make some off schedule plays with his arm. And then, next thing you know, they're in the red zone and trying to put points on the board. So these are the type of
Mhm.
things to look for early from a Dave Clawson team. Also,
Yep.
defensively, you talk about how aggressive they are. Yeah, this is what to expect.
They have to
And you
be.
might, yeah,
They have to
they have
be.
no choice.
Right.
And they might deliver you a punch early, but Notre Dame has to take the punch like Drago and just say, oh, okay, here I come. Like, I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, and I'm just about to pound you into submission. And that's it. Show that attitude that you were talking about in the first half of the show, the first part of the show. That's what we're looking for.
Right.
That attitude, that pride,
Right.
understanding who you are at the core as a program and a team, and representing not only yourself, the seniors playing their last game. We were talking to Shane Walton, and Shane Walton is like, yo, I left everything on
Mhm.
that field. And when you hear somebody that hasn't played football in a while still relate to the fact that when he watches Notre Dame football, what he expects from the current players based upon what he left on that same field, it lets you know what goes into that brotherhood and what should exist in that program. No matter how many years you get away from when he played, there's a standard.
Yeah.
And if we're ever going to see a standard, you should always see the standard. Well, you should see it every week, right? But
Yeah.
then we're talking about teenagers. Like, week to
Right.
week, you might get a great game, a lesser game, but on senior day,
Yeah.
that's when you should see the standard for really big programs and elite programs, or if you want to call Notre Dame a tier 2 program, that's fine. What I'm not about to debate that,
But they're
but
a
we
team
should
that's
see the
that's pushing to be that, right?
absolutely,
That's the
absolutely,
thing. Yeah.
and the standard needs to show up Saturday. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter that Wake Forest is the opponent. Look, Dave Clawson, like you said, struggles, transfers. He lost a lot. That was
Yeah.
at the core. God, his multiple wide receivers in the NFL. AT Perry just caught a touchdown this weekend in the NFL. So he lost his playmakers, but at the core, who they are, you still see it every week. Even though you
Yeah.
might not have the same level of talent that elevates it to wins and losses, or a difference in wins and losses, you still see who they are at the
Yeah.
core. And even though you see that, they give no resistance to Notre Dame this week.
They
They just
shouldn't.
don't. They
They
shouldn't.
shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
Shouldn't. That's
Yeah.
yes, that's the difference. Now, when you look at Wake Forest, Sean, started off well. Let's actually get to the screen here real quick. That's why is that not showing up? Give me 1 second here. All right. So this screen isn't showing up here. Give me a sec. And something is going on here. Give me 1 second. So I have these screenshots here, but it's not good old StreamYard. It's always something with StreamYard, I swear. Let me see if it's gonna be present now. Share screen. And it doesn't want to show. Apparently, this isn't screen. Okay. Apparently, that's screen 2. Give me a second, Sean. I'll be here in a second. This is frustrating. We need to find something other than StreamYard. I'm sorry. It's always something. Like something that I've been doing for months now all of a sudden isn't working. So All right, we're just going to talk here for a second here, Sean, because I really, really, really hate this right now. So,
Well, you get that together. I just think it's important, like you
yeah,
said, going on from Dave Clawson, Wake Forest. They've actually improved running the ball this year. Last year, they were right around 2.2. The slight improvement this year. It's not something to write home about that you really have to worry about. But, it's something that they've had to lean on with, Sam Hartman transferring out of the program. So the
yeah, and
adjustment they tried to make,
they suffered 3 tough blows in the past game too, Sean, in this
yeah,
offseason.
yeah,
It's been yeah, it's been tough sledding for them because not only did they lose Sam Hartman,
yeah,
but they also lost A.T. Perry, and then they had another tough blow earlier this year when they lost Donovan Green,
yeah,
who
yeah.
got hurt, and that was also a really tough blow because he
And
was
that's
a
and
he
that's
was a
tough
really good
when
player for them. Yeah,
your program, because I hope this is not taken disrespectfully. When your program is a system program
yeah,
and you recruit to that system, like offensive line, everything, we know they don't have the most talented offensive line year in, year out, but they get guys that can fit their system, the slow mesh, which kind of takes a lot of pressure off of offensive linemen in certain ways because it kind of causes the defense to kind of pause in their pass rush a little bit or be more cautious in their pass rush. And so it kind of helps the offensive line out. And like you said, when you don't have those weapons for defense to have to worry about, defenses now are not being a little bit more aggressive. And now you're seeing that their offensive line, like you said, has struggled this year. And it's an offensive line that Notre Dame should, have no problem dominating. I don't
right.
care if it's the first string or second string defense in there. Like Notre Dame's defense should be able to dominate on Saturday. So, I'm very interested in when you watch games like this, you want to see if Notre Dame can break a team. Did you see how much fight Pitt came out with against Notre Dame, especially
Mhm.
defensive? Early on, they were shutting Audric Estimate down, getting tackles for losses. They were very aggressive. They were aggressive in their secondary, and they got good players like Devonshire Jr. They some good safeties, that made plays early on Sam Hartman, you know. And then all of a sudden, Notre Dame just kind of like steadied the ship. Here's the game plan, and there's nothing you can really do about it. And the next
Yeah,
thing you look up in the third quarter, and Pitt kind of gave up. The young quarterback kept fighting, so that's it. He kept fighting and trying to make plays, but defensively, you just kind of just wore them out and made them tap out, and that's the challenge for Notre Dame. You know, Wake Forest is going to come in and play hard, but what you have, first string, second string, depth chart, no matter what side of the ball, Notre Dame should be able to make Wake Forest, eventually, third quarter, say, okay, guys, just go out there and do the best you can do and just compete. Because
yeah,
honestly, there's really nothing we can do.
yeah. So let's we do have this up. I had to like finagle it because it's just so over StreamYard right now. But this is Wake's season, Sean. Started off relatively well, had a big win over
Mhm.
Elon, spanked Vanderbilt in Clark Lee's having a rough year in a lot of different ways.
Yeah,
But then they came out at a come from behind win over an old, or not come from behind, but a tight win over Old Dominion, who's 4-6 this year, and then kind of the wheels fell off a little bit.
yeah,
They did battle against Clemson, got blown out by Georgia Tech, got blown out by Virginia Tech, got blown out by Florida State, got blown out by NC State, had a close loss to a Duke team that was shorthanded, and then of course had a come from behind win over Pitt in the first start for Christian Veillere, the quarterback of Pitt. And that was a very wild game. It's like neither team really wanted to win it, but they both wanted to win it. You know what I mean? Like they kept making mistakes, but they were battling their butts off and playing hard. And that goes back to what you said, Sean, is I've watched a lot of Wake Forest this year. I've never been like, man, they're just not competing like they used to. They're competing. They just don't have the horses they used to. And they're young.
mhm,
And that's such a unique system that just, in certain spots they're young, and their offensive lines has really been struggling lately.
Mhm.
And that's something that's hurt them as well too, Sean. But you can see lost 6 of their last 7 so far this season, which is obviously that things are trending in the wrong direction. And really only 2 of those games have been competitive. However, the 2 games that were competitive were against 2. They were against Duke, who gave Notre Dame everything that they could handle, and
Mhm.
Clemson, who just beat Notre Dame. So they're definitely capable, if you don't play good football,
Yeah.
of giving you problems. And so that's the thing that we're going to find out, is if Notre Dame can be that kind of team. Let's look a little bit into the numbers, Sean, and you see this is the issue. This over here on the defensive side, that's kind of normal. They're
Yeah.
actually improved on defense in a lot of ways, Sean. They really have. They're better this year when it comes to points per game. 24.4. The 3 previous years, they were 28-3, 28-9, 32-8, 29-1 in 2019, 33-18, 28-3. The last time they were this good on defense, at least from keeping points down, was all the way back in 2016. Was when they were at 22.2. So their defense is salty. They just, like you said, they lack horses. But they do some nice things. As you can see, they rank 34th in the country in tackles for loss, so they are disruptive. They will blitz safeties, they'll blitz linebackers, they'll mix and match 3 and 4 man fronts. There'll be an odd front, one snap, dropping number 5, kind of over the flat. Next play, he'll be lined up on the edge, coming off the edge. He's kind of they're Viper type of player. So they'll try
Mhm.
they're going to try to create confusion, which is they're hoping is going to create mistakes. And they're going to try to create negatives because they know we can't line up and go toe-to-toe with you. They're very small
No.
inside. They got like 280 pounders up the middle. They're not very big at linebacker. They're just not great. They've got a solid DN. The Davis kid's a quality player on defensive end. Very good production this year. If you look at his number, Sean, he's like 15 tackles for loss now, excuse me. And he's got 7.5 sacks. He's a very disruptive player. So they do create disruptives. That's something Notre Dame's going to have to account for. But as you can see, they can be moved on. I mean, you can throw the ball on them. You can run the ball on them. The NC State went for 266 rushing last week. Clemson went for 207. Duke went for 181. But they do a decent job of keeping the yards per carry down, I think. The 4.2 isn't great, but for Clemson, that's pretty good. They've had a couple games that have padded the numbers a bit, but they're a decent run defense. Pass defense, they've got one good corner. But other than that, their pass defense is not very good. The last 2 weeks, they've actually – and here's the thing about these numbers, Sean, pass defense numbers. They rank 62nd overall, 74th in yards per attempt. But if you look at it, the last 2 weeks, the numbers have been way down. NC State only passed for 113 yards, and Duke only passed for 86 because Duke was playing without Riley Leonard. So that's a little bit – yeah.
Brendan Armstrong was the quarterback.
Right. And
that might explain it.
He's done. I mean, he's done. Mentally done. The 3 games before that, they gave up 382 to Florida State, 302 to Pitt, 321 to Virginia Tech. Clemson only passed for 131 on them. 3 previous games, 222 to Georgia Tech, 233 to Old Dominion, 314 to Vanderbilt. So they have given up a lot of yards through the air this year. They're partly because of their aggressiveness. Florida State did a simple thing. I mean, they just ran like a little pump and go wide fade up the side. I mean, there's just stuff you can do like that if you're willing to have a little creativity, you can create some big plays in the pass game against them, outside, over the middle, and over the top.
That Florida State game, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman did not play against Wake Forest.
I think you're correct. Because I remember what I think Keon Coleman played. But Johnny Wilson didn't. Let me look.
Johnny Wilson was definitely out.
Yeah, I think it was like a game time decision, but he might not have played because I thought I saw him catch it. Yeah, he had 7 catches for 66 yards and 2 touchdowns, but I do not remember seeing him in the second half of that game because it was like 34-10 at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Keon played in that game, but Johnny Wilson did not play in that game against them. But still went for 382. But to the point, Keon Coleman had 3 catches for 66 yards, and they still beat him and still passed for 382 yards. So your point still stands, Sean. Johnny Wilson didn't play, and Keon didn't exactly put up like monster numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and so and yet they still threw for 382 yards on Wake Forest. So it just kind of falls into the status of look like they're not great with their pass defense. They're not. I mean, Trey Benson, the running back here's where it's at. Their starting tailback had 4 catches for 100 yards. Their tight end had 4 catches for 51 yards. And so they didn't have their guys. Lawrence Toafili had a catch. Rodney Hill had a catch. Their backup tight end had one of his best games of the season, 2 catches for 45 yards. So guess what? They didn't have their starters. So what do? They went to other people. They
Mm-hmm.
did different things and found success throwing the football that game. So, those things are there. You just have to be creative enough to go find those opportunities. And I saw Virginia Tech do the same thing, just a little play action pass to get their the running back out on the slide, doing pump fakes to get guys running down the middle of the field. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do if you want to be creative. The shocker for me is I expected their offense to take a step back this year, Sean. I didn't expect it to take this big of a step back. I mean, it has been, and it's been that way really all year. I mean, I think the kid came out early and had a really nice game, first game of the year. But ever since then has just really, really struggled this season, in my opinion. I threw for 329 the opener, 3 touchdowns. Threw for 312 2 games later against Old Dominion. But it's been tough sledding in ACC play. It's been really tough sledding for him in ACC play.
I think they were favored to lose that game to Vanderbilt.
I believe so.
Vanderbilt was favored to win the game, and that was a big win as well. So
there's some decent hype. Yeah. Now Vanderbilt's turned out not to be good, but at the time, it was expected to be a much tougher game, and they handled it they played pretty well in that game. So they're off. It's really been problematic. And the thing is, you talked about earlier about, they're better running the football, and they are overall. I mean, their numbers don't look great. Their numbers are kind of back to being on par with what they've been last year. But if you really dive into the numbers, you see that they're running the ball with their tailbacks better than they did last year. So last year they were at 131.1. This year they're at 131. This year they're averaging 3.3 yards per carry. Last year they were at 3.4 yards per carry. So it would seem that the numbers are different. But if you look at their 2 tailbacks, their top 3 tailbacks are at 4.3, 4.8, and 4.9 yards per carry. Where last year their tailbacks were at 4.2, 4.0, and 4.8. The biggest difference is Sam Hartman had plus 129 rushing last year, and this year their quarterback is at minus 26. So that's well, actually no, that's Michael Kern. Actually no, hold on a second. No, their starting quarterback is at 128. The other 2 quarterbacks are minus, so they're about 100, so kind of close to it. But there's a lot more sacks, a lot of team minuses, things like that have kind of tamped the numbers down a little bit, Sean, compared to where they were in the past. But their starting tailbacks are more productive on a per carry basis than they were last year by about a half a yard, which is a decent production. But I thought they started off well. They were running the ball well early. They ran for almost 300 against Vandy, went for over 200 against Georgia Tech. But the last 6 games, their highest total is 172. They went for 7 against NC State last week. They only went for 35 because teams just aren't afraid of their pass game anymore.
Right.
They're just like, I dare you to try to throw the ball on us because the problem is they can't protect the quarterback.
Can't protect the quarterback. And I look at these numbers: 43 sacks allowed on the season, 3rd down conversion at 33%, 20 turnovers on the season. Heck, that magnifies that their defense really has played well. When you look at that,
right.
That's a defense that's been on the field, been put in difficult situations as far as field position, and time of possession more than likely has been in the favor of the other team. So, I look at their defensive stats, and even though they're middle of the pack, that magnifies that they've really played probably a little bit better than the numbers say based upon the position they've been put in.
Right. To your point, Wake ranks 85th in time of possession. And they're always a team, like if you look at them in the previous season, so Sam Hartman's last year, they were 103rd. So they've always been kind of bad at that. but to your point, it's they're giving teams short fields. I mean, it's just they put them in some really tough binds. You rank almost you're second to last, third to last in sacks allowed and tackles for loss allowed. Like that's where Notre Dame has to feast. Wake Forest only ranks 96th in passing yards per. And this kind of leads to an interesting conversation, Sean. For all the talk about, oh, Sam Hartman isn't that good, he was part of a system. Like, well, then why is the system so terrible now? If Sam Hartman was just it was all the system, then why did they go from what they were with him last year to what you're telling me A.T. Perry's that good of a player? No, it's because the system is one thing, but you had very good players in the system that could execute the system at a very high level. And this year, you don't have that. You don't have that quarterback. You don't have that receiver. And so it is not just, well, Sam Hartman's a system quarterback and can't play outside that system. I don't believe that. And we've seen Sam Hartman this year at times play really well. Like the aggressive guy we saw early in the year, we haven't seen as much lately. And so that's why I say something happened here at Notre Dame with the development, with the coaching, with the relationship with the receivers, the relationship somewhere. There's been some disconnect because Sam Hartman, you saw what not having Sam Hartman has done to Wake Forest. I mean, the numbers don't lie, Sean. They don't. They rank 112th in points per game. And this is a team, you want some context. Last year, Wake Forest averaged 36.1 points per game. This year, they're at 20.5. Last year, Wake Forest averaged 443 yards per game, 5.9 yards per play. This year, Sean, they are at 331.7 yards per game and 4.9 yards. That's a full dip down. Their rushing numbers, and here's the thing, I just gave the numbers. Their rushing numbers have barely changed. 131.1 to 131 and 3.4 to 3.3. What's changed? They went from 311.9 yards per game last year, 8.6 yards per attempt, to 200.7 yards last year to 7.3 yards per attempt. Sam Hartman completed 63% of his passes last year and had he had let me see here, 300. He was at 308.4 by himself. He averaged 8.6 yards per play. The current starter quarterback 7.5. And then Sam Hartman last year threw 38 touchdowns and 12 picks. And this year their quarterbacks have combined for 10 interceptions, but only 11 touchdowns. And so, yeah, not having Sam Hartman has made a huge, huge difference in that Wake Forest offense. And yes, A.T. Perry's part of that, but they're not minus 16 points per game. They're not minus 112 yards. They're not minus 111 fewer passing yards because they don't have A.T. Perry and Donovan Green, because they still have Keyshawn Williams. They still have Jamal Banks. They still have Taylor Moran. They still have the tight end who caught that, had that great touchdown grab
against Pitt. Yeah.
That hasn't changed. They still have plenty of weapons. The one big difference, I don't have Sam Hartman. No. And that's the difference. And so it does matter. But that side of the ball, I thought, again, Sean, I thought they'd be down to like 31, 32 points a game this year, but they're all the way down to 20.5. And I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see that coming. I mean, in their last 7 games, actually, let's go their last 8 games. They've scored 27, 16, 12, 13, 21, 16, 21, and 6 points. Like last year, they scored under 30 points 3 times the whole year. That's it. And this year, they've only been above 29 twice against Elon and Vanderbilt in the first 2 games of the year. That is a gigantic drop-off in offensive production. Like, you just don't see that kind of terrible drop from one year to the other. And like I said, it's not just that. I mean, yes, Sam Hartman, but I think the biggest culprit when you look at it is their offensive line just gets beat up.
Yeah.
It really gets beat up. And that's been a big problem. And they don't have a quarterback that can bail them out like they had in the past.
I really see Notre Dame, and I'm sure you and Ryan are going to do a greater job later in the week, like really breaking it down when you start comparing the offense to defense like you guys do. I see Notre Dame being able to get a couple of big runs against this gambling defense. I really do.
Should be.
Right? Because you look at their tackles for loss, you're 34th in the nation. That shows you, like, they're aggressive, their safeties, their linebackers getting across the line of scrimmage. The defensive line stunt, trying to get in gaps. You know what happens, man. You can make some plays early. Well, if they catch you in one of those plays where, you go to the wrong gap, or they catch you in a certain play and you're going the wrong way and they're pulling somebody the other way, I think Notre Dame is going to catch them in a couple of plays, and Notre Dame gets at least 2 or 3 30-yard plus runs, on this defense. And when that happens, because I look for Wake Forest, I look at these numbers, man. I'm telling you, I'm pretty impressed based upon the position I'm sure they've been put in. The fact that 81st time of possession, I'm like, yo, I'm looking at their red zone, like, you're 15th in the nation, and you've probably been put with the turnovers and everything. The field position you probably have to run on the field with and deal with, and you play great red zone, 44 from third down at 36%. Now, you're not creating a lot of turnovers as a defense.
But they are creating a lot of havoc when you look
They're
at the tackles for loss and sack numbers. Yeah.
But it goes to
let's
Parker should feel like he can be aggressive in the pass game with that as well. Go ahead.
But let's look at the no, you're good, man, because I want to build on what you're talking about. You talk about they're doing this with that offense, right? But look at where they were last year with a much better offense. They were 81st in scoring defense compared to 55th. So they've made that's a 26 point ranking jump. Last year in total defense, they ranked 88th. Now they're 65th. Last year in yards per play, they were 75th. They're 78th now. The number's about the same. It's 5.7. You look at the rushing yards this year compared to last year. Last year they were 135. Now they're at 147. But the passing defense, you look this year, last year they were 268. Now they're down 224.9. So they've obviously improved despite being in tougher circumstances. Now, part of the reason that their pass game is better in numbers this year is because they're getting blown out a lot, and teams aren't throwing as much in the second half, right? That's full disclosure. That's the reality of it. But they're even in some of their blowout losses, they're still giving up over 300 yards per game. I think those numbers are a little bit inflated by their last couple of games. But the point is, they've done a pretty good job of keeping the points down this year and the yards down this year, while dealing with an offense that just can't move the ball. Like you said, they can't convert their downs. They turn the ball over as bad as any team in the country. Their yards per play are bad. And, I mean, there's nothing redeeming about the offense right now. Nothing. And yet the defense is still improved. So, Brad Lambert, I believe, is the name of their defensive coordinator. He's done a nice job. He's done a nice job there. I mean, they battle. And they don't have the players they had a few years ago. Like, they had more NFL players, in my opinion, a few years ago. We had Duke Ejiofor. Remember that team that Mike Elko had? Thomas Brown. Yeah, Jesse Bates at safety. You had that linebacker that had 1 million tackles. Well, what was that kid's name? Been drawing a lot of blanks today, man. Another linebacker they had on some of those teams, Justin Strad. He's been in the NFL for a number of years. But yeah, they had some good players, man. Asang Bassey has been in the NFL. Carlos Basham. They had some Markel Lee. So I'm talking about. Brad Watson was another DB they had. I mean, they used to have some good football players, and they don't have that right now, in my opinion. And I know Ryan talked about, they've got a corner that's an NFL guy and a DN that's an NFL guy, and that's okay. They have a linebacker whose name is Roberts, maybe Ryan's cousin or something. But they blitz him a lot. He attacks a lot. He's got like 10 tackles for loss, a bunch of tackles, but it's not a great athlete. They just trigger him a lot. They bring him a lot. And so, there's a couple kids here and there, Sean, but they just don't have the overall talent they've had. But they play hard. And that's the thing. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to attack. They're going to come at Notre Dame. They're going to say, basically, we know we can't sit back and just play you base defense.
Yep.
We got to come at you. And, they've got one corner that's a pretty good cover guy. Their safeties are more run defenders. They're not great in coverage. Their other corners, not good in coverage. So this is a team that presents you with opportunities to go at them. And Notre Dame's going to have to be able to find ways to do it. That's simple as that. They're going to have to be able to find ways to do it. I don't want to hear anything about, we're young here. I promise you, your young freshmen are still better than what Wake Forest has playing in the secondary. So I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear any stuff about, even their quote unquote good corner has given up 33 catches on the year for 397 yards and 4 touchdowns, right? I mean, that's their best corner.
Yeah.
Their other cornerback has given up 38 catches and 445 yards and 4 touchdowns. They're both giving up over, they're the best corners at 53.2% completion rate. The other guy's at 66.7.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to go after them. You need to be able to go after them. And we're going to find out if Notre Dame's got the ability to do that, or the willingness, I should say, to do that. And that's going to be a big part of this game, because there are certainly guys that can be had, in my opinion.
This is a game where you take at least 10 shots. At least 10 shots. And I'm not talking about like deep passes. When I take shots, I'm talking about play action or
running a clear out,
anything,
bringing an over across the field. I mean, that's only a 15 to 20 yard completion, but you're looking to get a guy free for a big play. That's a shot. It's not all just Sean's not saying drop back at the 20 goes and posts.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a shot. A shot is also, like it's like the play I was talking about against Virginia Tech in 19 with Chip Long, where they ran a backside post route. Braden Lindsey can like a delay, let him clear, and then just sprint 20 yards across the field. He's wide open. That's a shot. It's a shot. It's not a bomb, but it's a designed shot. Yeah. That's what you're referring to. That's what Sean's referring to, just for context of what some people understand. Sorry, I'm Sean-splaining for everyone.
Hey man, look, and the reason I say that, Brian, is because you have a team that you can get to the run game at any point in time in this game.
Should be able to.
Yeah. So it's like, as a play caller or the offense, it's like, man, let's take the shots. Let's take the shots, because we can get to the other stuff. Run game, short passing game, quick screens, the other stuff. Look, we can get to that. We can be patient with that. Let's come out and kind of get them on their heels. Like, yo, man, Notre Dame is really taking a lot of shots early. Like, yo, we need to think about this. Like, because if you hit on 1 or 2, more than likely you're going to be in good field position and then probably put some points on the board. You get them behind. Now you can really come after that offensive line, pressure the quarterback, maybe call some turnovers, get a good special teams play, punt return. This is how, you get a full team effort, man. You just can't always expect, let's just come out, offensive line, pound, ground. It's like, no, sometimes you have to create momentum in different ways. And it's easy to look at Wake Forest and say they're really small. They're going to blitz, but we still can find a way to run. But at the same time, if they're going to be that aggressive, hey, tell that offensive line, hey, early on, we're taking some shots. Y'all get it together. Protect the quarterback. Give Sam time he needs. Running backs, keep your head up. Stop dipping your head and letting guys swim around you. Keep your eyes on your contact and make contact. And anchor yourself. Okay? Like, dude, this is your job. Do your job. Let's take these shots. And then we can go home after we do what we need to do.
Yeah. So, Sean, that's Wake Forest. Again, I'll have more of the specific matchup tomorrow. We'll do keys to victory and predictions on Thursday. But the reality is, to your point, Sean, this is a game that if this Notre Dame team has the character that we hope it does, if Marcus Freeman is the coach that we hope he is, they're going to come out and play really hard on Saturday and match Wake's intensity like they did Pitt. Because that's the thing, like against Pitt. Pitt came out and played hard. You mentioned it earlier. They played very hard in that game. But the problem for Pitt was Notre Dame matched it. And then they were like, okay, you're not going to out-hit us. You're not going to outwork us. You're not going to out-hustle us. You're not going to out-intensity us. And so now you need to out-talent us. And you can't. And that's the thing in this game is that's going to be the key for Notre Dame. So we're going to go to a mailbag next here, everybody. But I just wanted to wrap this part up. I wanted to thank everybody for being with us so far today. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. If you've not done so, give us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate that on your podcast platform. And if you have not also done so, sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. I'm going to wrap things up, Sean. Here we've got a mailbag. A little bit of mailbag action here. So if you could do me a favor, because I'm starting to lose my voice. When I pull these up, if you could read them, that'd be great.
I got you, B.
We do have a super chat from Ryan Elliott. Ryan, I wanted to thank you for that very, very, very much. And then we'll start off with a super chat from Beefeater.
Beef Eater ND08. Thank you for the super chat. How do you balance mastering the minutia of an offensive playbook without getting a quarterback stuck in the details, rendering him unable to let it rip?
To me, the biggest thing is just repetition, 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 repetition. I mean, the more a guy does something, the more comfortable he's going to be with how it all works. If you, I've always kind of felt like if you put a new pass plan and you can't run it at least 50 times during a week of practice, at least 50 times. Now, 50 times doesn't mean you run it 50 times in the team period. You run it I mean, it should be at least 50 times. You run it in your half field read period. You run it in routes on air when you're installing it. You run it through an install period that counts. You run it in 7-on-7. You run some of those route combinations. You'll do like this thing called half field reads where you'll have your slot and your here guy, and then they've got their flat defender corner, middle line, that kind of stuff. And then of course you run it in team, and you show different looks at it all week. You run it in different situations. Today it's 1st and 10 day. We're running it. The next time you're doing it, it's 3rd down day, and it's part of your 3rd down package, whatever. It's just about repetition, 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 repetition. The more a quarterback sees something, the good and the bad of it, the more he's going to be prepared to know what to do with it on Saturday. That's what it comes down to. And that's why experience is, why does experience matter? It's that right there. I've run this a million times. I know exactly where to go with the football here. There's nothing you can do. And this is where some of Coach Freeman's comments were about Sam Hartman are very fair. He's talking about, guy was in the system for 5 years and he's been in this one for 10 games. I mean, there's some truth to that. I think he overstated it. I felt he overstated it. And he's still a 6th-year senior. But there's a level of, he's run certain concepts at Wake literally 10,000 times. I mean, when you think about summer workouts and then fall camp and then it's thousands of times. And now you're running stuff in Notre Dame where you've run it hundreds of times. Well, yeah, you're not going to be as crisp on some of that stuff. But it's about repetition. But at the same time, you also have to make sure the other part of it too, Sean, is you got to make sure that when it comes to mistakes, there's got to be accountability for mistakes and there's got to be correction for mistakes without turning that correction into where it becomes debilitating. And sometimes that debilitation comes from just a quarterback can't handle mistakes. So sometimes it's that. I doubt with as many interceptions as Sam Hartman threw at Wake Forest that he gets crippled by mistakes. And that's the thing is I kind of wish we had that gunslinger that when he would make an interception, just kind of come back and say, oh, okay, I got this. But to me, those are my answers for that particular question, Sean. Okay.
When I think about, no, I'm here. I'm going to say something very simply, man. There are 3 people, right? Between the OC, the quarterback coach, and Sam Hartman, things should be different. Some things should have been figured out. Like I understand because we're all trying to figure out like what the equation is that has led to what it seems like the regression in play for Sam Hartman. But at the end of the day, you have 3 guys that constantly are with each other, and they should have figured this out, or they need to figure it out over the next 3 games, including the 2 in the season and the bowl game, if Sam Hartman decides to play in the bowl game. So there it is. And Brian, you talked about accountability. At the end of the day, accountability and responsibility has to lie with the guy that's on the field, and then it spreads to the coaches. You can, and I'll go beyond that because I think one of the most difficult things is, when you're coming from a different system that Sam Hartman has played like over 10,000 snaps, whether it's practice and games, and he's a master at this system, it's going to be a tough transition, right? Having to come in pro style, which is what he wanted to do for his development to get to the next level. This is something he wanted. This is why accountability and responsibility lays heavy with him. This is what you asked for.
Right.
This is what you said you wanted. But, I do not overlook the fact that the main person that had the vision for this transition is not here.
Right.
And the experience of that person and him being the one that had the vision of how to make it happen probably would have been invaluable to
Mm,
to
yeah.
Sam Hartman and probably would have helped him out during some tough times. But you have to deal with the three guys, Jared Parker, Gino Gaduli, and Sam Hartman. Between the three of them,
Yeah.
some things should have been figured out.
My only issue with the whole blaming the system and the transition is his best games were his first few games at Notre
Hmm.
Dame. When he played the most confident was early.
Hmm.
When he did a better job of going through progressions was early. Like if you'd have flipped it to where he struggled out of the gate and now he's playing well, I'm like, yeah, okay, there's a trend. But the fact that he's regressed the longer he's been in the system, and you're talking about regression, that's where the regression has been, not the offense necessarily overall, but like that's where the regression has been is with Sam Hartman in that regard. Now, like you said though, they needed to figure out why and how, and they weren't able to do that. And like
Hey,
and you say, well, but the schedule. NC State's got a pretty good defense, guys.
yeah,
And they forced him to make some mistakes, but he also made
hmm,
some really big time money plays in that game too.
yeah,
Like if we'd have got the NC State version of Sam Hartman against Clemson, Notre Dame's 8-2 right now, and we're talking about some might get Bama in a New Year's Six bowl. Like
hmm,
that's where they're at right now. If we'd have got the NC State version of Sam Hartman against Louisville, we might be talking about Notre Dame being 9-1, and where should they be ranked relative to Oregon, right? Like that's where we're at. That's my issue. Is we've seen that step back. And it's not just, well, look, he played Navy and to be fair, but like he played that way against NC State as well. He made mistakes against NC State, but he let it rip, man. I mean, Jaden Thomas didn't catch the ball. Okay.
hmm,
He still let it rip later. He still took other shots downfield to Holden States, took a shot downfield to Tobias Merriweather, threw a rope for a touchdown to Jaden Thomas in that game where he threw that ball in between three guys. I mean, just like, wow, that's a confident throw. Where's that guy? They need to figure out what happened there, because if you're going to go to the portal again, you need to figure out how you broke this one.
yes.
If you're going to go to the portal for a starter, now I've got some different opinions on that as far as what they should do in the portal, which we'll dive more into after the season. I'll probably actually, you know what? I'll probably talk a little bit about it tomorrow in my midweek rundown, Sean, about my thoughts on it. But it's not a whole lot different than what I've been saying all along. I want to see them develop the guys they
But
have.
like I said, there are lessons to be
Yeah,
learned from this
right.
experience.
Because those
There are
things will be
lessons to be
true
learned.
if Kenny Minch is your starter,
Yes.
if Steve Angeli's your starter, if CJ Carr's your starter, or if you have a veteran transfer guy as your starter.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what happened and make sure
And
that this doesn't happen again.
I'm still a firm believer that if you're going to do a transfer, go get a guy that's going to be there for 2 years. Because more than likely his
Yeah.
second year is going to be better than his first year.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to get a starter, sure. I still say I think the transfer portal guy needs to be I'll get into more of that tomorrow, but
Yeah.
because there was somebody, I think somebody asked you, might have asked us that question. So, we'll see. Sean, there was one here that I wanted to read because it's for you.
Okay.
Nathan Milton says, Sean, what's your sense on Chancey Stuckey?
He's a great guy. Loves his Ethiopian coffee. As far as a coach, I see look. I was there in the spring. I did not get a chance to come watch during fall prep, and from a recruitment standpoint, I think he does a great job of developing relationships and getting guys to want to play for him and want to play for Notre Dame. Love him when it comes to recruiting. You look at development, I look at things, you see his players out there, hopping on one leg, doing this, and that's supposed to help with releases and things of this nature. And going through drills is fine and dandy. But development is far much more than the technical part. Like you can talk releases, but it's, where's the dog? Where's the attitude? Dude, I think the entire wide receiver room does a pretty good job at run blocking. Most of them give
Mm-hmm.
really good effort in run blocking when you watch them, even the youngsters. So that's something that is focused on. Like, okay, but then it's some other fundamental things, where it's like, yo, you have to go after a ball, Rico. If it's not a perfect throw, you have to knock it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Like, these are things that we have to do. If Tobias, if dive for the ball, this is something
Right.
you harp on all the time with wide receivers. Like, dude, lay out. If you
Now,
don't
he's the only
catch
one that
it,
gets blamed for it. He's the only guy on the
yeah,
entire roster that ever gets any accountability for not
penalty for it.
competing for the
Right,
ball,
right,
right? And that's
right.
like you benched him for Rico Flores, who's had more interceptions on balls thrown at him than Tobias has because he didn't compete for the
Mm-hmm.
football. But
Mm-hmm.
yet Tobias gets benched for it.
Mm-hmm.
Rico he gets more playing time for it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so it's like that's another problem that I see in the receiving room is there's different levels of accountability
Yeah.
that are like, well, he's only a freshman. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's not the case. That shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't matter. It's is
Yeah.
it get the job getting done or not? And I think that's a bit of an issue. And I think the other thing too, Sean, and I want to get your thoughts on this is when you look at how he's using the freshmen now compared to how they were earlier in the year. I think that's problematic because you're not putting
Oh
them in position
man,
to be
you
successful.
don't
What are your thoughts
do.
on that?
We knew the strength of Jaden Greathouse coming. We didn't expect Jay. We expected Jaden Greathouse to be a beast on the inside, going up against safeties, linebackers, nickelbacks. Like, dude, that was his strength, and we knew he will evolve and eventually be able to do some other things. And then Rico, watching him in the spring, Rico was very impressive to me because I was like, okay, Rico's going to be able to come out and play. Because I was impressed with the way he was able to run routes. But we've seen the interception, the first interception Sam Hartman threw against Pitt. It's like, yo, you need to round that route off a little. That was kind of a little bit of a lazy route, like, because it was there for a big play and a touchdown, but you need to make sure you come across the face of that safety, round that off, and the safety's not making a play on that. You know, you can sit here and argue whether or not the safety, used his hip and interfered to get around and make the play.
Right.
All right, fine. You
But
can
it
say the
doesn't
Sam.
matter
No,
if you bend the route off the way you're supposed to.
exactly.
Right.
Right. And you can say, oh, Sam could have been a little bit earlier. And
Yeah. Which I
but
wouldn't have
these
agreed with necessarily, but
right.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
these are the technical things that you expect the wide receiver coach to harp on. And at this point, for your young receivers to have progressed to the point that they're not making those mistakes, and stuff like that with a guy like Sam Hartman that's used to guys like A.T. Perry and other guys that he's been used to that have been in the system and know exactly where to hit the spot, run the route, and he expects them to be there and he throws the ball with anticipation. It can kind of get frustrating. Like, I'm not relieving Sam Hartman of any accountability of definitely not letting it rip and giving guys an opportunity. But it goes back to what you said. You got a problem letting this guy get an opportunity, but it seems like, man, you're on the sideline after throwing that interception in the Clemson game, and Rico is encouraging you in your ear, telling you it's all right, Sam. Like, yo, it's
Mhm.
like you talk to Rico and dap with him on the sideline after touchdowns. Like, that's your guy. And it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Like you just pointed out, he's cost you more interceptions.
Right. And that's not a knock on Rico, just so people
No,
understand.
because
That's
he's
not
a freshman.
this is he's going to make mistakes like that. He's a
Mm-hmm.
freshman, right? But my whole thing is why is there a different vibe there
Mm-hmm.
than with other guys where when they make a mistake, I don't want to throw the ball to him for another month.
Yes.
Or I bench that guy. And those are the things that I look at and just
And why
overall
are
feel
they? I
like
understand Drew Pine was the quarterback. I promise you, I understand Drew Pine was the quarterback when I say this. But come on, man. The way Rico and Jaden are being coached is not the way Tobias was being coached last year. You're giving them far more opportunities to gain confidence and
right.
make mistakes.
Right.
Tobias wasn't given that opportunity. And
No,
I
everything. Well,
understand
he doesn't know the offense. He does this. He's not that. Exactly.
exactly. If
Exactly.
Rico and Jaden didn't know everything,
Right.
they didn't. They were put in positions early, like you said, to do what they do based upon their strengths, right? And they've had to do other things because of injuries. You get it. I just don't think Tobias was given the same opportunity. And if you want to say, different game plan, Drew Pine was the quarterback, so that kind of played a part, that's fine and dandy. But I'm talking about opportunity. I'm not even talking about production, right? I'm just talking about the opportunity to go out there, play, throw the ball his way, like you said this year. If he doesn't make the catches, then you adjust and deal with it appropriately.
Right.
So yeah, there are some coaching issues.
There seems to be a different standard, and that's not
Yeah,
something that I'm okay with.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I was curious as your thoughts on that one.
Did CMF miss an opportunity by not making a decisive decision on OC during the bye week? If you're a quarterback thinking about going into the portal, wouldn't you have major questions about the staff?
I responded to this in the thing.
Hmm?
He did. Look, you guys understand, we don't determine what needs to be responded to by Marcus Freeman. He does. Did he make a decisive decision? Yeah. Jared Parker's his offensive coordinator. Like, so because somebody writes a BS article or some idiot wannabe puts a tweet out talking about they're going to do this, that was never the conversation. I reached out to somebody who would absolutely 100% know, Sean, and you know exactly who my source is on this. What's the plan here? I'm not making. We're not happy with what's going on, but those aren't the changes we're talking about. Like, I don't know who's reporting on that, but that's not a conversation. We're going to keep doing what we're doing from a this is who our staff is standpoint and try to figure out how we can be better. That's what we're focused on. And then all this stuff comes out about this guy being reassigned and this guy, and it was all BS. It was all BS. Right. So I don't want my head football coach having to respond to that BS. How about we not listen to bad sources? How about we stop having this desire to always know something that will listen to any idiot on Twitter that can post any stupid thing that he wants to with no real sourcing. And then I've got to answer for that. I don't like to answer to that. Do you think Marcus Freeman should have to answer to that? Of course not. So he was decisive. The decision was Jared Parker's my offensive coordinator. We got 2 games left where we're going to go out and try to whoop up on some people. I'm not happy with what we've done so far, but we're going to go try to find answers.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he didn't take the cowardly, put the blame on somebody else thing like James Franklin did this weekend by basically putting all of it on Mike Yurcich after that game. You know what I mean? Marcus Freeman's like, I'm the head coach.
Yeah.
It isn't good enough. And it's on me. So he was decisive. And here's the deal. There's nothing So if he were to make a decisive move and promote Gino Guidugli to the offensive coordinator, do you not still have questions? Did you watch Gino Guidugli's offense go 8 straight games this year, not score 30 points one time? That all of a sudden solves the problems, right? Because here's the deal. Gino Guidugli, who this is not meant to be a shot at Gino Guidugli, but it's like, what about him makes you think he's the answer? Joe Rudolph isn't the answer. He was a very mediocre offensive coordinator at Wisconsin. Gino Guidugli, who I like as a quarterback's coach a lot, right? But not every quarterback's coach or not every position coach is meant to be a coordinator. I like Gino Guidugli a lot as a quarterback's coach, a lot. And from what I know of him personally, I like him quite a bit. But here's the facts of the matter. In the last 9 games that Cincinnati played last year with him as the OC, they scored 31 points against Tulsa, 28 against South Florida, 29 against SMU, 21 against UCF, 20 against Navy, 27 against East Carolina, 23 against Temple, 24 against Tulane, and 7 against Temple. They averaged 29 points per game in the AAC last season. That's who you want to turn the offense over to? That's who should be the guy? The team that ranked 8th in scoring offense last year at Cincinnati? Like, what are we talking about here? I don't get this stuff sometimes, Sean. And it's like they averaged 373 yards per game last year at Cincinnati in the AAC. So
you know
he was
what Marcus
decisive.
Freeman, you know what Marcus Freeman has chosen to do, and I respect it. And I've been telling people, I'm like, look, man, I understand the frustration with the offense. And I'm not a person, Brian, I don't do that blame game stuff, Brian. Right? You know what I'm saying? If I'm dealing with something over here in my household, I don't point to you. I don't point to Malik. I don't point to Ryan. I'm the head of this household.
Mm-hmm.
I'm accountable and responsible. It falls upon me. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Mm-hmm.
And Marcus Freeman understands that, specifically at Notre Dame. It's evident the way he handles situation. Like, dude, this is on me.
Mm-hmm.
This is on me. So at the end of the day, he, like you said, he made a decisive decision. And not only that, like he made it understanding the full totality of what has been transpiring. I called it dysfunction. That's the way I described it. And maybe I could have been a little bit more, a little bit less harsh with a different word, but I feel like there was some dysfunction, right?
Yeah.
But if you start playing the blame game, then if you want to blame him, then you got to blame Marcus Freeman for hiring.
Right.
If you blame Marcus Freeman, then you got to go upstairs and blame the whole situation with Andy Ludwig. So where does the blame
Right.
start? At some
It's
point,
find
we need to
solutions.
post the video of Tommy Reese from that darn California game or whatever it was. Man, everybody, forget everything
Do
that's happened. Do your
your
dang
freaking
job.
job.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Do your job. Jared Parker, do your job. Gino,
Right.
do your job. Sam Hartman, do your job. Offensive line, do your bleeping job. Because if
And
you
I'm
all
going to
do
do
your
my
job,
job,
yes,
Mark
if you
or
all
Coach
do your
Freeman.
job, this team at minimum only has 2 losses. But
Minimum.
we can
Correct.
go to every unit and point out you didn't do your job, whether it's series by series, quarter by quarter, half by half. You didn't do your job. That's the problem. We're not about to lay all this blame on Jared Parker for why the
And,
offense. You
and
know
Sean,
why? You know why? Because it's the same fan base that complained about Tommy, and as
and
soon as
wanted
he
Al
left,
Golden fired last year.
absolutely. So it's almost like it's almost like you win, you can't win, dude. You just can't
Like,
win. You
to
can't.
me, and I'm not even sitting there saying that a change won't happen. I don't know if a change is going to happen. I don't know if Marcus, but the answer is not someone on the current staff, right? The answer, if there's an
No.
answer not named Jared Parker, that guy's coaching somewhere else right now. So why make that move right now to disrupt the season this way? Go out and get it done because hey, Coach Parker, need you to go out there and these next few games and start doing this.
Yes.
Right? Whatever the reasons that you know, because I'll just say this. There's a lot more going on here that's affecting the offense than the offensive coordinator. And I'll just leave it at that for now. Okay. And then let's see what changes get made this offseason. Because sometimes when you're a coordinator, it's like I'm kind of limited by what I can do here because of this reality or that reality. And so we'll
he's
find
the easy one to pick on. He's
right
the
because
easy one to
it's
pick
easy.
on.
And again, if you're going to have beef with Jared Parker, play calling is at times been an issue. But like I've always said, that's a lower thing on my list. I want to figure out what's going on Monday to Friday that's causing some of these issues on Saturday. But the whole thing is Marcus Freeman should not have made a move in that regard, right? It's a panic move. It's a panic move because at the end of the day, rearranging your staff, guys, guess what? They're already all collaborative on their game plans anyway. So changing who's making the ultimate decision in the collaboration changes nothing. Nothing. Right? And you hurt yourself because if you're going to fire him like Penn State did, now you've taken away a pretty darn good tight ends coach from your team. And you've now limited yourself even more and replaced him with what? Someone who's not going to be your OC next year? So the move was to, guys, we're going to fix what's going on. We're not going to panic and just start firing people and benching everybody and their mother. Okay? We're going to fix what's going on. That's the responsible way to handle it. And then when the season's over, that's the time to reassess and see if we need to make a decision. And so I'm glad Marcus Freeman handled it the way he did and not the way James Franklin did, who basically passed the buck and said, wasn't my fault. It's Mike Yurcich's fault. Even though these dumb decisions I've been doing have been going on since before Mike Yurcich was here, you know, and I don't have Joe
Like
Moorhead to bail me out anymore.
Who told him to go for 2 at the end of the first half?
Bingo.
And chase points. Who told him to go for that terrible 4th down? Look, I'm with you. Look, it would have shown weakness as a head coach. So because it would have come across like you were almost forced by the outside voices.
Right.
to do something that had no impact on your program.
Right.
Like,
Because it would have had no, the only impact it would have had would have been a negative one.
Yes.
Now, are we saying that no changes should be made in the offseason? No. But that's not the move. I know it'll make you feel better to have someone lose their job. That'll make fans feel better, but that's not the answer. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. And I'm glad he didn't do that. Now, there will be changes. We'll find out what those are. But as I've said before, and there's another question down here we'll get to, Sean, not every change that's required needs to be just taking people's jobs from them. Sometimes that's the answer, Sean. Sometimes that's needed. Sometimes people need to be fired because they're not doing the job the way you want it done or good enough or for whatever reason. But there's a time and a place. There's a right way and a wrong way.
Yes.
And doing it after a game like Clemson because the fans are angry and emotional and saying things on Twitter is not the time to do it. Because otherwise you look exactly like what James Franklin looks like right now, which is basically you're passing the buck. You're putting the blame on someone else. And I'm glad he didn't do that. And then we'll find out what changes come about after the fact. And this is kind of a little bit of a follow-up question.
What is the benefit of going public about wanting a portal quarterback? Don't we risk signaling to Angeli that he is not the guy? Wouldn't you only do that if you already have a portal quarterback lined up? Can I start with this one?
Please.
Look, man, Marcus Freeman has been. Why is this shocking you? He told Tyler Buckner and Drew Pine early on last year, I'm going to the portal. He's told you constantly that they have weekly conversations with every player about where they sit in the program. This is who he is. Steven, and this players know. Look, Malik used to tell me that it was a thing in the locker room that you knew that if you did not get in the lineup or make an impact in practice by year 2 at Notre Dame, you knew you were in trouble. It's like I might want to think about. So, dude, players know where they sit, and players know. Steve Angeli knows how he's been practicing. He knows.
Right.
So you have an honest conversation, which in this we've come from, which is funny because fans always thought it was unfair the way things used to happen with rosters and scholarships back in the day. Now that we have the transfer portal and the freedom and coaches being honest with young men about where they sit within the program,
right,
especially if they're on target to still be able to go play somewhere else and get the Notre Dame degree, which is one of the main reasons they came to the University of Notre Dame.
Right.
It's like, dude, Steve, what are we really saying? Like, Steve Angeli is not being put at a disadvantage in this process. Nobody's lying to him. He knows exactly where he stands. And coming out publicly and saying we're going to get a portal quarterback does not signal to him that he's not the guy.
Well, and even if it did, so what? If he's not the guy, so what?
But see,
here's my thing.
Doesn't Steve Angeli determine his fate? See, here's the problem. It doesn't matter what's said. Steve Angeli determines his fate moving
by
forward.
Going out playing the other guys.
Absolutely.
In the battle. Number one, I would have preferred him not to have answered the question. Personally, I would have preferred him 2 weeks ago not to have said we're going to address it again in the next bye week. I would have preferred him to say, guys,
we've been saying that he's way too honest. We've been
way too honest.
For 2 years.
And I'm not saying lie. I'm just saying, like, guys, we got 5 games left. The portal doesn't open until December, whatever. You know, I've got coaches that are always looking around the country. I mean, I hired the guy that they hired this offseason, and between him and Chad Bowden, you know, they're constantly scouring the country for potential portal options. But right now, my focus is going out on winning these next however many football games. We have 12 guaranteed opportunities. Now they have 13 guaranteed opportunities to go and play. That's my focus. We'll address the portal stuff after the season. I would have much preferred him to say that. But again, you're now faulting a guy for being honest. I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about Andrew. So to me, I would have rather him, Andrew, I'm kind of sympathetic to what you're saying, Andrew, on the first point. I would have rather him just not addressed it. Like, guys, I'm not worried about the portal quarterback. You guys can write whatever you're going to write. Because I don't know who's in the portal. How can I possibly tell you that we're going to go get a starting caliber quarterback in the portal when I don't know who's in the portal? But here's what I can tell you.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Here's what I can tell you. And this is exactly what he said, though. This is the whole thing. What he said was, we're going to go to the portal to get a quarterback because we need 4 scholarship quarterbacks.
Right.
That's just a fact. He didn't
do.
say, we're going to go get the next Sam Hartman and we're going to go get a starter, because in the next breath he said, I have all the faith in the world in Stephen Kenny, but we need 4 quarterbacks because, one guy, if you only got 3, one guy goes down, you're down to 2 quarterbacks. Or what if Kenny Minchie or CJ Carr beat Steve Angeli out and Steve leaves? Right. Now you're down to 2 scholarship quarterbacks. And going in, and now you're in a situation where now you're scrambling in May, in June, trying to find a transfer quarterback to just be an arm in fall camp. And that's not where you want to be, right? I mean, now there's always the risk that Angeli and the portal quarterback could leave if that guy wants to be the star. I mean, there's all risks involved. That's part of the deal. But you always give yourself the best opportunity by maximizing the numbers that you have at a position. And 4 is the ideal number to go into an offseason and a season of quarterback, because now you're better prepared to handle if somebody does leave, or if somebody gets injured, or somebody bombs out and isn't the guy, right? So he never said what he said now is not like what he said to Drew Pine and Tyler Buckner a year ago. It's a different situation.
Totally different, yeah.
And so that's the reality of it. And so now, could it end up being a guy that's a top guy that's to come in and start? It could be, but I personally would have rather him not to have done it. But here's the thing: if Steve Angeli is getting emotionally wrecked by Marcus Freeman making those comments, and he's not a mentally tough enough kid to be quarterback at Notre Dame, and I'd say the same thing of Steve Angeli. I mean, Kenny Minchie or CJ Carr.
Yeah,
look, I'm not real high on Steve Angeli as a quarterback, but I can promise you, Steve Angeli is a mentally tough kid who's going to look at that and say, it's like the meme I have in my head of Notre Dame getting a transfer quarterback. What I know of Steve Angeli, the meme that pops in my head when I hear about portal quarterback is, The Rock, that meme where he's like,
bring it,
bring it. And if that's not the mentality that Kenny Minchie and Steve Angeli have, then I'm glad that you've done this, because it tells me you're not mentally tough enough to go through what you've got to go through to be the starting quarterback in Notre Dame if you can't even handle me explaining why we need a 4th scholarship quarterback on the roster, right? And I can promise you they don't already have a guy lined up. I can assure you of that. But that's the thing is, like, I'm okay with that.
Do you have a family member, B, that just speaks their mind?
Oh yeah, I have too many.
I think,
and of course, I'm that family member for most of my other family members. If you were to ask the rest of my family, like, oh yeah, that's Brian.
Oh, point taken. But in saying that, Marcus Freeman, and this is why, for me, I don't have a problem, right? Because I don't have a problem with people that speak their mind. If they say something, but you know that they don't have a problem saying something to other people that they wouldn't tell you to your face. So whatever Marcus Freeman says publicly, you better believe he's already told Steve Angeli and everybody in that quarterback room to their face. They know exactly where they stand. So by the time you hear it, it's already handled, and goes to the point of what Brian is saying. That's not affecting Steve Angeli. You know why? He already knows. He's either heard it directly from him, or he knows where he stands from the quarterback coach. He knows. There are no secrets. This is not something you got blindsided with. Everybody in that program knows what's going on. So yeah, it's time to step it up. You're about to have these last 2 games, practices, bowl prep. Heck, you got a chance to start the bowl game. We don't know if Sam Hartman's going to start the bowl game. He has to make that decision. So you might be starting a bowl game, young man, the same way Malik Zaire started the 2014 bowl game. Set yourself up. You want the job? Go set it up. Go win a game against a possible SEC team and make it difficult for the 2 youngsters behind you. That's why I said Steve Angeli is going to decide this, whether or not he has to make a decision
and Kenny
in the
Minchie.
spring.
Right.
I was just speaking directly towards Angeli because he was mentioned in the question. So like this is I'm not about to debate with how he should have handled it in the press conference. You already said the question and how he answered it, and keeping it within that context. Other than that, he's been very open. He was open 2 weeks ago. Like, we have weekly conversations with everybody in this program about where they stand. So if that's the culture you have and that's the way you
which I don't
choose to
like.
move,
I mean, I'm not a fan of that.
that
It's
is
like,
that
guys,
is
once
kind
the
of,
season starts, we're
yeah.
focused on that's the culture I want to create. And if you don't like that, then go somewhere else.
Hmm.
But we're focused on the task at hand. We'll talk after the season. Now, if it's a conversation about coach, I want to play and I'm not playing what I need to do to play. That's a different conversation, and I'm okay with that.
Well,
Right.
that
And if those
goes
are the
to, he's
conversations
always
he's
said,
having, then I'm
yeah,
okay with that.
he's
But
always said, correct me, Brian, I send the guys to their position coaches. Like, when
yeah,
guys come to me to ask about,
yes. Yes.
okay. So
Yes.
maybe that's what he's alluding to, like people, the young
Perhaps.
men coming
Yeah.
to him, and not
Yeah.
so much maybe, yeah, we're coming in the position room to tell you all where you stand every week. Here's the handout, you know.
So here's the thing. So John Erickson says, Brian, do you get Marcus Freeman's QB math? We go after starting quarterback in the portal. Minchie and Jelly are both would likely see him to go. How does that get us to 4 quarterbacks? Number one, he never said starting quarterback in the portal.
Mhm.
Now, I'm sure that they'll look for a guy that's got some experience starting. But again, I'm okay knowing that. It's
Mhm.
like with Drew Pine. There was 2 responses to Notre Dame going out and getting a portal quarterback last year. One guy said, I'm out. The other guy said, bring it.
Mhm.
Tyler stayed and competed. Drew bailed. Okay. Now, I'm not saying Drew did the wrong thing because Drew was basically told, Tyler's our guy and we're going to go get a start. I mean, and that was 5 guys. So one of them left, got you to 4. Another one left, got you to 3. So you're
Mhm.
down to 3, which is the bare minimum of where you want to be. But my whole point is, if those guys want to leave because they're not going to be handed the starting job next year, then leave. Like, I'm serious. If if
Yeah.
you if you like if you can't beat this guy out, then what I have done is I have made the football team better.
Yeah.
And that's the responsibility I have to the rest of the players in this football team. Now, my whole thing is, Sean, I'm not sure that there's a guy out there that will make the football team better. But you know who has a say in that being the case? Steve Angeli and Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr. Beat the guy out. Because here's the
Mm.
deal. Everybody says, oh, Sam Hartman was promised the job. He wasn't, although it was assumed he was going to get it. But if Tyler Buchner would have gone out there and outplayed him every single day and outplayed him in the spring game, I promise you that they would have gone into fall camp with a legitimate quarterback battle. If Sam Hartman didn't want to be a part of that, then he could have left. But Sam Hartman did outplay Tyler Buchner for the second half of spring practice as he got it, and then clearly outplayed him in the blue gold game. So the fact is if Notre Dame goes out and gets Michael Pratt or Tyler Van Dyke or Riley Leonard or whoever, and that guy gets outplayed by Steve Angeli or Kenny Minchie in spring practice and fall camp, guess what? That guy's not going to be starting at quarterback. That's just how it's going to be. But I've always felt competition shows you the true character of a player. And if a guy's not willing to go out there and battle and compete, because, hey, look, Nano Safa-Mensah had a guy brought in at his position and basically beat him out and started him. And how has Nana responded? Did he quit? Did he transfer? Did he cry? No, he's become one of the leaders of he's one of the few guys that has that fire that we talk about needing to see more of. As a non-starter, Nana shows that, right? Because not every kid's going to react to that the way that we all think they will, or maybe the way that some of us would react, which is just quit, walk away, screw this, I'm going somewhere else. Most of these kids are not that way. And, I think there can be a diminishing return to going for portal guys at certain positions. But a quarterback, I understand where he's coming from. And I have said this, they need to go to the portal for a quarterback. I just don't know what type of quarterback that needs to be. And that to me is more of the question than whether they need to go there or not. And
And that's going to be based upon
Yeah.
all season, spring. And I'll say this, because I think the fan base sometimes is impacted with the way they view the quarterback situation based upon differing opinions that are reported. And I'll point to last year. There were certain people that reported that Drew Pine was outplaying Tyler Buchner like crazy.
Mhm.
And I was going to practice and I was like, I have no clue. We're watching the same practice. I have no clue where that's coming from. right? And then the excitement once Drew Pine got in was like, yeah, yeah. And then once you saw it, it was like, wait a
Oh.
minute, exactly. Like, oh, and now the fan base is like, yo, what up?
Mm-hmm.
I thought this, I thought that. And so one thing I can say about us, you might not like what we say because it might not be positive in certain lights. But I can tell you about this dude over here. I pointed the wrong. That dude right there, we're gonna tell you the truth, man.
Right. As
We're
we
not
see it.
about to, as we
Right.
see it, we're not about to lie to you. And we understand it might make you feel a certain way. It might not make you feel warm and fuzzy on a winter afternoon with some hot chocolate and marshmallows. We speak to it, and then we tell you the truth as we see it. That's it. And as we see it, you've already said it. We haven't seen anything to make us feel like anybody in that quarterback room is the guy right now. We haven't seen it. We'll have opportunities in the future to
Right.
see, because I
Now,
love CJ Carr, but I still want to see him in practice.
and he still needs to be pushed and challenged. And I'll say this, like
Absolutely.
I've heard a lot of good things from sources about Kenny Minchie.
Hmm.
But again, in others will say they heard things about Steve Angeli, and we all know that CJ Carr is what he is. But at the same time, what's wrong with going out and getting competition for him? Now, again, I want to see them go. I want to see the starting quarterback at Notre Dame next year be somebody that's either currently on the roster or currently committed. I just do. But I also understand when you're the head football coach why there's need. I've said this before: go get a portal guy, but have it be a guy that understands you're not going to be the starting quarterback. Because I want to see them
Hmm.
develop. I don't want to. Because my whole thing is eventually you're going to have to play somebody you recruited and developed. And I'm just not a fan of kicking that can down the road. And so I'm somewhat sympathetic to people saying, develop your own guys. I'm sympathetic to that, but me saying that, I still say you've got to go to the portal. Because here's the thing, to John's question, what if you don't go to the portal to show I have faith in my guys, and then Kenny beats out Steve, and then Steve leaves? Now what do
Hmm.
you do? Now what do you do? You have two quarterbacks. You have a redshirt freshman and this freshman. That's what you got
Yeah.
left. So now you're basically saying, I have to start Steve, because if I don't start Steve, then he's going to leave because there's less chance Kenny leaves if he doesn't win the job than there is
Right.
if Steve leaves if Kenny beats him out or CJ beats him out. And you say, well, what if CJ beats them both out? Then they both leave. Okay, then recruit three guys in the portal. I mean, the reality is at some point in time, you got to know your guys well enough to know if they're going to be competitors or not. And I think Notre Dame knows enough about Steve Angeli and Kenny Minchie to say that at least for the spring, they're going to compete. They're going to stay and compete, and they're going to battle. And if they're not willing to do that, then they're not Notre Dame starting quarterbacks mentally. They're just not.
And
And
there's no shame in that, Brian. Not for me. Because if one leaves, dude, I'm gonna say, man, I hope that kid has a fantastic career,
but he's
wherever
not a
his next
starting quarterback
destination.
though. He's
But
you go to
it,
Rutgers or go to somewhere
yeah.
smaller because you're not a big time quarterback. And if I'm not a fan of it, but I understand it's the modern era. I'm not a fan of it. I'm still a fan of, like, that's why I wish the NCAA would make more rules about eligibility. Where if a guy
Yeah.
transfers and after his senior year and he's never started, you give him 2 years.
Hmm.
Or something like that. I mean, I think we can kind of maybe be a little bit more loose with some of these eligibility things, but maybe give guys a second red shirt or something like that.
Hmm.
There's
Hmm.
all types of things that they could look into that would, to encourage, because here's the thing, the NCAA should be doing things to encourage kids to stay and graduate.
Hmm.
And here's the deal. So we've already got you can transfer whenever you want if you're a graduate, but here's another deal. If you graduate in 3.5 years, which more and more kids are doing. Xavier Watts just did that. Well, if you graduate in 4 years, you'll get and decide to transfer, you'll get an extra year of eligibility, assuming you've started under X number of games or something like that, right?
Hmm.
To say, hey, don't need to transfer now, Steve. Stay, get your Notre Dame degree, and then when you leave, you'll get that extra year of eligibility back wherever you go. I would
Hmm.
love to see some things like that happen. with the NCAA. And now you'd have to work out certain particulars and things like that. But if a guy's not good enough to play in the NFL or doesn't want to play in the NFL and he wants to go somewhere else for an extra year, okay, as long as he hasn't started X number of games, or I mean, you could come up with certain qualifications and things like that. But there are certain things that I would certainly do. I mean, you could tie it into your academic standing if you have an X GPA or something like that. Who knows? But there's things that they could do. But for now, I want to find out what those kids are made of. And it's kind of like that scene from Miracle. Sean, have you ever seen the movie Miracle? I love bringing that movie up in this show. Have you ever seen the movie Miracle with Kirk Douglas? Do you remember the scene where the team wasn't coming together, so he brought in that stud from his college team that wasn't on the Olympic team, and he had him skate with him, and he was like just playing really great. And the whole point was, he wanted to test what kind of character this team had, and they weren't afraid of competition, but it was more about, hey, we're the ones that have been in doing all this blood, sweat, and tears. Like we're all doing all this. But it taught him a lesson about where my team is from a mindset standpoint, right? It's a little bit of a different lesson that you're looking to learn here. But if you've got guys that just don't want to compete, then that tells me something. Yeah. And Drew Pine didn't want to compete. Tyler Buckner was more than willing to compete.
And you look at, and we can move because we probably need to get through some more of these questions, but I mean,
you and I long-winded answering questions. No,
but I mean, dude, look at the Alabama. I'm sure all of those quarterbacks that came to Alabama wanted to be the guy, right? Jalen Hurts made a decision like, yo, I have an opportunity. And matter of fact, it was Nick Saban that called Lincoln Riley for Jalen Hurts to set that up. Because he said, well, if you're going to make the decision to leave, I'm going to make sure that you land in a really good spot. Right? So Jalen Hurts ends up in Oklahoma, which was a blessing for him to develop and get to the next level with Lincoln Riley. And then Tua gets the job. And then Mac Jones comes behind him. And then Bryce Young comes in. And Bryce Young goes through camp as a freshman and is mad because he felt like he was better than Mac Jones. And Mac Jones wins the Heisman.
Well,
so that's being. Oh,
finished
second. I'm sorry. He finished second to Devontae, right?
Yes.
Was that the year Devontae won it?
Mm-hmm.
But my point is, when you have a competitive spirit in your program, it's okay to have people upset that they didn't win, but they don't leave.
Right.
In this era,
Sean,
Bryson say, I'm out of here.
Yeah. But you know what? He wouldn't have. That's the thing. That's the thing. So anyway, let's move on to some others here, Sean. We got one from Archer 452.
How much natural turnover do you expect this offseason, both from the coaching staff and roster?
I think we'll see at least two coaches leave for one reason or another. I mean, there's at least two coaches on staff that are going to be highly coveted for NFL jobs and other higher jobs. I mean, if Indiana hires Tom Allen and they don't make a phone call to Deland McCullough, then they just don't know what they're doing.
They don't know what they're doing.
They don't. Yeah. They don't know what they're doing. I would imagine some of these jobs, like group of 5 jobs or things like that, if they're going to be calling Al Golden, there's going to be NFL teams when D coordinator jobs come open, they're going to call Al Golden. You're going to have Mike Mickens is going to be a hot commodity when teams are looking for young coordinators and things like that. And I can promise you NFL teams are going to be looking at Mike Mickens, and other college teams are going to say, we're willing to triple your salary to come be our corners coach. And Mike Mickens is a husband and a father who has a family to think about as well. And as much as he loves Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman, there comes a point in time where it's like, that's too good of an offer to turn down. Maybe that happens. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying there are coaches on the staff that will be coveted. There's going to be people looking at Gino Guidugli as a quarterback's coach and a potential offensive coordinator, with his background. So I expect 2 coaches at least to leave. Now, whether or not there'll be more, we'll find out. I mean, look, NFL came calling for Chancey Stuckey last year. They may do so again. I know that Chris O'Leary had some NFL teams reaching out because in the NFL, Chris O'Leary is much more valued than maybe we value him as a coach at Notre Dame because we look at the recruiting aspect of it, which is still a concern. Although right now he's killing it in 2025. Now, so far, they got to close, but they're at least in a good position with a couple guys.
Yeah.
But NFL doesn't care about that. They care about can you coach, and Chris O'Leary can coach. I mean, they're going to look like this. Look what this guy did with DJ Brown and Xavier Watts and
Heck yeah.
and do a good job. So I would expect at least 2 of that. As far as roster turnover, part of that, Archer, is going to depend on the last 2 games. Honestly, like there may be a guy right now that thinks he's coming back next year, and the coaching staff watches him go through the motions the next couple of weeks and says, "Peace be with you."
Yep.
You know what I mean? And there may be a guy that right now they're like, I don't know if we want to bring this guy back, but he's just, man, he digs in deep these next couple of weeks and just brings out something. You're like, oh, the light finally went off for this cat, and all of a sudden now you want to bring him back. There may be some kid that gets NFL feedback that is different than what he thought, and that could go one way or the other. That could be like, hey, we think you're going to be a drafted guy, and so come out. Or the other maybe say, hey, here's where we think you're, and he thinks he's a day 1, day 2 guy, and NFL comes back and gives him a go back to school grade, and he decides. And there's all types of things that'll happen. Some will surprise us. Some, good. Some of them will surprise us negatively. Like, wow, I thought that guy was going to come back. Someone's going to like, wow, I thought that guy was leaving. It's great that he's coming back. But honestly, I really do believe, Sean, the next 2 games is going to have an impact on that, because part of this too is you got to be asked back. This isn't just, you deserve a 5th or 6th year opportunity. They don't owe you that. If you don't deserve it, if there's something they think that, hey, we need to go in a different direction, as long as they're honest and open. What I don't like is when you drag it, string a kid along. And like, I had no problem with what they did with Drew Pine last year, because they did it in time for Drew to jump into portal if that's what he wanted to do. They could have lied to him and made sure that he'd stayed through the bowl season and all that. But they didn't. They did it the right way. As long as you're honest and open about it, and kids can make what decisions they need to make. But, I think there'll be some turnover. There will be some kids that transfer out. It's just going to happen. There's going to be some kids that go pro that maybe we weren't expecting. And I think there'll be a kid or 2 that comes back that maybe weren't expected to come back. So,
yeah.
But I think there's going to be there's going to be a decent amount of turnover just because, Sam Hartman can't come back. Javonte Jean-Baptiste can't come back. DJ Brown can't come back. And I'd just be shocked if they bring back all those 6-year guys. Cause I'm just doing the math, and with the 23 or 24 kids they have committed in the 24 class, you're going to be way over 85. Plus you just gave a scholarship to Jordan Faison, so there's going to have to be some tough decisions made for certain players of, hey, we'd love to have you back, but we can't afford to bring you back. We don't have the room. And that's going to have to be something that they focus on too.
Yep. With Zeke and Rocco both out, at least for the moment, for Zeke, what would you signify growth or improvement out of the O-line?
Biggest thing I want to see, Sean, is physicality. I want to see them fight and battle. I mean, honestly, like if Ashton Craig, let's just say Zeke doesn't play this weekend, and Ashton Craig and Billy are starting, they're going to make mistakes, especially against a team that does as much pre and post snap movement as what Wake Forest does. They're gonna make mistakes. But I want to see them fight. I want to see them compete. I want to see them battle. I want to see them come back that next play and push back. That's what I want to see. Like for me right now with Notre Dame, Sean, so much of what I want to see is just what's your compete level? Where's your heart? And I'll point to the Lou Holtz thing from 1987 when he talked about this. He said they go into the bowl game after they get beat in the bowl game, and he comes back in the locker room, and there's this kid sobbing over here in his locker, and it's Chris Zorich. He didn't even play. That's how much fire and passion he had for Notre Dame. He was crying after a game. He didn't even play in. And he's like, I want more guys like that. And that, to me, is what I'm looking at if I'm Marcus Freeman more than anything else. I want to see who has that fire for greatness, who has that fire to win when there's nothing else on the line other than your pride. That's when you find it's easy to say, hey, I'm playing for a championship. Where's your pride when that's not it? Where's your heart? Where's your want to? Where's your compete level? Where's your passion for this institution and this football team when those things are no longer your motivations to go out there and give me everything you got? And that, to me, goes back to the last question. That's going to have a lot to do with who I'm asking back and who I'm not asking back next year. And if Marcus Freeman doesn't take that into account on who he asks back, then I think that there's that he doesn't quite understand how to truly develop a culture. But of what I know of Marcus Freeman, it would shock me if he's not looking at that these next couple weeks. It would shock me if that's not something that's in his consideration. Whether now it would be foolish for him to say it, because now you've kind of told him, okay, this is what I'm evaluating. I don't want them to do it because I told them to do it, because I challenged them to do it, because I told them I'm making decisions on who's going to play hard. I would just see who does it. See who does it. See who has that.
I'm super excited, Brian. I'm super excited because I see a young man that came in against Clemson in a hotly contested game in the fourth quarter and showed himself pretty well. Showed himself pretty well. So now
You
you
talking
give
about
him
Ashton or Billy?
Ashton Craig,
Yeah.
Ashton Craig, and now you give him 2 weeks or a week plus of preparation. Yeah, young man, let's see what you got. Let's see how you're gonna set up this O line situation next year. Are you going to be somebody that we can say, hey, he might be a contender for the center job going into this? Now, can we move this guy here, or can we? What flexibility do we have? And those are the things that I'm watching. I'm excited to watch that young man play against Wake Forest. Just as
Same with
excited as I
Billy.
am. Yeah,
Yeah, same with Billy.
absolutely.
Both
I'm
of them.
excited for
Both of
both
them.
of
Because
those guys.
that's
Like,
potentially your future on the
yes,
offensive line.
yes, yes. So now you get to see that because for us, we know, it could be a question mark. I think you've spoken and said, I don't know if the left tackle is on the roster or in the room. Like, I know it could be, but we have to see. And those are questions that hopefully will start to be answered, starting with this game and going on into the future. But I'm excited for both of those guys. And growth is just competition. That's it, man. We're not asking you to be perfect. We're just asking you to hold up the standard for Notre Dame offensive lines. And Notre Dame offensive lines, you're going to have fluctuations because some guys are just more. You don't have a Quentin Nelson, my man. It's going to be hard to be that offensive line from 2017. You just don't have a Q. You don't. But you don't have to be that. Be who you are to the best of your ability, right? You have two pretty good tackles. You need those tackles to dominate. For Notre Dame to be at their best, dude, Blake, you don't have to be Joe Alt. You're not Joe Alt. You're not. But be Blake Fisher. Be Blake Fisher. When we ask you to go pass pro, we know you can dominate in the run game. That's not a question. You've proven that. But when we go to pass pro, Sam doesn't need somebody in his face. Do your job, man. Do your job. And that's the improvement and the growth we need to see. What leads you to believe, if anything, that Marcus Freeman will make a philosophy change on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, I don't really know that he will. My hope is that he wants to win a championship. I can promise you that Marcus Freeman has a burning desire to win a championship at Notre Dame. That doesn't mean he's always going to make the right decisions, Quincy. It doesn't. It doesn't mean that he'll want to do it. I'm sure early on Brian Kelly wanted to win a championship at Notre Dame. I'm sure Charlie Weiss wanted to win a championship at Notre Dame. I know, Bob Davie probably wanted to win a championship at Notre Dame. Whether or not you want to is not determinative of can you. But I think that's going to be a big thing. And so I think he knows that there need to be changes. I just don't know if he is willing to make the changes that I think are going to happen. But I can say this with certainty, Sean, from the people I've talked to, Marcus Freeman's not happy about with what the offense has been doing this year. It's not. And so I know he knows there need to be changes. I just don't know what he thinks those changes need to be. That's the unknown. But I can promise you, Marcus Freeman's not like, no, we're good. That's why sometimes I get frustrated when he does say, hey, if we just don't do this and don't do that, we win that game. And I'm like, yeah, that's true, but you did those things, right? What led to those things? And so that's the thing that for me, it gives me hope is I know he's not happy about what's going on. He's not happy about 7-3. He's not, we could say, I think he's made a few more excuses here and there, but I can assure you with 100% certainty, and this isn't a guess, that Marcus Freeman is kind of pissed at where his team is right now. I can assure you of that. So I know that he knows changes are needed. I just don't think he thinks the changes aren't maybe necessarily what I think or want, or maybe what the fan base thinks or want. And at the end of the day, he's got to stay true to himself. If I found out that Marcus Freeman made a change because he felt there was just too much outside pressure for me to keep Jared Parker, then I'd say, you're not the guy that I thought you were. If you think that Jared Parker's not the guy anymore, or Al Gold's not the guy anymore, or Gino Gadouli's not the guy anymore, or Dylan McCullough, or Mike Mickens, or whoever else on your staff is not the guy anymore, then you make that move. You have the guts and the courage to make that move, because I promise you it's hard to make those moves because he is someone who cares. He's someone who's around these people's children. He's someone who's around these people's wives. He knows how tough that decision is. And I hope he may not have the courage to make that decision. I don't know. We'll find out. He hasn't really fired anybody yet, I don't believe. You know what I mean? At least not someone that he had, like he's hired.
Yeah.
So to me, I don't know if he's going to make those decisions, but he only ever better make them if it's because what he believes is the right thing for his program, not because he's giving in to the outside pressure or feels the need to respond to every, internet thing that has people on the internet pissed off today, right? Because more often than not, they're not above the target, with all due respect. It's like, yeah, you know that there's a problem because anyone with a brain can watch this offense and know that there's a problem, but we're not really over the target of what the problem is. He needs to be able to be over the target and find those answers. And I can assure you that he knows that this isn't good enough, and it's not just a couple tweaks here and there thing. I'm also confident that that's not his belief system. Now, does he know exactly what it is? Does he know exactly what buttons to push? I don't know. But I'm just hopeful because I at least know with certainty that he knows this isn't good enough. So my thing is not so much will he make a change, but will he make the right changes? That's more of a question mark for me than whether or not there will be no status quo moving forward Notre Dame. Even if the coaching staff remains the same, Sean, I can promise you there will not be a status quo. Now, will that be the right move or not? I don't know. But he's not happy with what we've seen, and that's where my confidence is that he'll want to make a change.
Taj Boyd was a pretty good quarterback in college, was he not? Taj Boyd ain't Deshaun and Trevor. And this man, I saw someone in the chat kind of say this, and it goes to this. Marcus Freeman, you said it perfectly. He knows what needs to be done. Only time will tell whether or not he makes the necessary decisions and changes that ultimately leads Notre Dame to where he wants this program to be, which is a national champion. But we're not about to dismiss the fact. Man, dude, I've never seen Phil Jackson win a championship without Shaq, Kobe, and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. No. You can talk about how great a coach he is. The dude arguably had 4 top 10 players in the history of the NBA when he won those championships. So we can talk about coaching, play calling, philosophies. Tommy Rees is running plays he ran with Tyler Buckner. Guess what? He's got Jalen Milroe, a much better Jalen Milroe this year that's making plays. He has a playmaker at quarterback. He doesn't have a great passer. He doesn't have a pocket passer. He has a playmaker, a guy that can make plays in games. Jaden Daniels, Mike Denbrock took heat when he was here at Notre Dame. He took heat when he was at Cincinnati, especially in that playoff game against Alabama. Talking about the offense was boring. All of a sudden, Jaden Daniels is, in my opinion, should be up there for the Heisman. Why? Because he's a playmaker. And he has playmakers at wide receiver. It's amazing how when you have playmakers, it doesn't matter what the offensive system is. The Chicago Bulls ran the same play every time, triangle. Yeah, we're running triangle. Why was it effective? Because Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen was in it. Because Shaq and Kobe were in the same system. It's the same system. Won championships. Why? Great players were put into it. So just as important as it is to make changes in philosophy, it's important for Notre Dame to develop playmakers and find playmakers and recruit. To me, that is just as important as the philosophy change.
I was curious where you were going to go with that. I thought you were going to make they don't have playmakers. So I totally good with you. I was letting you, but no, agree. You got to develop your players. And the majority of the teams that are the best teams in college football right now, the majority of them have developed the majority of their team. And then they've plugged in a couple transfers here and there. Right. And of all the good teams in the country this year that are competing, the team that's most inconsistent to me is Florida State. What's one thing that's different between Florida State and the other teams like Washington and Georgia and Michigan and Ohio State is they have even more transfers. Now, I still like how Florida State's done it. They haven't done it like USC and some other teams, but even then, some of that inconsistency is because there are still a lot of new faces can use to each other, where the other teams are just plug here, plug there, and you're building it that way. Like Georgia has no problem going to the portal and getting certain guys. 2 of their receivers are portal guys, but the majority of their team are developed, because development is not just about teaching them the right way, the right way to line up and technique. It's also about the culture.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is what's USC's culture right now? There isn't one, because you've brought a bunch of different people from different parts of the country from a college football standpoint, and they haven't had to go through the battles that you've gone through as a football team. And the, where like you get these teams like Georgia and Bama used to be like this, where, their junior and senior class can remember what it was like sitting the bench together and saying, hey, when we get our turn, we're going to do this. They didn't go through those battles. And so to me, that's why I say your culture needs to be established and developed. And that's what these next 2 weeks are going to be about, is really figuring out who do we want to be from a culture standpoint.
Yes.
And then that's the foundational stuff that then leads to, okay, then what is our philosophy like? And then what's the talent that we do have? And let's make sure we're building to that talent. And that's the thing that they need to look at and say, hey, look, man, we're going to have some dynamic playmakers these next few years. Like, what's the whole point of recruiting Braylon James and Jeremiah Love and Cam Williams and Kedron Young and Aeneas Williams and Micah Gilbert and Jaden Greathouse and all these talented guys if you're not going to turn them loose?
It's the same thing that's
right
facing Dabo, is it not? In a different way, right? Like, you have to change your philosophy. You won 2 championships with that philosophy, but now you don't have those day ones at quarterback.
And
those
part
wide
of the problem
receivers
too, Sean, is they went away from bringing in the type of guys that had worked for them so much. They went away from that and didn't adjust their philosophy. And so now Dabo is trying to get them back to, this is who we need to be.
Right.
And we'll see if he can do it or not. But that's the thing, is because Clemson had a culture.
Mm-hmm.
And those big time recruits had to buy into the culture. And some of their big time players weren't big time recruits. Some of them were, and that's the thing that Coach Freeman is still establishing, is the culture. And that's going to take some time. And that's why you also don't make panic moves because you had a bad loss, because that's just showing like, no, look, change is one thing. Panic is another thing. Because once kids sense that, they lose all respect and you lose all credibility. And let's look at this guy, man. He's out there every time a guy has a bad game, he benches a guy. Now, does that mean that you don't ever bench someone? No, it doesn't. But it needs to be done in a certain way where you're not looking like you're panicking. And that would be my issue with that culture is more important than getting Steve Angeli or Kenny Minchie some reps in the last 2 games. It's no. I'm going to start Sam, because there needs to be a level of accountability, and we need to show that we can bounce back from certain things. We need to show that we're not, every time something goes bad, we're just going to panic and bench everyone that played badly in that game that came the week before, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that there may not come a time and a place, but you've got to be smart about when to do it. So that way you are creating, you have to have accountability. But again, accountability is always bench someone, fire someone, demote someone. That's the easy way out. That oftentimes is not the right way out. And that's what Coach Freeman is going to have to figure out.
And this goes back to what we say all the time. I just don't like when fans look, we can talk about coaches. Ultimately, it's the young men that put in the work. Like, you can coach me up all day. I have to decide to buy into what you're telling me, and then I have to put the work in.
Right.
So I give more credit to the players for buying in, taking the coaching and putting in the work to make themselves better, than just sit there and say, oh, this person is only who they are because of that person. No, it doesn't work like that. That's not the way it works. And what you see is a developed playmaker with Jalen Milroe. He was a disaster the 2 games, or the game he took over for Bryce Young last year. But the one thing you saw is that he was a game breaker with his legs. That was undeniable. Passing game, struggle. He put in the work to improve himself.
Right.
To the point now that with the arm he has, he can threaten you.
Right.
Down
because
the field.
You say, well, maybe Alabama didn't use him correctly. People develop at different times.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen wasn't that guy. They wanted him to be that guy. He wasn't. That's why they went to Tua, because Tua was that guy. Tua could. Jalen, and I still believe this as much as you people like.
Well, I was talking about Milroe. I'm sorry.
Oh, he said Milroe. I thought he said Hurts. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, but Jalen Hurts is a similar situation, Sean.
Yeah.
Right. It was run throw guy. I'm sorry. I thought you said Jalen Hurts. But yeah, so I apologize. Yeah, I
But they're
jumped in
similar
there and said
guys,
the wrong.
though.
Yeah,
They're really similar
yeah,
guys, and I just think Jalen Milroe has improved himself enough as a passer because his deep passing game, he's accurate. Like that's
yeah.
the
I mean, just
danger.
go back to the Texas game, even back then.
Absolutely. So he's made himself now. You want to talk about intermediate and all the other stuff. I
Yeah,
mean, that stuff he could still be better at.
yeah,
But he's made himself, he put in the work to make himself good enough
yeah.
to now, with the running game that they went more to, man, watch them. You want
Well,
to
that O
watch
line's
dual
starting to figure some stuff out.
finally
That's
because they were really, they were
yeah,
young at the tackles and everything.
yeah.
But my point is, Tommy Reese went down there trying to run a system and went back to the same plays he was running at Notre Dame to get things back in order with a guy that can be a playmaker in that system because he was similar to Tyler. It was
Right,
like, oh, I know how this kid can be a playmaker.
right,
I've done this at Notre Dame.
right.
He didn't create something
Use
new.
his legs to get the arm going. Because that's what he
Absolutely.
did in the bowl game last year. Sean, I'm again, man. I'm
Absolutely.
sorry. I heard Jalen Hurts. That's where I thought they were talking
But
about. So
if you
that's
had gone with Jalen Hurts, it
yeah,
would have been the same
yeah,
thing. Jalen Hurts had to be developed in the passing game, but he was a playmaker already with his legs.
yeah.
Playmakers make coaches look amazing. You can have a great coach.
The thing is,
And,
the big thing is you've got to put those guys in position. And this is where Tommy did not do a good job early with Milroe.
mm,
Is they weren't doing enough to let him use both parts of his game, and they didn't do that with Tyler early enough last year early either. That's the offense they ran against South Carolina looked a whole lot different than the one they ran against Ohio State and Marshall,
mhm.
and they turned them loose. So that's part of it too. Is you've got to be willing to adapt and adjust to the players that you have, and that's what I say is like, look, we talk about all the different things we do. That's why we've talked so much this year about doing more stuff pre-snap.
Yeah,
Different formations, motion
yeah,
shifts, stacks, different things like that. Using good, using proper jets and reverse motions pre and post snap, because you don't have those receivers that can win one-on-one all the time.
yeah,
And so that's the whole thing is this staff has got to show me a little bit better job of, and that's an area where Al Golden struggled last year. He's done a nice job in year 2 of adapting to where, yeah, I have my system, but I've
yeah,
got to make sure that I'm doing a better job of utilizing the guys that we have.
yeah,
And so one of the complaints I had last year was, and even at times early this year was, you're allowing your D line to be too stagnant. You're asking these guys to eat up blocks. Well, guess what? They're not doing with Howard Cross this year. They're not asking them to do that as much. They're letting
mm.
Riley attack a lot more. And, so that's part of it too, is you've got to be willing to play to your team's strengths. And I don't know that this staff is doing that. I think this team is playing away from their weaknesses, not playing to their strengths. And that's very different. That's
I would
very
agree
different.
with that. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Call me Ty. Thank you for your question. What do you think Blake Fisher should do this offseason to be his best next year? Consider move to guard, stay at right tackle, will moving him to left tackle help him at all?
None of the things about his position are going to impact Blake Fisher's performance next season. Blake Fisher's performance, whether he's at right tackle, left tackle, or guard, is all about Blake Fisher.
Hmm.
And my whole thing is like, I know some of the things that Blake Fisher's doing wrong this year are not things he's being taught to do, because I don't see anybody else making those mistakes on the roster. I think Blake has a bit of a focus problem, which is why he's so inconsistent. And I don't mean focus like he's ADD or something like that. I just mean like, as a football player, he's not focused. As a
Way to
football
play.
player, yeah,
Yeah.
as a football player, Blake does not play with the toughness that you expected him to play with. That's been now, I don't know if it's the focus on losing all the weight and all this other stuff, but like, he doesn't have the power that he should have. And he's a junior now. And so, like the Clemson game is an example. I thought the first quarter and a half, Blake played pretty well.
Yeah.
But then you watched him play in the last 2.5 quarters. You're like, that's not even the same kid.
Right.
What the heck am I looking at?
What's going on?
Like, you shouldn't see that. And so those are things that I look at, Sean, and I say that's just that's a kid
Yeah.
who just needs to, Blake needs to do some growing up. Blake needs to grow up a little bit as a football player. I'm not speaking to what he needs to do off the field. I don't know any of that stuff. And I've heard people say things about what he does or doesn't. I don't care about all that. I've seen party animals be phenomenal football players. Okay. So I don't want to hear all that. That's not the issue. The issue is when he's here, there's not enough focus. There's not enough fire. There's not enough, to me, passion for the craft that you need to have. And, you look at, say, they don't have a Quentin Nelson. And my whole thing is Blake is never going to be that guy, but Blake can be better. Blake needs to be better. And Blake not being better, in my opinion, is more about Blake than it is about Joe Rudolph. Now, some of the overall issues as a line, I put on Joe Rudolph because he's the coach and you're seeing these things across the board. But nobody else, like I've never looked at Rocco Spindler and be like, man, you're not playing hard today. I've never looked at Pat Coogan and thought that. I've never looked at Zeke Carell and thought that. Now they may be getting their butts kicked, but there's just time like, is Blake here today? Does Blake want to be here? Does he want to be here today?
Yeah.
That's on you. Like you said it, Sean, you can develop them all you want, but if they don't take that coaching, then,
because it's up to them. It's up to these young men. It's an opportunity in front of all of them to become the best guy they can. And this is the inconsistency. This is the word I'll use. No, I won't even use a word. I'll just explain it like this. He's not Joe Alt. Don't expect him to be Joe Alt. Don't compare him to Joe Alt. He's kind of an immature tackle, meaning he's a big guy in the basketball analogy that can dominate, but if you don't get him the ball early, he checks out. He might pout.
Right.
Like, man, you want me to play defense, so now you're not getting the ball, so now you're just going to allow layups at the rim, and everything just kind of unravels. And that's kind of his game. He knows that his strength is in the run game. So if Notre Dame is playing from out front and they can run the ball and then pass when they want to, Blake's going to look a lot better right now. He's going to look a lot better in those games, right? Because he gets to do what he knows is his strength most of the time. But if you get to a game where Notre Dame's behind and they have to drop back consistently, now his focus or his lack thereof gets exposed, right? And that's the evolution. That's the immaturity. So when you talk immaturity, it's not, he's in college. I don't care about him partying. Like, dude, as long as you focus, do your job, and put in the work, you're supposed to enjoy your college experience, right? No one cares about that. But right now, his game is a little bit immature. And it kind of, because on one end, he accepts challenges, right? He accepted the challenge. Marcus Freeman challenged him last year. Like, remember after that practice, we were there. Blake had to check out. He was gassed at practice. Marcus Freeman went to the podium and said, dude, it's your responsibility as a player to be able to make it through a full practice. That was a direct challenge. Everybody else didn't know who he was talking about, but we knew as the media who exactly he was talking about. That was a challenge. So the kid, commits himself in the offseason to lose weight, right? He answers the challenge. That was the expectation, right? But changing your body doesn't change this, Brian.
Right.
It doesn't change this. The heart and the mind are the same. You can change your six-pack, muscles, all of that. Heart, mind, focus. If that doesn't change, I would much rather you change there than to change physically.
Right.
Like, you were naturally an athletic big dude. Like,
right.
Let's see your heart. Let's see your
Blake
mind.
has to decide if the football part is important to him. How important it is. Because, like, look, Blake was challenged with being a leader in the community, and he's embraced it in a big way. There are very few kids on the team that are as engaged with stuff off the field as Blake is with the community, with kids and helping people in need and things like that. And so, I got a lot of respect for Blake when it comes to things like that. But at the same time, you're also here to be a great football player, and you need to do both, right?
Absolutely.
And being a great football player doesn't mean you can't be a phenomenal member of the community. because he has been, from everything I've been told, as far as, what he goes above and beyond the things that he's supposed to do when it comes to me. That's what I've been told and what we've seen. I mean, every time they do something where they're at some Boys and Girls Club or the YMCA or Ronald McDonald House or whatever they're doing, you always see Blake in the pictures. Like, he's the one constant. You always see Blake in the pictures,
Yeah.
And I commend him for that. But the football part, Blake's got to decide, how great do you want to be?
Yeah.
And he's got to kind of dig a little bit deep and be like, I could just bully people in high school, but I've actually got to really play with a little something extra here if I'm going to be that guy.
Hey,
So
honestly, we've seen him bully people on the college level for like 1-2 quarters. Like,
right,
oh, good grief!
right.
Did you see what he just did to that dude?
Yeah. So to the question, if Blake steps up and says, "Hey, I'm going to be that guy," then I'm fine moving him to left tackle.
Mm.
And if you want to leave him a right tackle, I'm good there too. If he's like, coach, man, all the NFL people, like, if Blake puts his, if Blake reaches out to the NFL people about, what he think, and NFL people tell him, hey, man, just so you know, you're probably going to be a guard in the NFL. And Blake says, hey, coach, all these people tell me I will be a guard. I'd like to make that transition out. Fine, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
None of it matters. That, to me, call me Ty, that to me is the last thing I'm worried about with Blake Fisher. I mean, you should be able to play Blake Fisher where the heck you want to make your lineup work, because he's got that kind of talent, and we see flashes of it. But we don't see the focus. We don't see the fire. We don't see the toughness on a consistent enough basis. We'll see it for 2 plays, and then we see it not for 3 plays. We'll see it for 1 quarter, and then it goes away for the next quarter.
Yeah.
And those are the things that are very problematic for me.
And moving him, that where he plays isn't the issue.
Right.
It's all on him.
Right.
He has the potential to be athletically and size-wise to be a first-round pick. So now it's up to him whether or not he realizes the potential.
Do you want to be that guy or not?
Yeah.
I think he probably, more than any other player on the roster, has been hurt by Harry Hiestand leaving.
I agree. Because that was another challenge that you pointed out, and I think he responded positively to Harry. Thank you, Call Me Ty, for another one. 25 D-line recruiting. If Indy lands Burgess, can they still grab Shanklin if they need that many D-linemen this year?
So yes,
or in that year.
Yes, and yes. So Christopher Burgess is being recruited as a big end, and Damian Shanklin's being recruited as a Viper. And talking to different people, my understanding is, because Chris Burgess announced today that he's going to be committing in somewhere in January. Notre Dame is in a pretty good place right now. They got to close, but they're in a pretty good place right now. But Damian Shanklin is also a guy that they would still take. I'm confident in that as of right now. They're a different position. And did they have that need? Yes, they do. You got to think about it. 25 class is still 2 years away. Yeah. In that period of time, Notre Dame is definitely going to lose Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Nana Osafo-Mensah, Jordan Botelho, Riley Mills, Howard Cross, potentially Gabriel Rubio, because Gabriel Rubio is going to be done after next year because he played as a freshman. So Gabriel Rubio's gone when this class arrives, and possibly Jason Onye. And if there's a breakout from another guy, let's say Josh Burnham or Junior Tuilamaka or something like that, has some monster breakout year next year, they could be gone too. So yes, the 25 class needs to be bigger up front. I think they'll play 5-6 guys is what I think they'll do numbers wise in that class. And they already have 3 committed already, correct? Now, Hulak is kind of a hybrid guy. You could kind of count him as a defensive lineman, but that's kind of where I see the numbers working out next year.
PK, thank you for the question. Really have my eyes on Marcus. Will he be a loyalty guy and wait a year to make a change, or will he look at himself, team, and make changes early? Your thoughts?
I think this is a false dichotomy. I think you're creating a scenario where he's either loyal and sticks with them for a year, even though he shouldn't, or he decides to do what's best for the team and makes a change. I think you're creating a scenario where the only scenario in which Marcus Freeman keeps Jared Parker on is because of loyalty. And whether you agree with it or not, or whether it's the right reason or not, I highly doubt that if Marcus Freeman keeps Jared Parker, it's going to have anything to do with loyalty. Because at the end of the day, Marcus Freeman's primary loyalty is to his football team and his own family. You know what I mean? So if Marcus Freeman makes the decision to stick with Jared Parker, I have zero thought about it being because of loyalty. If you were to put a negativity on, say more of anything, say if you want to say well, he's afraid to admit he made a mistake. I think I'd buy that more than it being about loyalty. And I don't even think that's it. I think there's a scenario in which Marcus Freeman thinks that Jared Parker, because remember something, Sean, you and I talked about this at the time. Marcus Freeman brought Jared Parker always with the intention of eventually going to him as the offensive coordinator. Always.
Mm-hmm.
That was always going to be the plan, because he has a lot of faith in Jared Parker, because he worked with Jared Parker for several years at Purdue. He knows what's in Jared Parker's head. He knows what he's capable of. I don't think he looks at this year and says, boy, Jared Parker's is not who I thought he was. I think he still thinks Jared Parker is who he thinks he was, but for a lot of different reasons, we didn't see what he thinks Jared Parker's capable of. He may decide, you know what, now that he's in charge, he's just not that guy. And he may make a move. That may be what he decides. But if he doesn't make that decision, I highly, highly doubt it's going to have anything to do with loyalty. I think it's going to be because he genuinely believes, right or wrong, that Jared Parker's the guy for that job. And they just need to he needs to make some changes. Jared needs to make some changes. Gino needs to make some changes. Joe Rudolph needs to make some changes, and say, hey, look, this is we're going to make some adjustments. But as I've said a million times, change is required. It's demanded for this Notre Dame offense. But when I say change, I don't always mean someone should get fired. In some instances, maybe that is what's needed. But in other instances, like, no, I know you can do this job better. Now go do it better. Hey, Joe Rudolph, I want less input from you from a big picture game planning standpoint, and I just want you focused on freaking coaching up the offensive line. Chancey Stuckey, I don't want you being involved in third down or red zone anymore. I need you to worry about getting the freaking wide receivers to play at a high level. So maybe and I believe if you keep Jared Parker, one of the things that they should do is consolidate more of the authority onto him, kind of stuff. Because you got this guy likes to do this, and this guy likes to do that, and this guy likes to do that. I was part of a team like that, Sean. I was part of a team in 2004 at Christopher Newport where we were 9-3, went to the second round of college football playoffs, or national playoffs. Best season we ever had, still to this day, best team they've ever had. The next year, we were way more talented, but we were over to you to go call the game, watching TV. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like, look, you've got to be the one to set the agenda. Hey, guys, here's what we're doing. Now let's put it all together, Brian. Within the framework of this is the pass game stuff that we like. It's got to work well with this, right? So the point is, I'm not saying Notre Dame's that dysfunctional, but what I am saying is if you have people focus on different things and it's not all married together, then that can create what we see, where the third down offense doesn't make any sense. Well, you got one guy just kind of designing his own third down offense, and this guy's designing this, and this guy's designing that. It needs to have more of unity. And the way that there's unity is there's one overarching guy who sets the philosophy of the offense. And I sometimes wonder if Jared Parker's biggest mistake isn't that he's deferred too much, because he wants to show respect and deference to Joe Rudolph and Gino Guidugli and Dylan McCullough and Chancey Stuckey. And he's got to be like, no, guys, here, we're going to do it this way. And I'm going to give you responsibility, but you got to do it within this framework.
Yeah.
And now working together for another year may make them better at that. That may be what the decision that Marcus Freeman makes. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just kind of saying what some options may be, right? But at the end of the day, if Marcus Freeman decides to still go with the guys that he has now, it's not out of loyalty, it's for something else. And I don't accept the notion that it's either you're too loyal or you're going to fire him. That's not the only two options. And so you can present it to me that way in a question, but I don't accept the question that way because I think you're creating a false choice, a false option that I don't think exists in this particular instance.
Well, I just think the interesting thing for me is that Marcus Freeman, if it's anything he's proven, is he's proven that as a leader, that everything is on him. There hasn't been one time where he's come forth, up or down, bad loss, big win. He's accepted the accountability and responsibility and constantly said, everything falls on me. Period. Regardless of what decision he makes. So when you say look at himself, he looks at himself constantly. He constantly talks about that. After every loss, like, I got to look at me first. No one has any empathy. The ideologies and 3 different coaches in 3 years. Can you give them a chance to be under Joe Rudolph for a second year?
Right.
You gave the defense that chance, and you saw what happened with Al Golden and his defense. But nobody has that empathy. Like, yo, that might be a little tough. not forgiving them for mistakes,
The
but
staff
saying,
stayed
"Hey,
the same for the most part, Sean, but they
right,
changed the way they went about their business. They
mm-hmm,
changed certain aspects. Marcus Freeman helped. There was accountability there with Al Golden. Say, hey, look, I like a lot of what you're doing, but we got to do something. We got to do this different. We got to practice a little different.
absolutely,
We got to do this a little bit different. We got to, there's got to be more continuity from week to week from a game plan standpoint. We just can't be. This isn't the NFL. We can just come up with a brand new defensive system every week, right?
and you have guys that spend 18 hours in the building,
Right.
so you
That's
can
their
just throw
job.
stuff at them."
Literally their job.
Right,
You
right,
can't do that here. And they made
mm-hmm,
those changes and they got better. Now, can he do that same thing with the offense? I don't know.
mm-hmm,
Because one thing that helped Al Golden do that too is he's got a bunch of 5th and 6th year seniors on that football team,
mm-hmm.
and that's helped as well. So we can all agree change needs to be made. I just think we need to be more open minded to what that change is going to look like, and see. Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's because I have people. I'll never support Al Golden's to me. I don't care if he does this, 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 and this. I'll never support him. Like, wow,
Yeah,
that's a problem right
yeah,
there. Eventually he kind of, I think, won most people over, but
yeah,
there's still people like, I'm looking forward to him to leave. And I'm like, okay, I
yeah.
kind of understand that in some areas, but like in others, it's like, guys, if you can't appreciate what you're watching on defense this year,
Man, I don't
I
know
have
what else
things
to
that I
say.
pick apart, things I'd like to do differently or better. And, there's always that, but you can also say, even though it's maybe not necessarily how I would want it to be, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Truman Dumel, thank you for the super chat. How will Sam Hartman emotionally be ready versus Wake Forest, and will Aldrich go pro?
On the latter, I would assume so, but that's just my opinion based on how running backs view the draft. I don't have any insider information that tells me he will or won't do that. I mean, really, with Sam being emotionally ready, yeah, I don't know what emotionally ready looks like for him. It's different for every kid.
Yeah.
For some kids, it's like they need that extra thing to fire you up. For
Mhm.
other kids, that extra energy can maybe make them not play as well. I don't know if Sam being playing well against Wake Forest requires him to drown out all of the noise and just focus on doing your job, or if the way to get Sam to play well is to play into the emotional. I don't know, because I don't know Sam, and it just depends on who he is, Truman. So I'm really not quite sure where Sam is going to be in that regard, and like that's a bit of an unknown. How will he be emotionally ready? If you're the coaching staff, you hope that you have enough knowledge of who he is by now that you kind of know when he's at his best is when
Yeah.
he's here or wherever. I don't know the answer to that because we've just seen Sam kind of look so different at times. But I will say this: I think Sam has looked his most comfortable at home this year,
Yeah,
and that's
definitely.
kind of my hope that being in a little bit more of a normal routine will allow him to be able to kind of overcome that. And there's things you can do game plan wise. If you are concerned that he's going to be a little too amped up, there's things you can do game like Brady Quinn was, I always felt, always was too amped up early in games. And he was so physically strong that he would just like throw some 10 feet over somebody's head early.
Yeah.
So Charlie pretty quickly realized that and would always design some little like bootleg slide throw or some now screens or a slip screen to Darius Walker.
Mm,
And he would kind of run the ball a little bit early to try to ease Brady into it, at times, especially in like the big game moments. It's like I remember Penn State. You remember the Penn State game in '06? Brady
yeah.
had some really off target throws early in that game. He's so amped up. But once he settled in,
Yeah.
he ripped Penn State up. You remember that dime he dropped over Paul Leslie to
All
John
Leslies. Yeah.
Carlson?
Yeah.
But it's like Charlie knew Brady gets a little amped up, so let's find some ways to sell him in. I
Yeah.
don't know what that answer is for Sam, but the coaches should, and then find some things early that kind of, maybe run a bootleg early to let Sam kind of get a clean pocket, or, maybe do a couple half rolls to kind of get him out of the pocket, or, maybe take a couple shots, or maybe, I don't know what the answer is, but
Yeah.
they need to know him well enough to be able to get him into a comfortable position.
Another super chat from my guy Truman DeMille. Gut instincts and Jelly his transfer portal. Who else might? Salerno? I guess he's
I,
asking us a
I think
question.
Matt Salerno's out of eligibility. Matt's a 6th year
Yeah.
senior. So I believe he's out of eligibility. Honestly, Truman, I mean no disrespect by this, but it's just I feel incredibly uncomfortable predicting who may or may not hit the portal. And when we've talked about it with Angeli, we've talked about it from a theoretical, if this doesn't happen, and that's about as far as I'm willing to go. There's certainly several guys that I'm concerned about it, but I don't know if I'm in a position where I'm comfortable enough saying, here's who I predict is going to do it. We'll know soon enough. We'll know within the next 3-4 weeks who that's going to be. I mean, guys will start jumping in early December when the portal opens up. But
they've already started. I think some guys from Texas A&M, once they got the news Sunday,
yeah,
they started.
When your head coach leaves, you automatically have a 30-day window that you can jump into the portal.
Yeah, I would expect more. Nathan Milton, thank you for the super chat. OT has Devin Leary's has Devin Leary's performance impressed you?
No, he's not been very good this year.
He didn't impress me before he got to Kentucky. So he had 1 year in North Carolina
really
State
good 2 years ago.
Yeah,
he was really good.
Yeah.
I liked him coming out of high school, and then he had that really good 2021 season, but he was not very good last year before he got hurt, and he's pretty much been that guy again this year.
I like the Davis kid, the running back. I like that kid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They got some good athletes on defense. It's just they just don't have any. They just don't have any weapons really in the pass game to really scare people, and that's a problem.
Is he a candidate for that next level coach?
Who?
Head coach
Mark Stoops.
With the job he's done in Kentucky?
He would for me, but I don't. For some reason, he never gets mentioned.
He never gets
good job.
Yeah.
He's got a national championship ring as an assistant coach as well. He was the D coordinator on that 13 Florida State team, but he never gets mentioned.
No.
Not sure why.
Alan Watson. Hey, Brian and Sean, with the happening up north with the team you love to hate, if they actually go through with their threat to lead the Big Ten, would you now consider that an option for the Irish? I don't know. I think Notre Dame's decision is independent of what's going on with Michigan. In my opinion, I think things are now, you know what? It's so funny because the NCAA, Brian, has been so slowful. But now that Fertitti, the Big Ten commissioner, was so aggressive and sending down a punishment on Michigan, now the NCAA wants to come in on the back of that. Like they're the conquering heroes now. And now they're interviewing players with, immunity and according to reports and all types of stuff. It is, I don't think it has anything to do with Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's future, they already know the switches. Like if this happens, we're going to go this way. If that happens, we'll move this way. Notre Dame has already had that discussion. Jack Swarbrick has been open about the things that would trigger Notre Dame to make a move to a conference. Like if they feel like now they don't have a path, then Jack Swarbrick's been honest. That's Notre Dame's stance. You know what it is. They got a TV deal that's coming up. And that's the way I see it. I don't think Michigan and what's going on with them has anything to do with what they end up doing in the future.
At the end of the day, Sean, Notre Dame, like you nailed the part about Notre Dame is going to do what's best for Notre Dame. The other part, too, is if anything, Michigan being in the Big Ten, Michigan being not in the Big Ten would hurt Notre Dame's desire to join the Big Ten because that's one of their rivals. I think Notre Dame doesn't view Michigan like they do other rivals, obviously, because they canceled the series. But I think if anything, it would make the Big Ten less attractive, in my opinion. But you are correct. Notre Dame's going to do what's best for Notre Dame. They don't care what's going on with Michigan. And the other thing, too, Michigan's not going to leave the Big Ten. That's nothing but crybaby posturing. They're not going to give up that kind of money. And I wish they would, because they don't realize how good they have it in the Big Ten.
And to go where?
We're going to join the SEC, So, yeah, where are they going to go? They're not going to go anywhere.
Oh.
So, yeah. And no one's looking at that threat as anything serious.
Lance Happ, thank you. Where did they where they started pairing guys with former Irish greats this year, do you think, or do we think that might be an issue of too many voices?
No, I don't think, because I don't think that Tim Brown is talking to Tobias Merriweather nonstop about like routes and play calling. He's more talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
Tim Brown cares a whole lot more about what kind of young man Tobias Merriweather
Yes,
becomes than he does what kind of wide receiver he is. If we're being honest, if you
absolutely.
know anything about Tim Brown, if you know anything about Jerome Bettis, he cares a whole lot more about, hey, Audric, you making sure that you're getting yourself set up to go be successful here and go do this and go do that, and those type of things, than he is about, man, what was that play call on third? I mean, if they did that, it's like kind of more in fun, but I don't think that
Yeah,
that's an issue. I don't
yeah,
think that's an issue.
yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew Gilmore, I wonder if Northwestern would make a run at Clawson. I bet that would pay their new coach a lot of money.
I don't
Um,
think that that would be a move he would want to make. I mean, that's a lateral move. If anything, it's a downgrade. It's easier for Wake Forest to win in the ACC than it will be for Northwestern
the
to win in the
Northwestern to
Big
win.
Ten, especially now that you're adding USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. Like, here's the thing you got to understand about all those Big Ten West teams: they all just took at least 3 notches down in the league, at least 3, some 4. Because I think Wisconsin can still say we're still ahead of UCLA. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
yeah,
But you're below. I mean, with all due respect to Iowa, great program. They're always going to be below USC. They're always going to
yeah.
be below Oregon. Always going to be below Washington. On a relatively consistent basis. So that makes those jobs even less attractive to me. So that would be it's like Mike Elko going to Michigan State. That's a step down for me.
Yeah.
It's a step down. I would not want to live in East Lansing compared to Durham, North Carolina. I would not want to coach at Michigan State compared to Duke. Well, Duke's a basketball school and Michigan State's not. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, guys, when was the last time Michigan State won a championship of football? Here's my answer. I wasn't alive, and I don't think my dad was very old. You know what I mean? So
And I can speak from the Northwestern will not be spending a bunch of money.
yeah,
The pockets of the big time alums. Just look at what they did with they put a pause on a new stadium
yeah,
situation they had going. This scandal is what it is. You got
yeah,
lawsuits pending, that they might have to deal with at the
yeah,
university. So no,
yeah.
I do not think. I think they are very happy with what the interim head
Oh
coach has
yes.
done in this situation. They have a chance to be bowl eligible,
If
depending
he
upon
goes
what
to a
they
bowl
do in the
game,
last
Sean,
two
do you
games.
think they keep him?
Heck yeah,
I think if they win one of their next 2, he gets the job.
absolutely,
Because now,
absolutely.
and here's why. That team was not supposed to be this good. I don't care what anybody
No.
says. That roster's not a bowl eligible roster. I'm sorry. In my opinion, it's not. Number 2, all that stuff, he rallied that team together.
Hmm.
And then number 3, if you promote him, no buyout for whoever I hire. Now, the guy, they
Hmm.
would hire some Matt guy or some that wouldn't have a huge buyout, but it's still a buyout.
Hmm.
And this guy, you don't have to pay a whole lot. He's not going to require the salary that a Mike Elko or a Dave Clawson or something like that would require, And so, yeah, I would be shocked if that was a move. I mean, Dave Clawson makes over $4 million at Wake Forest. To
Yeah.
get him to leave that job to go to Northwestern, you're gonna have to pay him north of $6-7 million, and even more than that, Sean. Because let's be
Yeah.
honest, the tax situation living in the state of Chicago is a whole lot different than the tax situation living in North Carolina.
Specifically Evanston, you better believe it.
Yeah,
Man, you better
yeah.
believe it.
So you're gonna have to you're gonna have to make him a
But
very highly paid coach, and I just don't know that he's a heck of a
he,
coach, but I don't know if he's that.
look, David
Right?
Braun should be on the short list for
Yeah,
like coach of the year, at
yeah,
least
oh, yeah,
on the list. He
yeah,
doesn't win it, but he should be on the
yeah.
list.
He should
That
get votes.
scandal, I can't speak nationally, but that scandal was still hot in Chicago. Still, like they're having press conferences on a weekly basis, Brian, with players lining up talking about sexual abuse, racial discrimination. Dude, it's constant and it's always in the news. And for this team, I'm very impressed
Yeah,
with what those young men have been able to do
yeah.
and what that staff has been able to do with that team.
And they're not just beating up on you know crap
They went
teams.
up, they went to
And they
Camp Randall and just
and
ran through them.
smacked Northwestern. I mean, they did. They smacked Northwestern. So yeah,
Wisconsin, Northwestern smack Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yes,
Yeah,
Wisconsin. Northwestern smacked Wisconsin, which I rather enjoyed. You know my feelings on Luke Fickell.
Yes. Indy Estimate Trucking LLC. Given the outcome of the season, put this in order of biggest disappointment: interior O line, Viper, Hartman, Rudolph, Influence, or safeties not named Watts.
Safeties are at the way bottom of my list. Like,
Way
look,
bottom.
DJ Brown has had a couple bad plays this year,
Hmm.
and a bad play against Louisville, and a huge drop against NC State, and he is who he is. But DJ Brown has also made some plays this year. He's been a solid player for Notre Dame. Ramon Henderson hasn't stepped up the way that I wanted to. He hasn't been bad, and Xavier Watts has been really, really good. So, I mean, safety has been a solid position for Notre Dame this year to very good. So that's way at the bottom of my list. I mean, the interior O line and Rudolph kind of go hand in hand. I mean, my biggest disappointments this year, I'm going to be honest, it's Hartman number one. And that's not just because Sam Hartman, it's how he's been used and all the things that surround him. It's not just Sam Hartman. And number two is the interior offensive line, just the offensive line as a whole. The regression that we've seen from that group just steadily over the year. I mean, Sean, I'm looking at it. Notre Dame has not rushed for 200 yards in a while. You know, let's see here. Right now, Notre Dame has – it's been 6 games since they've rushed for 200 yards. Yeah, like, to me, that's a problem. You know, last year, I think there was only 6 games, period, that they didn't rush for 200 yards.
Right.
And, you know, right now, you look at the 2021 season with all the issues that Notre Dame had running the football that year. If Notre Dame doesn't go for 200 yards this game against Wake Forest, if you look at the same number of games, they will have rushed for less, have had fewer 200-yard rushing games in that 2021 team. Think about that, because right now they both have 2. But then they went out and rushed for over 200 in their 11th game. This team needs to do that. When your rushing production mirrors that of the 2021 offensive line, that's a problem. It's a big problem for me. So that to me, and you could even argue that's even worse than the other one, because you could say that has a greater impact on Sam Hartman than Sam Hartman's play has had on that. I think you could absolutely say that. And we don't talk enough about the play of the offensive line and the problem it has been, you know, especially against some of just the better defenses that they've played this year. And that's what kills me, is like they played that well against Ohio State only to go play terrible for pretty much the next 6 games.
Yeah, would
played
you rather
bad against
have
Duke, played bad against Louisville, played bad against Clemson. They played okay against USC. Just okay.
Yeah. Would you rather have toughness in your offensive line or talent and ability?
If it's an either or, give me toughness.
That's and I think that is something you spoke about earlier. I think the toughness on the O-line last year, right? Because we can talk about Jared Patterson and whether or not you thought he regressed or didn't play up to where you thought he would take that next step. You know, Josh Lugg and dude, we could talk about it, right? But there was a toughness by the end of the year, middle of the year, in that offensive line that it was like, okay. And that's what you saw against Clemson late. That was toughness, man. Like, dude, understand. They challenged that offensive line. Like, look, man, there's not much we can do through the air. We're gonna have to line up and beat these
all
dudes
week,
up.
Sean. You knew there was gonna be like 34-mile-an-hour winds. We're talking about it all week.
Absolutely. And that was the challenge presented. If a similar challenge was presented to this offensive line against a good team, I don't know how that's going to come out, right? And it goes back to what you said. Maybe this team kind of lost some of that toughness because they felt like, oh, we have an eraser at quarterback, so now we don't have to, go in with the same focus or go in with the same toughness. And if that's the case, that goes up top, because that toughness should be there no matter who the quarterback is. No matter what system we're running, you can be tough pulling, right? There's a difference between pulling and tiptoeing and pulling and coming around like a Mack truck, like I'm trying to take somebody's head off, and that goes back to what I said about systems. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what system you're in, man. That has nothing to do with your focus and your toughness and competing and wanting to compete and having pride. So yeah, I agree with you. Hartman, O-line, Viper.
Viper's been disappointing for me. I just expected Jordan Mattello after what we saw in the bowl game last year
Yo,
to,
when I
you
saw
know,
him turn his back on a run play against Clemson, I was like,
yeah,
I'm done. I'm done.
yeah,
I- yeah, you've had
yeah,
plenty of chances.
yeah. Guy has 3 sacks on the year. That's
Yeah,
not
but
a
then
position
you
where you
say
can only have
that,
3 sacks.
and you say, well, man, Josh Burnham's flashed. You saw Boubacar Traore against USC, and you're like, okay, okay, the
Yeah.
future at the position, but
Future, but
right now,
for this
yeah,
year, it's
but
been
right now, yeah,
yeah.
I
I'd put
agree.
that third. It'd be like Hartman, O-line, Viper, safeties. So
you you should have just walked out the room and said it from like upstairs,
safety. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm in the basement, so I can't get any lower in this
Right.
house than right there. Not the safety play's been great, but it's like I think they've gotten out of those guys
Yeah,
what they're capable of getting out of
what
those
you're
guys. I mean,
capable of
I
getting out of it,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Especially if
Exactly.
you consider Thomas Harper nickel safety,
Yes.
he's played pretty
Which
well.
he is. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
Johnny from the boot. Could Indy chase after another 24 quarterback instead of a transfer quarterback? Though portal isn't open yet, are there any names of value that they could chase?
I haven't seen any names jump in there yet. As far as the 24 quarterback, see, to me, I actually would consider this option if you have the room scholarship wise as an
Mhm,
option on top of a portal guy. Where you go get a 24 guy that, hey, he understands, like, hey, look, man, you're not coming here to be the guy. You're coming here
mhm.
to get a degree from Notre Dame and be the best dang backup quarterback in college football. Like that's your goal. Now, I don't know who that guy would be, and I don't know who would want that job. You know what I mean? But I'd be open to that because that gives you more protection. But here's the thing, that doesn't help you next year at all because that guy's not helping you in 2024 if you have injuries. So let's
Mhm.
say you brought that guy in because I like the outside the box thinking from Johnny here. And to me, that would be something that would help solidify your numbers in 25 and 26 and 27. Right. And so, but it doesn't help you next year because that if you get to the point where that guy has to play, you're probably in big trouble. I mean, the Matt LaVecchio thing was an anomaly. You know what I mean? Like you're
That was
not
my guy, though.
yeah, yeah, but you're just not gonna repeat that again, in my opinion. So I just don't think
Oh
that's the
man,
answer. Yep.
Scotty G. If Marcus Freeman decides to stick with Jared Parker this offseason and bring in a senior offensive assistant, who would be your top choices of guys that can realistically come over?
I'd have to think through some guys who might be available, but I've always said this one guy that I would love to see come is David Cutcliffe. That's a guy that I would love to see come and be an analyst at Notre Dame and really just help
Mhm.
out with the overall structure and, just give some thoughts into who they are and what they're doing and how they're organizing practice structure and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm sure some people are going to call Bobby Petrino since
I would not. I mean,
it's,
he's a
I
great
said
offensive
some people.
mind.
I'm
Yeah,
just
he's a
saying
great
people,
offensive
guys that
mind.
would be out there.
Yeah, Bobby
Yeah.
Petrino's not going to take an analyst job though. That's the other thing too is he's not going to take an analyst job. There's no way in heck he would do that. I'd have to think through some of the guys that
Or
are
didn't he
available.
just, what was he? No, he was the
He's the
OC
OC at
for
A&M.
Jimbo.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but yeah, I don't see him doing that.
But no, I think there are definitely some wise guys out there.
Yeah.
Even if I think David Shaw would be a good
You
analyst or guy to
Like,
talk to.
so I don't know that David Shaw would have any interest in doing that, but here's something I think
Yeah.
that maybe he might have some interest in is, hey, David, can you come in for a few days,
Mm-hmm.
sit down with us and talk ball? Like that's 100% a resource that I would try my best to utilize. Hey, look,
Mm-hmm.
we'll pay, come in for a week. We'll put you up. We'll pay, whatever. And we want you here because we want you to see our operation. We want you to see everything we got going on, what the resources we have and all that. We'll talk to you about what we're doing, and here's how we organize practice here, and just pick your brain. Here's
Because
our
he can
roster.
relate. He
Yeah,
can relate he
right,
can definitely relate
right,
to the
right. We want to be
challenges to
a
Marcus
pro-style
Freeman.
team that runs the football. Okay.
Hmm.
Here's some things that I would say, I mean, he would be a resource, but I don't know that that's necessarily a guy that would come as an analyst, but just some of these guys who you may talk about that aren't
Yeah,
going to come and do the job that doesn't mean they can't be resources.
right.
Come in and sit down with us for a week. Let's pick your brain. I'll fly my guys out to your place for a few days if you're willing to host them.
Yeah.
There's things like that you can do. And if Jared Parker's the coach, I hope he is, he's looking for I always did as a coach. And me, Sean, I'm very arrogant in my abilities as a football coach back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I was
Yeah.
always, man, like if Curtis Johnson was at a clinic I was at,
Writing
you know
notes,
what I mean?
absorbing. Yeah.
Yes. Because I'm like, this guy has done it at the level I want to do it at someday. If I can't learn from that dude, then what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Now, yeah, I thought I was the guy at my level, but if there were people that had done it, that had proven it, like if Larry Karras was giving a speech, guys won like 9 of the last 11 national titles at the level I'm coaching at. Of course, I'm going to listen to that freaking guy. You know what I mean? And that's what, to me, good coaches do. That's what the clinics are, man. It's like, this guy's giving. No, the best parts about these coaches clinics, besides people are interviewing for jobs, is, man, I would just love sitting there and we're all at dinner, and it's like a bunch of dudes who don't really know each other sitting there at dinner, and we start talking ball, and you know how many napkins they go through at these coaches clinics at these restaurants? Like a lot. Like, coaches clinics this year, load up on the napkins. Hey, let me grab some extra napkins, ma'am. And then you start saying, okay, so here's what we did in this thing, and here's what we did against that. And you start drawing up all these plays on the napkins. And dinner's over, and there's like 100 napkins on your table. And you're like, I'm going to grab that one, grab that one, grab that one. Ooh, I want to do that one. And that's what good coaches do. You're always trying to learn. You're always trying to be challenged. If I'm out of Washington, I did some really good things this year. But you know what? I'm going to go find the guys who did it even better. I'm going to sit down with them. Hey, man, I'm going to go sit down with that dude from Clemson. Because that's a staff that there's a mutual respect between Clemson and Notre Dame. I'm going to talk to Nick Eason this offseason. Let's share some ideas. Because there may be some things you're doing that Nick Eason at Clemson is liking. And there's some things Nick Eason's doing at Clemson that you like. And you talk and you share ideas. That's what good coaches do. And I think there's a lot more value in that than hiring a guy to come in and be an analyst, where there's some limitations on what he can do. But if you can do things like that, like if David Cutcliffe doesn't want to be an analyst, bring him in for a week during the spring, a couple weeks during the spring, see what we're doing. Give us some thoughts, give us some ideas. That's the kind of stuff that I'd like to see them doing more so than, go out and hire this analyst, because analysts serve a purpose. They need to be guys that are advanced scouting. You're not going to waste David Cutcliffe's time with that stuff and David Shaw's time with that stuff. But you're going to be much more susceptible, they're going to be much more accessible from a weekend or a week or something like that standpoint. Those are things and same with Marcus Freeman. Yeah, I mean, he's got his mentors, whoever, Lou Holtz or Jim Tressel, but like reach out to other people. Hey, sit down with Dabo, man. You just kick my butt this year, man. Let's talk. How'd you get through this time? I promise you, Dabo is one of those people that's willing to talk to people.
It will definitely take time.
Tom, I promise you, because you can just hear when he talks about Notre Dame, the level of respect that he has for the Notre Dame program. You can see it, and he's been that way going all the way back to 2015. Always speaks with incredible reverence when he talks about Notre Dame. And so, yeah, I'd like to see stuff like that, Sean. That's a lot of the stuff that you can do.
Call me Todd. Michigan missed on Dante Moore, CJ Carr, most likely Bryce Underwood, since they just landed a 25 commit. They got a pretty good kid in Jaden Davis, though, coming up to how after good.
And they just got a commitment from Carter Smith, who's a pretty good 25 quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, have you watched their offense? I mean, it's not an overly attractive offense for quarterbacks. And I don't know that I would. I mean, Jim Harbaugh's a weird dude. I don't know that I'd want. Plus, there's been a lot of turnover. They had one quarterback's coach, and then the Whites guy got fired, and for all the issues there. And so I think that's been part of it. But they just won a game with their starting quarterback going 6 of 7 or 7 of 8 or something like that. Like, that's not an offense that's gone out and like lit up the world. So just because their team has been really good, I don't think that necessarily makes their offense a hot commodity. And now, why have they gotten a pretty good quarterback prospect in Jaden Davis, who I'm not sold on, but he's highly ranked? Why did they get Carter Smith, who's I believe, if I remember correctly, a pretty highly ranked guy in the 2025 class? I believe Notre Dame looked at him a little bit. Yes, that's the kid from Bishop Barat. Notre Dame looked at him as kind of a backup option if they didn't get, Deuce Knight and some of the top guys they had. And he's a nice quarterback. But why haven't they been able to recruit like CJ Carr and Deuce Knight and guys like that? Well, I think they're starting to do a little better now because of what JJ McCarthy's doing. That's why it's getting a little bit better. But part of the issue is Sean, you look at JJ McCarthy, the guy started 14 games last year and he threw for 2,700 yards. That's it. His numbers were closer to Drew Pines than they were Caleb Williams or CJ Stroud or anything like that. Last year, Drew Pine, in 11 starts, passed for 2,021 yards, 22 touchdowns, and JJ McCarthy in 14 games passed for 2,700 yards and 22 touchdowns. Drew Pine threw for 183.7 yards per game. That includes the Marshall game where he came off the bench, only played a quarter, and only passed for 20 yards. If you actually look at Drew in the games where he started and just look at his numbers there, Sean, he averaged 200 passing yards per game. If you look at CJ McCarthy last year and you look at the games he started, and because you take out Colorado State, a game where he came off the bench and threw for 30 yards, so that took his number down. If you take that down and you look at how many, he was at 206.8. So he was almost identical stats to Drew Pine last year. That doesn't make it a really attractive offense, where with Notre Dame, you can sell it on, that's not who we want to be. Jack Cohn threw for 3,000 yards the year before. Sean Kaiser's throw the ball a lot. We want to be here. This is who Michigan is. This is who they are. You look at who they were the first year they went to the college football playoff, Sean. They passed for 228.7 yards per game, barely over 3,000 yards in 14 games. Last year, they were even less yards per game, 219 yards per game, and barely had over 3,000 yards in 14 games. And this year, barring JJ McCarthy throwing for 806 yards in the next two games, he's not going to get to 3,000 in the regular season. And if they win and make the Big Ten title game, he could get it then, but he'd have to average about 300 yards a game in the next two games in the Big Ten title game to get to 3,000 yards passing. That's not exactly an offense that's going to make the best quarterbacks want to go there. Plus, you have to deal with the weirdness of Jim Harbaugh. I think that also has to be factored into the conversation as well. Yeah. It's a weird cat.
I actually talked to some kids locally this weekend, and they asked me my thoughts on what was going on, and I said, "Yo, you guys just might. I don't think he's even going to be there.
Yeah,
in the next 2 years, you guys.
That's another thing too, Sean. They didn't think he was going to be there after 2021. He literally told people he was taking the Vikings. Was it the Vikings job? He was saying goodbye to people. And once that happens, he's going to eventually want to leave again. So that's a good point. That's a really good point. Just the odds of you being who is that kid that decommitted from Colorado? So why'd you decommit? Because I don't think Coach Sanders is going to be there by the time I get there. And the kid's probably right. Probably right. We got people push 4-6 and people pushing for him to get the A&M job. I'm like,
A&M job.
Come on, guys. No. This is a two-parter here, Sean. We're going to wind down after these next couple questions.
Did you interpret Marcus Freeman's PC comments the same way I did that the reason we're no longer seeing Sam go through progressions is because the staff idea of simplifying things for Sam is literally telling Sam who to throw it to, who to focus on during certain plays based on Marcus Freeman's comments? That's exactly what it seems like from what I've seen on the field. It makes sense. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon, I didn't quite take it that way. I'm going to see if I can pull up the exact quote here. I didn't quite take it that way. And I'm going to try to find what he said. Here.
Well, I've always thought it was strange, Brian. I think it goes back weeks ago when someone asked him how much freedom does Sam have at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
And Marcus was pretty much like, not really a lot. you
Yeah.
know, and it's like, yo, for a guy that's played a lot of football, that's kind of odd.
Yeah.
But
I didn't quite take it that way because I don't think they're telling him just who to throw to. Hey, on this play, throw to that guy. I mean, anytime
mhm,
you're calling a play, you teach a guy, this is kind of where we want the ball to go, but you got to read it for certain things. Like I promise you, the staff did not tell him to throw to the Y stick on the or the Y option on the interception. It was like, look,
mhm,
if they do this, you look here. If they do this, you go there. But I do think sometimes the manner in which you can coach something can turn him into that, even if it's not your intention. And I do think there's a little too much of that. Like to your point, Sean, the fact that a sixth year senior does not have more say in getting out of a bad play is a problem. That's a problem because now you find yourself stuck running plays that you know aren't going to work, or you got to do the thing that they did under Tommy last year, with the scan and stuff. It's not going to
mhm,
work either. And we've talked about this football. They're just way too stationary. Whether you want to use static or whatever the expression is, there's just not nearly enough stuff going on
mhm,
for the type of offense they run. Because I've said this a million times, if you're just going to line up like that and just do simple jet motion is all you do, then you got to go fast. And if you're not going to go fast, you need to do a lot more of the movement stuff
mhm.
and mix things up a lot more. And they just don't. I mean, you watch Michigan on Saturday, and it was a clinic of doing stuff like that, Sean. A clinic, and they threw 8 passes. What was it,
Yo, they
seven,
tried,
8 passes? But
yeah,
they were putting 7 linemen on the field, just moving them, just
moving them.
and it's just like you could never quite get lined up. And as soon as they
No.
moved over, boom, we're going.
Mhm.
And you just again,
Because they tried to come out basic, right? And after the first two series, Chopper Robinson was killing the right tackle.
I
Just
mean, it was almost like
oh
he was
man,
off sides every time he was
like
beating
he
that guy
wasn't
so bad.
even man. And at that point, Sharon Moore was like, okay, with this crowd, we're not about to allow
Yep.
them to just use their speed and athleticism. We're
And
about to
JJ
base
looked a little jumpy early too to
and
me.
no shaky. Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's go big boy football and see if we can make things happen. And
Yeah. And they
yo,
did.
yeah. Nicholas, thank you. Brian and Sean, what size and skills does your ideal quarterback have? Do we need a quarterback that can pull the ball out and occasionally run?
Do they need it? No. Does a guy like that bring value? Yes. Yes, he does. Mac Jones was never going to do that. And Mac Jones is
No,
pretty flipping good, right? Um, Sam Hartman doesn't need to do that to be better than what he's been. Is it
correct.
nice to have that? Sure. And that's the thing is like I like even Kenny Minchie, who's probably the least mobile of the next 3 quarterbacks in line of the younger guys. So like after Angeli, it's Minchie, Carr, and Deuce. They get progressively more athletic when you look at the 3 of them, right? CJ's more athletic than Kenny, and then Deuce is obviously more athletic than CJ and all that kind of stuff. But CJ can definitely move, and Deuce can definitely move. Kenny is more of a uses legs in the pocket, is more so than occasionally run. And to me,
Right.
Nicholas, I care more about a quarterback that can use his legs to do things in the pocket than I do about him necessarily running. Because Sam can occasionally pull it and run. I mean, he did that against Clemson. I mean, he took a draw on his own and ran for 38 yards, and then scrambled around and ran for a 26-yard touchdown. Sam's capable of doing that. The kid had 10 rushing touchdowns 2 years ago.
Mhm.
It's just they don't really have him do that a whole lot, and which is okay. I of all the things that I look at, that's like one of the last things on my mind. I mean, yeah, it's great to have a Jaden Daniels, but you know who else doesn't have a Jaden Daniels? Every other team in college football right now. I mean, with the way
Man.
he's running, I mean, Sean, he's going to be a 3,000, 1,000 guy this year. Like, he's playing phenomenal football.
And
But
heck, if he doesn't get hurt in that with that hit from Dallas Turner,
yeah.
who knows what happens late in that game.
Like, here's my thing. I think Bama still wins, but I think LSU puts at least 1 or 2 more touchdowns on the board. Like, Bama got up
Mhm.
42-28 and was like, okay, we're done. We've got this
Mhm.
one. They'd have had to score at least one more time if Jaden Daniels doesn't get hurt, to your point.
Mhm.
Because he threw for, 219, ran for like 160, and got hurt in, the third quarter? Like
Mhm.
that in the third quarter of that
Late in
game?
the third. Yep.
Um, But I mean, those guys are unicorns. Those seasons like this. Like I said, I haven't seen anything like this since. With all due respect to Kyler Murray in 2018, I haven't seen anything like this since Lamar back in
Yeah.
2016 when he won the Heisman. Like, I mean, it's been that dynamic.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think Sam can do those things. D To answer your question, though, it's not something I think they need. But I think anytime you have a quarterback that can move and make plays with his legs, it's certainly a bonus. I mean, if I could choose to have one, and this to his original first part question, Sean, what size and skills does your ideal quarterback have? I mean, size I don't get too concerned with. I prefer a guy that's at least 6'2", but Kenny Minchie's barely 6'2", and he's fine. Kyler Murray wasn't 6'2", and I'd take him. Baker Mayfield wasn't 6'2", I'd take him. But to your point, uh, you know, to me, I need a guy that's smart, a guy that's a great decision maker, a guy that plays with confidence, a guy that knows how to go through his progressions, a guy that can learn the offense effectively, a guy that plays with some swagger. I need a guy that can move, and by move, the bare minimum is he needs to have escapability.
Yeah.
Escapability can just mean you're good at climbing the pocket and throwing. It doesn't have to mean you're athletic and running for 600 yards. It just means I'm not a stiff back in the pocket, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm referring to. It can be Ian Book. It doesn't have to be Ian Book, and
Yeah.
it just it just needs to be better than what like Jack Cohn had in 2021. And then Jack had the occasional one, but Jack was a little heavy footed. I'd
Yeah.
like a guy that's more mobile than that. But for me personally, and what I would like to do with an offense, having a guy that can tuck the ball and run and hurt you with his legs is a benefit. And I think Notre Dame wants that kind of guy too. That's why they went after CJ Carr. That's why they went after Deuce
Deuce
Knight.
Knight.
And there's clearly that desire to have a guy that's a threat with his legs. Does Notre Dame want to have an offense where Deuce Knight's running for 1,300 yards or 1,000 yards? Probably not.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have that option if it's there. CJ can do some of those things.
Yeah.
CJ can run a read zone and pull it and get out the backside. But
Yeah.
CJ's thing is CJ's got escapability, meaning he's
Yeah.
going to spin out of a pass rush, roll, and keep his eyes downfield and find somebody to throw the ball to. Deuce has a little bit of that to him, especially as he was even more so of that guy as a sophomore. And that's what I care about more, because I'm more likely to have that where I'm rolling out, you suck up, and I throw it over your head than
Yeah.
I am to have a quarterback ripping off a bunch of 60-yard runs. So I those type of things to me are definite great additions to an offense. It's just you don't need it. It's just nice when you have it. Does that make sense, Sean? Like
But
it's
honestly,
nice when you have it.
that is the evolution of the position. I mean, the young men that are playing the position are far more athletic than their predecessors. Where you would get, guys here or there. You're seeing guys, 6'3", 6'4". Heck, the kid Carson Beck is man. He's way more athletic. I thought he was going to be just a pocket dude, but no, I watched him. He can pull it effectively. You just need somebody that can pull it effectively.
Right.
Like when they see, okay, they're not even paying attention to me. Let me go grab an easy 10. And they can scramble, know how to manipulate the pocket. Do you need the Lamar Jackson guy that can just flat out just dominate games? Jalen Daniels from Kansas, Daniels kid from LSU. Do you need those type of guys? Not necessarily, but it's nice because they make it. Dude, they impact the run game. They make Jalen Milroe made it and continues to make it easy on the offensive line that is trying to evolve, that
Mm-hmm.
struggled early at Alabama, and having him at quarterback gave you the ability to still win games and let them grow into what you want them to do. And to have somebody like that in a year like this, where different line coach, the interior of the offensive line of Notre Dame is having difficulty, it probably would have been helpful to have someone that was a little bit more helpful in the pull game, in the run game. And Sam has shown, like when he's got out of the pocket and run it against Clemson, against Duke, they've been able to get some big chunks, you know. So I think moving forward, And I'm with you. Size, skill. Everybody would love to have a Trevor Lawrence, dude.
Sure.
6'4", flowing hair, big arm, like
Can
sunshine,
run,
right?
you know.
Sunshine from the
Yeah.
remember the Titans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Do I
Yeah.
want him? Yes. But I don't mind having Preach as well, who can run for a touchdown with a separated shoulder. You know,
It's
like coming
basically
off a separate.
Jalen Milrow,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah. Both of them are championship quarterbacks. You can
It's
win.
funny, that guy has always existed in football, Sean. That type of
Mhm,
athlete, everybody acts like that's a new thing, and I'm like,
mhm,
"No." They're like, "No, look at John Elway and Randall Cunningham." I'm like, "Yeah, go look at forget that, go look at Fran Tarkington." You know what I
mhm,
mean? Like, look at Roger Staubach. You know, that quarterback has always existed. It took a long time for the NFL to covet that guy. You know, like the Randall Cunninghams, John Elway, Steve Young, those guys were always considered the anomalies, and teams were always looking for the 6'4", white,
mhm.
strapping, big armed, right-handed quarterback. Like that's what they wanted. That was a stereotype of what they wanted. And a lot of people had that guy. Not
Mhm.
a lot of people had Joe Montana, who early in his career is pretty mobile. Best throw of his young career before Jared Rice came along was what, Sean? Rolling right, scrambling, finding Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone. You know,
Mhm.
he was a pretty mobile guy. John Elway was a unicorn. Eventually, the NFL realized, hey, that guy is kind of what we want, you know? But I'm going to tell you something right now. The first time a team wins with a Joe Burrow type of guy at quarterback, you're going to quickly see those guys look back for that guy again. Because I think ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what coaches want. They want that guy that can sit in the pocket and run the offense the way that I designed it. It can be hard to design an offense around a guy that you just have to have a level of off script.
Mhm.
It can be challenging to do that, in my opinion. I think Andy Reid has mastered that in a way that Buffalo's having a hard time mastering with Josh Allen, right? And I think that's when you can find that combination, you can make some beautiful things happen.
And you
You know
know
what I
what
mean?
though? And once again, it goes to I asked this question, Brian. When do you know that you have one of them ones? And that is a phrase, from the hip hop culture that identifies like, okay, he's a dude. And we were having this discussion. It's much easier in basketball, hockey. Football may be a little bit more difficult, right? Because everybody's on the CJ Stroud train right now, right? And some people are like, yeah, he's one of them ones. And then some people are like, man, I need to see it for 2 years.
Which also true.
Right.
Right.
I need to see him duplicate it,
Rick
right?
Meyer won NFL or AFC Rookie of the Year.
Yes, he did. And Chicago was lit when he got traded to the Bears. And then it was 3 games to the season. It was like, uh-oh.
Right.
So, we have CJ Carr, and hopefully there is a moment over the next 2 springs where we can bring to you after a spring practice where we can say, hey, it's CJ Carr, or this Deuce Knight, or this Kenny Minchie, or heck, even this Steve Angeli, since the last time we saw him. And
Yeah.
it might not be he's one of them ones, but it's like, okay, I think we have somebody that you
Yeah.
can really go win games and compete at a high level with at Notre Dame. But I just wanted to get your opinion on that because I want, especially at the quarterback position, because you brought up Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And I think the staff at Kansas City, Andy Reid has a long list of developed quarterbacks,
Mhm.
right? Like when Alex Smith, he elevated Alex Smith when he left San Francisco. They just couldn't win it.
Mhm.
But he identified early, like, yo, this kid, Patrick Mahomes, he could be one of them ones if we bring him along right. Let's sit him for a year, let him
Right.
learn, and
Because they give
then
up 2
unleash him.
first-round draft picks for that kid. They
Yes.
traded up their one that from that year, and then they also gave up a first round of the next year,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that they were gonna sit him because they saw
Mm-hmm.
something special.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what it is, Sean? If I could describe it,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those things where if I were to say define beauty, define it.
Mm-hmm.
So well, I don't know that I can define what beautiful means, but I can't define beauty. You just know it when you see it. Like if I would have dreamed up like define your ideal wife, I would have drawn up something that didn't look like Angela. But when I saw her, I was like, "Yep,
She's the one. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, it's one of those things where if I could make it in a movie, it's kind of like you're watching a guy play, and all of a sudden, like the angels start singing, and like this glow goes around the kid. Where you're like,
Yeah.
describe why that guy's great. I
Yeah.
can't. I just
Yeah.
know that he is,
Yeah.
because every great quarterback is different. John Elway's greatness looked nothing like Joe Montana or Dan Marino's greatness,
Mm-hmm.
right? Tom Brady's greatness and Peyton Manning's greatness looked not a whole lot like Pat Mahomes' greatness and Josh Allen's greatness or John Elway's greatness or Steve Young's
Mm-hmm.
greatness, right? And it's just, you know it. And what the great ones have is when you watch them play, there's a presence to them, and it's hard to explain what that means, but you just see it. You just see a natural gravitation to them, where it's like, I don't know what it is about this guy, but man, I just want to follow him wherever he goes.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that through leaders in different times where it's just like, why him? I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. So when this guy spoke, I just was like, yeah, I'll follow that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times you'll see it as like, you'll see it in two ways. One is the way you see it when I watch the film of Patrick Mahomes and I see him in workouts going into the draft. You see a kid that absorbs knowledge. You see a kid that's got an easy throwing motion, a guy that really just changes platforms really well, handles pressure, has sort of a like, hey, I'm not worried about it thing. Like we're good. We got, just doesn't get rattled by,
Mm-hmm.
you watch him in games where they're losing and he just keeps battling and plugging away. He just has a little bit of a this to him. He's not this. And I think that was always kind of one of the things I always thought was an issue that I have with Dan Marino's. Dan Marino was kind of like this a little bit emotionally. He'd get real fired up
Mm-hmm.
in games. And Joe Montana was always just
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, hey, isn't that John Candy? You know what I mean? Like John Elway was kind of that way a little bit. It's like, yeah, we're good, guys. Just give me the ball and we'll be fine. You know what I mean? And they have that to them. But then there's the second level of, okay, what I thought I saw has been validated. And usually you'll just see them kind of start to just become that guy. You see it in practice. It's like when they are doing things, it just looks like everything is slow. Everything is just slows down when that guy's in the game. You ever watch The Equalizer? One of my best favorite scenes is to try to explain why he's such a badass dude. Is that first scene where he's fighting those Russians or whatever, and he's walking. It's just everything is slow. He's seeing things, and it's just like, okay, I see the gun, I see the knife, I see this, I see that, and everything else is chaotic around him, but he's just like,
He's playing it out in slow motion.
right.
Yeah.
That's what great quarterbacks are. It's like
Mm-hmm.
everything else around him is like 1,000 miles an hour. But he's like, I'm good. Just okay.
Yeah.
This got boom. And you see that in practice. You see that the first time he gets steps on the field, and you're like, hey, this guy's got a little something to him. And then the
Yeah.
first time you see the guy fail, you see how he reacts to it, and
Yeah.
you're just like, yeah, okay, there it is right there.
Yeah.
So it's like a process. I don't know that Andy Reid, like, here's the deal. If Andy Reid thought Pat Mahomes was going to be what he is now, he wouldn't have waited till 10 to jump
Right.
up and get it, right? But he thought he had something special. I don't know that he thought he had this special.
This guy.
Kind of like Tom, Bill Belichick's a genius. He saw in Tom Brady something nobody else saw. No, he didn't. Because if he thought he was that good, he wouldn't have waited till the 6th round to draft him. If Bill Walsh
Mm-hmm.
thought Joe Montana was going to be Joe Montana, he wouldn't have waited till the 3rd round to draft him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the reality of it. But I think he thought he had something special. But you don't really know how special until you get the guy there and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's different. It's different. I was having this discussion with multiple guys. I think I had spoken to Ryan about it. I spoke to Malik about it. And, just getting feedback from Malik, just like, yo, like Jalen Smith was like a day one, like first practice. Everybody knew, like, okay, this dude is different. Like, this dude is different. And he said you could recognize Q early.
Right.
Like okay,
but those positions
different.
are so much different than a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because with Jalen, you're like, okay, it's like Benjamin Morrison. I've heard that about. Like, first day of practice, people are like, oh, this cat's a little different.
Yeah.
And they're a guy, but that's a movement thing. That's an athleticism thing. That's oh my gosh, that guy's like, when you look at Quentin Nelson, you're like, oh my, that's the biggest man I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest. I mean, just broad shoulders and just like, and then you watch him move, you're like, that guy's athletic too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like with quarterback, it's not so much about like Patrick Mahomes isn't great because of his arm talent.
No,
His
he's a
arm
much better
talent,
quarterback than he was 4 or 5 years ago. Much better.
but that's kind of the thing is like we've seen guys with his arm power and his,
Yeah.
and the ability to do that aren't great quarterbacks because there's something different in here and in here that just breeds that level of success.
Yeah.
And it's like Joe Montana. Like you weren't going to watch Joe Montana at a 7-on-7 and be like, oh, that's the GOAT right there.
Oh,
You weren't going to want to see Tom Brady and do that. It's like, because those positions require a physical impressiveness to them that if you ever been around Joe Montana?
I have not had the pleasure.
He's a pretty normal looking dude. Body, like when I see NFL players, I'm like, that's like when only time I ever met John Elway. It's like he's not that tall anymore. Like he shrunk a little bit, but you just saw barrel chested. Like you just want like, dude, that guy was an athlete back in the day. Like you can just tell when you meet Joe Montana. Like, is that guy like a CEO of something? Like, is that why he's up here in this area with like all the rich people? Is like the guy runs some kind of business or something? You don't think, oh, former professional athlete, right? He was always kind of that way. But then you watch him spin it and you watch him play and you're just like, man, this guy is like putting that ball wherever the heck he wants it. He just sees things before they happen. And other guys like Kyle Bowler, hey, I can throw the ball through the end zone from my knees at the 50-yard line. Like, so freaking what? Joe Milton. Right. But so what? He's not a quarterback. Jamarcus Russell, somebody said in the chat, is another one. Yeah. Because those are the Jalen Smith equivalents at those positions. But when you saw Jalen Smith move, you knew he was different athletically. But you didn't really know that he had it here until you got to Saturdays.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because there have been guys as athletic as Jalen Smith that were not very good linebackers. But still there's something but they're still going to jump out to you day one because they just move different. That's not true at quarterback.
And I think that is like when we view this, and this might be unpopular, because I saw somebody in the chat say, take Tom Brady, and just coach him. Not if I'm trying to get somebody to change my fortunes. Tom Brady was on the bench. And Tom Brady he beat the Rams with a great defense and a run game. Antoine Smith had like over 100 yards. Let's act like Tom Brady.
His first couple Super Bowls were more about the defense.
He became Tom Brady like 6, 7, 8 years down. Like when he had, he had the two most dominant tight ends in the game, or two of the top 5 at that time. So, you can talk about what he had this big time. Look, man, you can have Tom Brady. If I'm a coach, give me a John Elway, give me a Patrick Mahomes, give me someone that's going to change my fortunes immediately.
Right.
I don't have time to wait, especially if I don't have a team like the Patriots had defensively and just solid offensive line. If I don't have that and I'm just building from scratch, no, give me a Patrick Mahomes, give me a John Elway, because I need somebody that can come in and literally put this franchise on their back, and then I can build around them.
Right.
And
because you're always going to guess on the side of the physical freaks.
Yes.
That's part of the reason Dan Marino fell down to as far as he did, because
where he did, other than the other off the field
some of the other stuff, but there was also a level of you'd have been able to see past that other stuff if he had John Elway's arm talent and athleticism, right? But to me, when I think just with quarterback, I just go back to it again, Sean. We have a little bit of a different opinion on Tom Brady. I think he became Tom Brady sooner than you did. But the point is the first couple Super Bowls, Tom Brady was not what we perceive Tom Brady to be now. The point being, nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Yeah. Tom Brady worked himself into that and did it with Charlie Weiss and did it with Josh McDaniels, did it with Bill O'Brien. And it was all like Tom Brady is who he is because of
him.
Brady.
Absolutely.
Right. And because there's something different about that guy. It has nothing to do with his size, his arm talent, and all those other things. That's here and it's here. And that's the whole thing that's different is That's a position where you can be unathletic and still be great. Whereas a linebacker in today's era, you can't. There needs to be a level of athleticism to play every other position beside even offensive line to a degree.
Yeah.
But receiver, running back, linebacker, corner, D
But it
end,
goes to the
there needs
last
to
two
be a
questions.
level of physical gifts that you
Yes,
need. Like Reggie White
absolutely.
had something different here and here, but Reggie White also had
Man,
a hammer connected to
man.
his, you know what I mean?
Whew.
Like in a twitch, and like Lawrence Taylor wasn't great because he was the smartest guy in the world. I think Lawrence Taylor was a naturally instinctive player, but it
Yeah,
sure helps when you can come off the edge with that kind of speed. If Lawrence Taylor was a 5'1" and not what he was athletically, I don't care how same mind, same motor and all that, he wouldn't have been Lawrence Taylor that we know of him. Whereas a guy like Joe Montana, a guy like Tom Brady,
yeah,
a guy like Peyton Manning, if like Peyton Manning wasn't a Manning, I don't know that he would have been considered the number one prospect like he was coming out.
yes,
If his dad was just, Barry Driscoll, guy working a 9 to 5, working his tail off to put, food on the table kind of thing.
yeah,
But that doesn't mean he wouldn't have still been great, is my
yeah,
point. It just would have been a different path because he doesn't have that natural, wow, look at that arm. Wow, look at that athleticism. But he
right,
had it. He had it.
yes, yes,
And so to me, and say, well, yeah, but his dad there's a lot of sons of it. John Elway's had a son who played Division I quarterback. Wasn't very good.
yeah, no,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
that having Art,
and
and people said Arch was not that kind of involved dad. Like
no,
he wasn't, you know? So,
I just
uh,
think people like I look at the chat right now. I think people, man, that's greatness. Greatness makes you like, dude, just glorify it or like disrespect it. It's like it's one or the other. Like when I said what I said, I wasn't choosing anybody else, saying they're the greatest. That's not what I'm saying. You put Tom Brady coming out of Michigan up against Patrick Mahomes coming out and John Elway coming out. No sensible GM is taking Tom Brady
no,
once
no,
again. And see, that people get caught up like, oh, he won 7 championships. You're missing the point. He wasn't the ideal quarterback. He's
right.
not. He has some great coaching
Nor would
and an
anyone say if
opportunity.
you could go into the lab and design a great quarterback, no one's drawing up
Absolutely.
Tom Brady.
Nobody's drawing
No
up
one's
Tom
going to
Brady.
take the traits. Oh, they'll take his competitiveness,
Absolutely.
his smarts. Like that's
Yes.
the point.
Yes.
That's why he was good, not because he was any of the other physical tools, right?
Absolutely.
That's like
And
John
that's
Elway was great. Partly, I mean, the other parts came along eventually with John Elway.
yeah.
The reason he was
And
the number one overall pick
that's
is
not
because he
being
could throw the ball farther and faster and harder than anybody
yeah.
else because he was an elite athlete. This is what
Yes.
people forget because a lot of people, especially younger people, only remember the 1997-98 John Elway. They
Dude,
forget this guy was a freaky athlete, like a
what
freaky athlete.
day one impact at the quarterback
Yeah,
position. Day one. Like
yeah.
that doesn't happen.
Who
That's why
legitimately
CJ
could have
Stroud
decided to be, like, with all due respect to Deion Sanders, John Elway would have been a better professional baseball
and
player
Bo
than Deion.
Jackson. All
Yeah,
respected Bo
yeah,
Jackson. The Yankees
yeah,
wanted John Elway
yeah.
too.
And then I actually I heard that thing on the show they did where like he went to the minor leagues and I'm like,
Yeah.
he wasn't really that good. Like, they put like hyperbole on that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And I went and looked at his stats and I was like, holy crap, he really was
Yeah.
legit. Like he played
Yeah.
that 1 year in the offseason. It was 82. He was still in college. He played
Yeah.
in 42 games. He hit 318, had an OPS of 896 and slugged 464. He walked 28 times, struck out 25 times, and stole 13 bases.
Yeah.
Like as a part-time summer gig in an A ball.
Yeah.
Like that dude was a freak.
Do you remember the whole because you weren't feeling well, so I don't know if you caught the conversation about the comments LeBron James made about Miami,
No.
his years in Miami.
Uh-uh.
He basically said, I would have been great regardless of whether or not I went to Miami. I was going to end up being this dominant player. But he said, now I might not have the same amount of championships, but I still was going to be a dominant player. And I'm like, okay. And this is my thing with Tom Brady. If Tom Brady doesn't go to that situation in New England, Tom Brady doesn't have 7 championships. If Tom Brady is
Yes.
forced into having to play early for a bad team,
Right.
we didn't have no clue
You've gone
who
to the
Tom
Browns.
Brady will end. Yes, we have
Yeah.
no clue who Tom Brady ends up being. Because
There's always
football is a
something
different
to
beast.
that. Yeah.
Football is a different beast. But you
You,
have guys like John Elway who went to a franchise and basically lifted that franchise.
right.
You feel far more comfortable that if he had gone to the Colts,
Right.
it's like, okay, he probably would have
Yeah.
lifted them.
Yeah. They'd have been better
They
because
would have been better.
yes,
And
100%.
once
Yeah.
again, that has zero to do with who's the GOAT. That's just being honest about opportunity, and where you go matters. Where you go in college matters as a quarterback. Where you go in the
Yeah.
NFL matters as a quarterback. So, when you ask about ideal quarterback, and then the previous question about, having a guy that can, pull it and run, man, that's a lot of different factors. It's a lot of different nuances to this conversation. It just really is. I mean, look, we all thought the situation and the relationship between Sam Hartman and Notre Dame was a
Mhm.
no-brainer. We thought it was a no-brainer. But you never know. You just never know, man.
Mhm.
You just never know.
Yeah.
He is blessed. In my opinion, greatest of all time, all of that. I know one thing, as a quarterback, he was blessed to be able to go to the situation he
Yeah.
went to, because Kobe Bryant was blessed to be able to develop as a teenager and still win while he was developing and have Shaq. Like, that doesn't happen for 18-year-olds.
Here's
It just
here's my response to you. I get what you're saying. The only thing that I would agree with this, and tell me if this is kind of where you're at. If Tom Brady would have gone to some other places, I don't think he would ever been given the opportunity to be Tom Brady. Just like at Michigan, whenever
yeah,
Tom Brady
coaches.
played,
Yes,
Tom Brady
yes.
was really good, but they were always looking for the Drew Henson, the guy
They
with the
threw
bigger arm,
Drew
the better
Henson out
athlete.
there all the time. Yes.
It's not a given that he would have ever gotten that opportunity somewhere else. My thing is if wherever Tom Brady was going to be given an opportunity, he was going to be great,
Mm-hmm.
but doesn't guarantee that he was going to be given the opportunity until it was
Mm-hmm.
too late. And that's the thing is, and here's the thing, would he have been given it in New England? Let's not forget, they didn't just say, well, Drew ain't good enough. Let's go put Tom in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Bledsoe got hurt. That's when they would turn to Tom Brady, when he got hurt. And then they
During the
went and won a
Super
Super
Bowl,
Bowl. Like,
and
if they'd
don't
have
forget,
lost in the AFC Championship game that year, do you really think they'd have turned the franchise over to Tom Brady? They
Drew
had to do it after
Bledsoe
he won a Super Bowl
went to a Super Bowl, like as a
before Tom
rookie
Brady.
or like a second
Right.
year player. Like,
Yeah.
often,
Yeah.
like, people act like Drew Bledsoe was trash. Drew Bledsoe
Right.
took too many hits
Right.
and injuries
And he was
affected him.
immobile. That was the issue with
Absolutely.
Drew. When we were talking earlier about guys that are having issues, and those, I think it was year 4 is when he took him to the Super
Mm-hmm.
Bowl. But yes, he was too immobile. Yeah, he went to three Pro Bowls before when he was with New England. But my point is, I think Tom Brady was someone who needed to be given the opportunity that
To
he
be
wasn't going to get
coached.
because he did lack the physical gifts. There were going to be
Absolutely.
some, just like his college coaches, that overlooked the other stuff
Absolutely.
because he lacked the physical gifts. And sometimes those guys don't get the opportunity where you're always going to give John Elway that opportunity. You're always going to give
Absolutely.
Pat Mahomes that opportunity. And
Absolutely.
and so to me, that's where I kind of look at it and say, I don't know that he would have become who he was at other places because I don't know that other places would have given him that opportunity.
And that's why I
And
say him
right,
going and being tutored by Charlie Weiss, the nuances
and
matter.
and
I'm
Belichick,
here
yeah,
in Chicago with boobs. Matt Nagy was a boob. The current OC is a boob. And I'm not absolving Justin Fields, but he's had 2 boobs
right,
as offensive coordinators and developers. So I can't really say who he is. He's extremely talented. He was talented enough to scare the heck out of defenses last year, strictly with his legs. But I can't say I can't give you a true evaluation because the people he's had aren't good. Charlie Weiss was good. If he didn't have somebody like that while he was waiting his turn, you don't know. We watch people ruin quarterbacks. And look,
Right.
Deuce Knight left the school in Tennessee that he transferred to go back home because they weren't using him
Right.
correctly.
He's getting his brains beat in.
He
I
was
mean,
getting his brains
yeah.
beat in. And his family recognized, like, no. We'll just take you back home. Because you can ruin a quarterback at multiple levels.
Yeah.
At multiple levels. And that's what we're trying to say. I'm just
Right.
extending the
Well, because
conversation of
like
ideal
with John
quarterback and
Elway,
development and what
even
you
the great
need and
ones,
all of
though,
that.
need a guy that can bring the best out of them. I mean, John Elway went to 3 Super Bowls without Mike Shanahan as the head coach, but he lost all
Absolutely.
3 of them. It wasn't
Absolutely.
until you put the right system there. So,
Yeah.
you know, to wrap up this conversation, you know, there's always traits that you look for in an ideal quarterback. There always
Yeah.
are. But if you
Yeah.
notice, the first few that I gave were more about the mental stuff. Reading a defense, leadership, you know,
Yeah.
being able to process information, absorb information, knowledge. That stuff is so much.
All
Now,
of that.
every position needs a level of intelligence, but it
Absolutely.
just, you can be a great running back and if you're a great athlete in college and not necessarily be the most instinctive guy in the world.
Yeah.
You can't be that at quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, Sean, that's going to do it. I think you and I are about to set a record for the longest show ever. We did get a super chat from Patrick Duffy. Patrick, thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate you, man. We're going to have a lot more to say. I'll be back tomorrow with a midweek rundown show and going to talk a lot more about this matchup between Notre Dame and Wake Forest. And I'll talk a little bit about the transfer portal. I'll have some recruiting thoughts on some different things. So we'll have a nice little fun rundown tomorrow. And then, of course, Ryan and I'll be back on Thursday with a keys to victory and a look at our predictions for the game. And then Friday, recruiting. Will you be on Friday on the recruiting show at Ryan? Have you guys talked about that yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we have another great. I think we might have 2 interviews this Friday.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. And then we'll be back on Saturday with the post-game show. So Vince and I will be back on Saturday post-game show. So anyway, everybody, so much fun today, Sean. It's amazing. You and I can do a 5-hour show, and I'm like, there's no
like
way
it's
we can
nothing.
5 hours.
Like it's nothing.
But it's appreciate you being on with me, man. Everybody have a great rest of your day. For Sean, I'm Brian. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, give us a 5-star review. We would greatly appreciate it. Turn those notifications on. 9 o'clock tonight, around 9 o'clock tonight, I'm going to be going on the CFB Nation channel live, breaking down the college football playoff rankings with Bill Bender and Bill Trocchi. So definitely check me out on that as well. That's going to be on the CFB Nation channel. And if you haven't done so, folks, I'm telling you, boards@irishbreakdown.com. It's a place you want to be. I'm telling you, there's a lot of good conversation on there. Ryan just put a film breakdown of Deuce Knight on there. That's really good stuff. You would definitely want to check that out. So for Sean, I'm Brian. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. And we'll talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.